Oh,
We're live.
it looks like we're live.
Yep.
So welcome everybody. My name's Derek. I've got with me Bernie here, the jalapeno poppers themselves. Bernie, why don't you say hi to all the nice folks in TV land?
Hello, nice folks. I'm happy to be here. Should be
And
a great tournament.
yeah, we're here with the Common Cause number 8. 8 out of all of the ones that have ever been done. The 8th one, historical, unprecedented. Never had an 8th one of these before. So we're happy to break through that barrier, all in support of Extra Life. So if for whatever reason you find yourself thinking, maybe I need to do something other than watch PDH today, it would be clicking on donation links and giving Extra Life your money.
Absolutely.
Because that's what we're all about here is PDH players coming together and donating to a good cause. So we're getting underway right now with round 1. I think players are still just finishing up mulligans and getting everything ready for the game. And we've got kind of a pretty sweet pod 1 here. Bernie, why don't you tell us what we're looking at as far as deck choices?
So we're looking at Clay's playing Ley Lore Weavers. So he's got the combo deck starting us off strong, the Simic combo deck. And to his right, another Simic combo deck with Gretchen. Then we've got a Disciple of Deceit, which is also a combo deck.
Yep.
Demir deck. And then we've got Ghosts of Ramiro's Di Pietro and Kedis.
Yeah,
So
that's kind
not
of a wild card.
combo. Might have a tougher time getting through these 3 combo players, but I'm excited to see what he can do.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Like the 2 Simic combo decks, like the Ley Lore Weavers and Gretchen, these are pretty like big known quantities. Very redundant combo decks, very easy to combo off with these decks. They're both freed from the real based in terms of how they're going to go off. It's kind of their primary axis of winning. Gretchen does it with a lot more like land untappers and things like that. There's a huge redundancy of those. Weavers doesn't need them really because you have it in the command zone. You can devote a lot more deck space to other things. Disciple of Deceit's a combo deck we haven't seen a ton of lately. It actually won an event last week in Philadelphia, Dallas Walker's Riches to Rags. It's primarily like banishing that combo, which we haven't seen much of in a long time. It requires a lot of pieces. It's a little clunky sometimes. With Disciple of Deceit, you can very easily tutor for everything that you need. So it's kind of like breathed kind of new life into that archetype a little bit. And then this Ghost deck, it's not a combo deck. It's kind of mid-rangey. It's got a lot of interaction. It kind of Voltrons up Ramirez Di Pietro to take advantage of that combat trigger where he gets to fish something you discarded or milled out of your graveyard back to your hand, and then using Kedis to spread that damage around. So like definitely on the back foot against these 3 pretty linear, redundant combo decks that it's got to fight against here.
Yeah, I'm interested to also see this Disciple of Deceit deck. I have personally not seen it be played, but there's a lot of little combos that this deck is also running Queen from the Real stuff, like the 2 Simic ones. And
it's pretty robust. Like the banishing that stuff is the primary combo lines, but it also has other things in there that it can work off of. And as we're kind of going through the first few turns here, you can see, Clay's got his land aura, the wild growth on his land, casting an impulse to get look at some extra cards. In response, we have a Sapphire Charm. Not sure what mode we're choosing here. Maybe the delayed draw trigger from Goblin Boss. We see a turn 1 Boots of Speed from Quartz on the Ghost and Kedis, which is sick. Haste is like a huge thing if you're trying to attack with your commander. But then, curiously enough, Sukinato on Disciple went for the turn 1 Disciple of Deceit with the Lotus Petal. So off to the races. I think they've decided their best way out is straight through, and they're just gonna try and pull the trigger as fast as they can here.
Yeah, I don't hate that.
Yeah, I mean, as redundant as these Simic decks are, they do require a fair bit of setup. Weaver is a little bit less so than Gretchen, just because Gretchen requires you to stack a lot more land auras without freed to necessarily just draw your deck. But Disciple's got to assemble like a four-piece combo, and they got to get started now.
Yeah, and so the plan with that is to use Disciple to go tutor for a lot of those pieces early, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it has an inspired ability, so when it untaps, you can discard a card from your hand, and then you can search your library for any card that has the same mana value and put it into your hand.
Yeah.
Which is why Banishing Knack is like a good choice for a deck like this, because a lot of the combo pieces have redundant mana values. Like a lot like Banishing Knack is a 1. Also, it has a payoff in Night Market Lookout, which is a 1 drop as well. A lot of 3s like Battered Golem and Mirror and Spy, along with other 3s like Freed from the Real. You have a lot of flexibility in terms of like what cards you use to pull those cards out of your deck.
Mm-hmm.
Another piece of equipment for Quartz here, just getting ready for the big turn. I got a Ceremonial Knife. And back onto Disciples turn 2. And Evolving Wilds is not the best second land when you're wanting to just kind of
No.
get things underway. I mean, it'll get you your swamp, but it enters tapped, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
Like tempo is pretty important, I think, here, and it's not the best to have your land under tap, that's for sure.
Yeah. Boots of Speed, equip 1, so most likely not going to be able to cast Ghost next turn and attack with it, but
yeah,
still nice to have that available for later on.
Right, yeah. I mean, the haste stuff comes into play, especially when you have commanders that are going to be sent back to the command zone, right?
Mhm.
Like things where you're trying to kill everybody with it, and the tempo loss of losing your commander and then being out of basically not attacking for that turn and then the next turn is pretty bad. So these really cheap equipments like Boots of Speed is a really good example. Something that comes down and just gets them back in the red zone. Speaking
Yeah,
of the red zone, we've got
there we
Disciples of
go.
Deceit ready to rumble. In the wake of not having like a Springleaf Drum or another way to tap your Disciple, combat works just fine.
Yeah. Is going at Ramirez.
Yep.
Okay.
Interesting. I'm just going to pass turn after that back to Clay.
So, turn 3. What would be? I guess there's so many options for the Disciple deck to go get on their upkeep with this untap, but is there one that you might go for right now?
I mean, I don't know. It depends on what I'd have in my hand.
Yeah.
I think once we see what he tutor, what Sukanok gets on when they untap, I think we'll have a much better idea of what they're looking to do.
Yeah.
Because like once you tutor for one thing, like you kind of that's what you're committing to. It's like Clay's just gonna cast the Ley Weaver and pass.
Okay.
So notably now, like Ley Weaver and Freed from the Real alone go infinite.
Jeez.
Because Ley Weaver untaps 2 lands.
Yeah.
And speaking
that
of
would be
untapping lands, we're going to throw an Overgrowth onto this island for Goblin Boss. So now that that Rhyme Tender or
Sculptor of Winter.
Sculptor of Winter, yeah, Rhyme Tender is the other one. The Sculptor of Winter is going to be able to add a lot of mana because now that island taps for a blue and 2 green.
Mm-hmm.
So that's 3 more mana.
Going for it.
You start to see why Gretchen is such a good commander with the shell of cards.
Oh yeah.
Even when you're not going infinite, you're just drawing. You're activating Gretchen constantly.
Other tournaments I've watched, there have been multiple Gretchen decks. This one, we've only got this one.
Yep.
Of our 20 decks.
Yep, 20 players is this tournament, and only one Gretchen. Not to say that we're hurting for combo. 10 decks in the field are combo decks, like specifically combo decks.
Yeah.
Also have an Aether Spellbomb here. A really great piece of interaction, just because it gets around most protection spells, unless it's like explicitly hexproof or something like that. Because very few cards give protection from artifacts.
Mm-hmm. No mana open though to use it if need be yet, but
not this turn. No,
I don't think there's much need yet.
Doesn't seem like it. Doesn't seem like it, unless Clay has like Freed from the Real in hand or something.
Yeah,
then maybe. But
looks
like
a crab.
Yeah, it's an Iceberg Cancrick. So
nice.
This is a Modern Horizons card, 2 mana, 0/4. And whenever a snow permanent enters, you can mill 2 cards from any player. Ostensibly, like this is really good with Ramirez when all of your land drops, they're all snow lands, so you get to mill yourself and get a card out of your yard with Ramirez's trigger. Or you can just mill your opponents. No harm in that.
Yeah, and he hit Clay with that, right? Is that what I
Yeah,
saw?
and
Okay.
Clay milled an Overgrowth and a Relic of
Yeah.
Progenitus.
Okay.
All right, so now it's tutor time. We're discarding Engine Rats. This is a new one from Aether Drift. It's a mana sink. For 6 mana, you drain everybody for 2, you gain 2. So he's going to search for a 1 mana value spell.
Okay. Oh, nice. There it is up on the...
Banishing Knack. No, Night Market Lookout. Okay. So this is one of the combo pieces with Banishing Knack, or he's going to switch it up. Right back to the hand. Taking a little oopsie-doopsie here. Night Market Lookout is part of Banishing Knack combo with Mirror and Spy. So Mirror and Spy, whenever you cast an artifact, you can untap any creature. If you cast Banishing Knack on Night Market Lookout, which has a trigger whenever he becomes tapped, it drains everybody for 1. You cast Banishing Knack on the Lookout, tap the Lookout to bounce a 0 mana artifact, cast the artifact, trigger Mirror and Spy, untap your Lookout, rinse and repeat. You can drain the table out. It runs a couple loops like that with another 3 mana value card. Speaking of redundancy of 3 mana value cards, Servant of Timuret is similar. It has an inspired ability. Whenever it untaps, it drains the table. So you can do the same lines with that card as well. So we're just going to get Ponder. Okay. Interesting.
Not going for anything yet, just some value.
Yeah, maybe looking a couple cards deep. Not sure for what specifically. But that tells me he has something.
Got to.
He has a piece of his combo in the hand at least. I would assume.
Got to.
And it's tough, like, there's no point in, I think, presenting yourself as like less of a threat than the other combo decks, because Ghost is not going to be able to kill everybody. And you just need to, I think you need to race the combo decks, not race Ghost.
Yeah. Especially when Clay's already sitting on a land enchantment and his Weaver on the battlefield.
Yeah. It may be that, like, he needs a land, and Ponder's his best chance of finding a land.
Yeah, that could be it.
Yep, there it is. Hit your land drops, everybody. How many lands does this play?
34.
34, wow. It's kind of odd that he's not able to hit his 3rd land drop, but sometimes that's what happens.
That's magic, baby.
And these ones are good, too. This Desert, I think. I forget the name of the card, but it lets you tap an untapped creature to add a mana of any color.
The Settlement holdout? Survivor's Encampment.
Yes, it's a functional reprint of that, but yeah. Looks like we're just going to go to combat instead, which is perfectly acceptable.
Yeah.
Disciple's a 1/3, so it's not going to trade with anybody here. That's for sure.
Yeah.
So he's going to hit Clay for 1, and then he's going to untap.
All right. This could be big.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's tapped out. If Clay has freed, then the game's pretty much over.
Okay, starts off with the land. 5 mana available.
One, two, three.
Okay.
It's a New Horizons, I believe.
Put a counter.
I think that's the name of the card. Yeah, it's a land door. It lets your land tap for an extra mana, or you can tap it for 2 mana of any color, or something like that. And when it enters, you put a +1/+1 counter on a target creature.
Yeah.
This is important because Clay's Weaver's List runs Vigian Graft Mage, which is a card that lets you, for 2 mana, untap target creature with a +1/+1 counter.
Oh, okay.
So he has a number of cards that add a counter and like untap a creature, like Stony Strength, or was it Viper, whatever Viper, the Viper card from
Gift
Horizons 3. Gift of Viper, that's the one. So that you can take advantage of that as an infinite mana outlet to untap your thing.
Okay.
So we're going to add some mana here. Those dice are so small I cannot
see. But
he's got mana.
6. I think it's 6. I don't exactly know the combination, but I think he's got 6.
Yeah. It might be 5. If you untapped his 2 enchanted lands.
So before he tapped the 1 island,
Okay,
and then
so that
he
would be 6.
untapped them both and tapped them again.
That would be 8 mana then.
Okay.
Because I think the island. No, it would be no, you're right, 6. Because the island taps for 2, so it's 2, 4, and then 2 from the owner 6. Okay, we did it. We figured it out.
We got there. And he's explaining.
There's the Graft Mage. So we're just gonna make infinite mana.
Okay.
Yep. So this is what I was talking about earlier. Now with the Graft Mage, it's a blue and a colorless to activate the ability.
Okay.
So with the mana that Clay is available, he can pay 2, untap his Ley Weaver, untap his lands, tap his lands for more mana, and he's gonna net mana every time. He's gonna go mana positive, with the drop of a hat here.
Okay.
And at that point, you have the mana sink in the command zone with your Lore Weaver. So all we need to do is just establish that nobody can interact with this, and then Clay is going to demonstrate the loop.
And what does Disciple have? Just 1 swamp open?
A swamp, and a swamp and a colorless, because he can't tap his Disciple for mana with the land, with the settlement.
Gretchen
See,
is
Goblin Boss kind of resigned.
Yep. He might not have anything. And I'd be surprised if Ghost did.
Yep. Clay saying thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And that's that.
All right.
Well, that's game 1. A fun 20 minutes of everybody's time.
Yeah. Wow.
It just goes to show you, how these decks are just built for that redundancy, right?
Yeah.
Like they have very specific ways that they are going to generate infinite mana, and they build to maximize the chances of doing that.
And he did it to perfection that game.
Yep. Yeah, that was a perfect opening. To just I don't think anybody was expecting that.
Down to 5 too.
Which is odd. I think the moment that Ley Weaver hits the field, you just kind of have to start thinking about what's going to happen next.
Yeah.
Generally, a lot of people, what you find with a lot of combo decks and in tournament settings and competitive settings, whatever, is people will wait until they need to interact before they will interact. So like somebody will put their combo on the stack and then people will start to interact. But what they should just do is just kill Ley Weaver every time it hits the battlefield, because it goes infinite so easily that once it hits the battlefield, tapping out is it's very unwise.
Yeah.
Especially like if you're and look, I mean, the decision to tap out may be related to just not having any interaction. So why leave it open if you can't do anything with it on your opponent's turns? But I think making them think that you have it has some equity. Making them look at your lands and see that you have 2 blue untapped or whatever the case may be.
Yeah, and that was turn 4. Clay's, did he start?
Yep, he went first.
He's the only one who got a 4th turn. So I mean, you gotta have it in your opener pretty much if you've got the interaction in that case. That happens so fast.
With all the mulligans we saw, you'd think that there would be a little bit more there, but sometimes that's just how it shakes out.
Yeah. Well, congratulations, Clay.
Yeah, a pretty easy 1-0.
Probably the first win of the morning. The afternoon,
I'd imagine he's the first one. He's the first one done.
Let's see. Yep, I think so.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I wish we could have seen more from Disciple. I think, getting stuck on lands, not just getting stuck on lands, but like having the turn 1 Disciple with Lotus Petal, having your second land enter tapped, and then having your third land, you need to devote your tutor trigger to finding your third land. Yeah. That just kind of sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, they're gone. And
once we get Christopher's voice in our ear telling us where to go, we'll get right on over.
Yeah.
I imagine.
So while we have a second, I've got a question for you.
Lay it on me.
This is what the people want to hear from the rules committee, a rules committee member himself. These new Omen dragons.
Yeah.
Same type of ability as adventure commanders that we currently use. I'm assuming, maybe
it's
not.
Different. Omen is different. So the Omen ability is you cast it and it gets shuffled into your library.
Yes.
So what that means is when you cast it, you can either choose to shuffle it in your
Drifter still on
library.
the
If it's your
stack.
commander, at least you can shuffle it in the library,
I'm
or you
gonna
can
cast a
put it back in the command zone.
Pyroblast targeting
So
the
when it
Drifter.
changes zones, you can put things back in the command zone.
Cool.
So it's like
It's
it's
just
like
a nice
adventure,
thing, like,
but
blue
you know
players
you
that-
can just shuffle your commander into your library if you want.
Yeah. Outside of that, though, same rules apply as adventures do. Anytime
exactly.
card has been cast from the command zone, gets the two
Right.
cost.
Yeah. So if you have a 2-mana spell, 2-mana omen spell, you cast it, put your commander back in the zone. Next time you cast it, it'll cost 4.
Okay.
Yep.
Cool. I'm excited for these dragons. There seems to be, I think there's 10 of them, right? 5 mono, and then 5 and 2 of the 2 color pairs.
Yeah, I'd imagine so. I don't see why not. That's what it looks like, at least.
I'm so hyped for this set. Dragonstorm is going to be incredible.
Yeah, set's pretty sick.
Speaking of Dragonstorm, we do have 2 Dragonstorm cards being played in this tournament. 2 commanders. Your favorite of these.
Hold on one sec. Chris, are we still live?
Oh, we're not. We're off. Our image is off, at least. Our voice, maybe. Has he messaged us anywhere?
I don't see anything.
Oh, am I in the wrong?
What am I doing?
I keep hearing a bunch of beeping and I can't tell where it's coming from.
Oh, we're in the lobby. We've been moved. We moved to the secret headquarters.
Oh, okay. And get this over.
On definitely.
I'm alive.
I can hear you. Okay.
Underneath.
All right, I'm muting indefinite. I'm going down.
Anything else?
All right. And we're back again. We're back. And you know what? We have another game of Magic, because that first one was just not enough for us, right, Bernie?
Exactly. Way
Clay
too
went
short.
too fast. Clay did not listen to us. He went way too fast. We told him, take it easy, buddy, and he did not listen one bit. So we're back again. And we're right in the middle of it here, but we've got 4 brand new decks, some interesting stuff, 2 more combo decks for all you combo lovers out there. Horrid Shadow Spitter being one, Disciple of Deceit being the other. We'll start with these 2. Disciple, this list, Bernie and I were looking at it before we went live, has a lot of similarities to the other one we saw, except this one's much heavier in artifacts. It's primarily still doing the same Banishing Next stuff, as you can see with like the Scale of Chiscoria here on Duke Slayer's playmat, the big red blob. It's a pretty telltale Banishing That card. And so we're one piece down to the combo, that's for sure. Looks like we're going for another one, but Horrid Shadow Spinner is the other combo deck. This one's being developed pretty presently. You can put really whatever combos you want in it. Really, the big thing is that Shadow Spinner is a mechanism to draw a ton of cards every turn. So you just draw such a large quantity of your deck that you inevitably just find your combo. Usually like Peregrine Drake or High Tide or those sorts of things. Pretty like boilerplate combo stuff. Don't need to get fancy. You just see so many cards that your chances of finding it are very high.
And this one is not. I didn't see High Tide, but it does have the Peregrine Drake combo in there. So
Yep, that's what I'd expect. And we've also got two other decks here. Papa Popper, our friend Ryan from Comic Connoisseurs on Telepathic Iconoclast, a deck that he has won other tournaments with. That's kind of been a staple of competitive Pauper Commander play since it was spoiled. Just whenever you cast a non-creature spell, you make a 1/1 soldier token, artifact soldier token. So there's a lot of synergies there. Things that care about creatures entering the battlefield, things that care about artifacts entering the battlefield. There's a lot of ways that you can take it. And Ryan's is very mid-rangey. It's very interactive, got a lot of counter spells, removal, these sorts of things that just passively grow your board, and then you cash them in for cards, and you just kind of perpetuate it that way.
And he has spent a lot of time on this deck, so it is very tuned.
Yeah, that's for sure. And then in the bottom corner, not last but not least, South Lakes Vibes, our dear friend, on Galanra, Collar of Wirewood, and Glacian Powerstone Engineer. This is a deck that they've played several times in the past. I've commented on a few of its games in the past. It's basically an interactive ramp deck. It uses Galanra as a partner to ramp into your 6 mana plus creatures, and then uses Glacian along with other artifacts and mana rocks and these sorts of things to keep the cards flowing once you establish your board presence. It also plays a lot of like interactive spells, like cheap interactive, like tempo-y kinds of things to be able to race a little bit better. It looks like he has a Colossal Dread Mask, so definitely not the worst place to be.
No, fantastic card. Love that card. And I will correct myself earlier. Awesome Resco's Horde Shadow Spinner is running High Tide, so it's got them both in there.
Yeah, I didn't have it up in front of me. I'm going to pull up now, actually. But
love a Simic ramp deck too. That's just fun, stompy, get big.
Pretty much. Yeah, pretty much. It's not fancy, but it just does a lot of things. All right.
Whose turn are we looking at?
We're going to find out real soon. It looks like it's Duke Slayer's turn. He played a Refurbished Familiar.
Okay.
So that's a 4-mana, 2/1 flyer artifact creature with affinity for artifacts, and whenever it enters, I think everyone discards a card.
Yeah. Modern Horizons 3 card, if I believe.
Yeah. I think he got just finished. Let's see, you got 2 artifacts, so yeah, I paid 2 mana for that. Everyone's gonna pitch their card here. Looks like South Lakes Vibes already pitched looks like a Sky Diamond down there. And then we've got a Casualty spell from Ryan. I believe it's a counter spell. It's a counter target spell unless I pay 2 mana and has Casualty 1. So if you sacrifice a spell, you can copy it.
Make Disappear, I believe.
That's the one, yep. So yeah, Duke Slayer, more on the affinity kinds of stuff, has these like disruptive creatures. Because I mean, if you're gonna play a shell around your combo, like why not play one that's synergistic, like an artifact-based shell? And we're on to Ryan, untapping all of his lands and mana rocks here. Witty Roastmaster. So this is one that kind of greases the wheels a little bit.
Oh yeah.
Whenever a creature enters the battlefield under your control, deals a damage to each opponent.
And he's got what is that? What is he? Those 2 cards right there. What has he got there? Those artifacts?
Yeah. So when he won the Sanctuary Open that he did with this deck, he made a token with Bobby Fine, who ran the tournament series. And this is the token that they came up with.
Oh, awesome!
Yeah. So we're casting Prophetic Prism, trigger Iconoclast, make a token. Trigger Roastmaster, everyone takes the damage. And then when Prophetic Prism enters, you get to draw a card. Just like a simple mana rock lets you filter your mana.
Yeah.
Cantrips, which is kind of where you want to be on a deck like this. Spend your card, get a creature, make a damage, replace the card. Seems good.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
Looks
like we're going to combat here. I imagine at Rusco with the Shadow Spinner. Another thing about Shadow Spinner that, kind of isn't the most notable thing about the card is that it has lifelink. So it races pretty well. Like a lot of combo decks, it can keep its life total pretty buoyed off of that. because there's a lot of effects that will increase the Shadow Spinner's power in the deck.
Yeah.
Because whenever it attacks, you draw cards and then discard cards equal to its power. So the deck thrives on making it as big as you can. And the lifelink is definitely something that can give you an edge against a lot of other combo decks that are taking incidental aggro damage or pinger damage. It kind of keeps you the last man standing in those situations.
Yeah. Right now, what are those? All those counters on it?
I think it's a 3. I think it. So from what my best guess is that it's a 3/4.
Okay. So they're just
first dice power,
throwing
second
it
die toughness. Yeah,
on toughness.
that's what I
Okay.
think. We'll see. I'm sure we'll see it kind of bear out here once he goes to combat.
Yeah, that makes sense.
All right. He's got a Nightscape Familiar. Nightscape Familiar is a sweet one. 2 mana is a 1/1 zombie. It reduces the mana value, or mana cost rather, of your black and red spells by 1 generic. Also regenerates, so it can block pretty well.
Mm-hmm.
Just a really functional card. I like that stuff. Kind of figuring out who we're going to attack, I think, at this point.
And he does. He's got a lot of really neat enchantments to give his Shadow Spinner evasion. And I built this deck right when I saw it released, and it does some work, even if non-competitive games. It's a sweet card.
Yeah, it's really
I'm happy
cool.
to see it showing up here.
It's like putting the trigger on the stack to draw and discard, going around priority. So we draw 1, draw 2, draw 3. Yep. So yeah, those dice are indicating power toughness. The red die is power, second die is toughness.
Okay.
Probably doing it that way rather than just like a +1/+1 counter, because you can see the Wither and Bloom in the graveyard.
Mm-hmm.
That's probably where the counter came from. But using it to track power and toughness that way, because there's other things that will temporarily increase its base power and toughness in the deck that aren't counters. So it's just a different way of representing how big it is.
Yeah, that's smart.
Yeah, especially if it's going to be like pretty dynamic. All right, so we draw 3, discard 3. Cranial plating. Sinister strength. Okay. Some heaters in there.
Yeah. Those are what he discarded, huh?
Yep.
All right.
All right, then we'll go through combat. Not sure he's attacking just yet, but we're going to find out.
I doubt it was South Lakes. Looks like it might be Duke. Duke Slayer.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to play land for turn and probably, I'd imagine, just pass through. Yeah, looks like South Lakes is drawing.
All right, he's got a lot of mana here.
He's activating Glacian on the end step here for 2, it looks like, to look at the top.
Okay.
Tap Glacian, tap 2 untapped artifacts to look at the top 2 cards, 1 in the hand, 1 in the graveyard.
Nice.
So String of Disappearance is going to go to the graveyard. That's one of those 1 mana bounce spells, like an Unseven.
Okay.
It's less good in this board because it has the Chain Lightning templating where whatever you target, that player can pay 2 blue mana to copy it and then target something else.
Okay.
So not the worst choice thing to get rid of there.
Especially he's got the spell bomb, Aether spell bomb on the battlefield, so he's got access to a bounce spell.
Yep.
And
Everflowing Chalice for 1, it looks like.
Yeah.
And then we're tapping Galandra and a blue, or Galandra and a green and a blue and a blue. Kind of doing the thing here.
A lot of mana. 6 probably.
Yep, so it's an Orchard Strider. So we're going to trigger from Gallandra. It's a 6 mana value creature, so we're going to draw a card from that. And then when it enters, we're going to make 2 food tokens. This is a creature that usually it's used to land cycle. And it's basically land cycling for green and a colorless. But in this deck, you can just cast it and replace itself and make a couple of tokens.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's great. And still holding up 2, so that's nice. With his Spell Bomb, swinging with his Dread Mask.
Yep, get that germ in there. It's kind of tough to like know where to put the damage. Going after Shadow Spinner is fine. Just kind of keeping the life total low enough to where they can be kind of KO'd when they start to get out of hand is a good place to be. So it seems like a fine attack to me.
Yeah. Yeah, especially with the TPI doing some pinging, you want to get them, keep them low for sure.
Yeah, and in my experience playing against TPI with large trampling creatures, like you can very easily push them out of a game with things that are like 6/6 and bigger that trample. You can like bully them around very easily with those sorts of things. So I think, yeah, like you don't want to find yourself in a position where you need to close out the game, but Shadow Spinner's always able to like stay right above the threshold for where you're able to kill them. With that lifelink, you know.
Yeah. I did just see this come across. Our second Ley Lore Weaver player of the tournament has won their first round.
You mean Robert Be Fine?
Robert himself, yes.
Goodness gracious. That man will never learn to not play Simic combo decks.
Seems effective. Seems effective.
Hey, if it ain't broke, right?
Yeah.
All right. So we got an Unearth coming out from Duke Slayer here. What is in the yard that we're going to unearth? His board is so orderly and everything is so tightly arranged. Oh no, he's going to discard the Unearth. Okay, that's different. That's different.
Oh, for the Deceit to go
the Disciple. Yep. Okay, close one. Close one.
Getting a 1-drop.
Yep, gonna look for a 1-drop here.
A lot of choices, I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean, if you're just thinking about Banishing Knack combo, you can get Retraction Helix, Banishing Knack. I don't know if you need to play the Night Market Lookout stuff. Let me see. Yep, plays Night Market Lookout, so you can get any of those. Those are directly involved in the combo. Or you can get like something interactive, like an Aether Spellbomb.
That would be
get like a Springleaf Drum if you want to do something like that. I don't think he needs that at this point, but you could. Who knows?
Who knows?
That's the beauty of it. You can do whatever you want. The card next to Disciple is a Refurbished Familiar. Oh, look, Springleaf Drum. There it is.
You got it.
Wow. I called it. I only had to name like 7 cards, but it was in that list of 7. All right, so we're going to shuffle up here, and then we're going to actually get into the meat of the turn. That's the thing about Disciple is that, you know, so much of your like time is taken up before you even take like any game actions on your turn.
Yeah, the tutoring every upkeep.
Yeah, like the time infrastructure is out of control. All right, now we're going to draw. We've proceeded to the draw step. We have Springleaf Drum in hand. I love me a Springleaf Drum. Yeah, I got Sukinato in chat. Disciple is a lot of cutting the deck, yes. every turn, I imagine. Sometimes more than once. There's that drum. I'll say it again. For those who weren't here 5 seconds ago, I love Springleaf Drum. I use it everywhere.
A lot of applications for that card.
It's cool because it's a card that, you know, plays to a lot of like what's the word I'm looking for? It has a lot of really cool applications. You can do a lot of really cool synergistic things with it, but even if you're not, it's just a cool mana rock.
Yeah.
You
No,
know,
it is.
that's like the floor on it. Is it's a 1 mana rock that you can use. You know, more than half the time, some percentage of the time, whatever. But it lets you enable a lot of really cool strategies.
Yeah.
Looks like we're just gonna throw out a thought cast here, just casually. We meet the 4 artifact requirements, so just 1 blue, draw 2.
Seems efficient. That is a very
Efficient
good use of
is
1 mana.
that's probably the best way to put it. Yeah, Thoughtcast is quite a card. All right, we're shielding our hand from the rest of the table. High stakes poker over here. No one gets to see. And so now, like with the drum, we don't need to worry about attacking with the disciple anymore. We can kind of tap it at our whim, which is great. You get a lot of freedom there. Refurbished Familiar, it's a 2/1 flyer. It's just kind of sitting there. If it were me, as someone who doesn't play combo decks and who just likes to attack, I would attack with it.
Oh yeah, get in somewhere.
I'm not going to say whether that's the right move here or not. It's just something that I am partial to.
Nobody. I don't see any Reacher flying out there. Does South Lakes have something that I'm not? I don't know what those are.
I don't think so.
So yeah, it's 2/3 damage.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think there's any reach anywhere. Looks like we got a combat courier coming down too. It's a 1 mana 1/1 for I think a blue. Or no, two generic. You can sacrifice a draw card, but it unearths for a blue. So if you discard it, you can buy it back and get a card off of it. Really good in a deck like this, obviously, because like you can get some amount of value off the card just by discarding it to your disciple. You don't actually need to cast it. I like that stuff. All right, back to Ryan here. Also notable, like if you look at Ryan's lands, he has 1 dual land, 1 red-blue dual. The rest of his lands are all islands.
All islands.
All of his red is coming off of mana rocks mostly, or that 1 dual land.
That one is that.
So it kind of gives you an idea of like why Prophetic Prism is like pretty good, even though it's technically not a mana rock, but it helps you filter your mana in situations like this. It's pretty useful. Kessig Flame Breather. This is a pingers.
He's getting them down.
Yep. So now whenever Ryan casts any non-creature spell, there's going to be 1,000 triggers that we'll have to account for. This is a deck that's hard. It's hard to play a tournament with a deck like this. The mental real estate it takes to play, in this situation, like this is 4 rounds cut to top 4.
Yep.
5, optimistically, 5 rounds of Magic. 90-minute rounds, 4 players, with this amount of like upkeep that you need to be monitoring. It's very taxing.
Yeah, and
a lot of triggers to remember.
Each non-creature spell he casts right now, he's going to create a body, which will ping with the Flame Breather. So he's going to get 2 pings and create a creature.
Yep. And it's only going to get worse from here. the more of these effects. And Ryan plays most of them. Most if not all.
I imagine you'd probably, to build your deck to maximize the potential of it, you want them as many as you can fit.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, that brain tax.
Yeah, no, I mean redundancy is key. So there's very few reasons where you wouldn't just want to run all of them, all the different pingers. All right, back to Rusko here. Untapping that 3/4 life-linking Shadow Spinner. Down to 21, so definitely took a bit of hate this last go around.
Yeah.
People getting hip to that lifelink. Nobody likes lifelink.
It's so strong in Pauper Commander. I was looking at Scryfall just this morning because we played a game yesterday. And there was 2 lifelink decks in it, life gain decks in it. I was trying to find some sort of answer. There's not one common card that says on the card, opponents can't gain life. Do you know of one? I couldn't find any.
Nope. Doesn't exist at common. There's a couple uncommons that'll do it, but not at common.
3 uncommon creatures. So there's 3 cards in Pauper Commander that can do it, and they all have to be your commander.
Yeah, I mean, in these settings, like in competitive settings, you see a lot more like pinger strategies and incidental like draining effects. Um, and just having like some tertiary ways to gain life is very valuable. Like even in Ryan's deck, he plays I think Sylvok Life Staff, which is a 1 mana equipment. I think
Okay.
it's 1 to cast, 1 to equip. It gives a creature +1/+0, and then when it dies, you gain 3 life.
Okay, just anything.
Yeah.
Find
Yeah.
just get any life. It is really strong effect in Pauper Commander.
hmm Yeah, it's deceptive how useful it is.
Well, I'm guessing Rusko's got some heat in his hands, seeing what he discarded last turn. So we'll see if he can't make the Shadow Spinner very
Yeah.
big or very evasive here.
Right. Yeah, to want to discard cranial plating, you know.
Yeah. So maybe that life loss that he just took around the horn here will be for naught if he can get
Looks
it
like
all back in one swing.
looks like we might just be passing through, leaving Shadow
Okay.
Spinner up to block, perhaps. Taking a hint from all the damage he took last turn. But South Lake's gonna do a Glacian for it looks like 4 or 5 right now. So it gets to look at the top 4 or 5, take 1, the rest go to the yard. That's the thing about Glacian that's interesting is he puts the rest of the cards in the graveyard rather than on the bottom of your library.
Huh.
So you get to do a lot of cool graveyard synergies if you want to.
Yeah. I'm gonna assume if he's doing that, he's got them. But I'm not sure what graveyard stuff he's got in this deck.
Yeah. We got Brambleworm, just discarded there. That's a card from Downshifted in Innistrad Remastered. You can exile out of
Yeah.
your graveyard to gain 5 life. It's probably going to come in handy.
Yeah.
A lot of the cards, and I know he likes these effects, creatures like big 6 mana creatures that enter and they like gain you 4 life. There's a lot
Oh,
of things that are templated that way, and I think he plays most of them in this deck.
yeah.
Looks like this is a Wall of Roots, I want to say.
Yeah. That is Wall of Roots.
Yep. Yeah, he's going to put a counter on Wall of Roots, tap Glanra. So we're going to play another 6-drop this turn.
Looks like how many he's got in hand? Is that 3 there? 3 or 4?
He's got like 4 cards in hand or something
Okay.
like that. Okay, Aether Snipe. Just full freight, 4/4. ETB bounce a permanent.
Okay. Papa Ryan with maybe no response.
Yeah. This doesn't seem like a spell worth fighting over.
Yeah. We don't. What did he choose? I missed did he choose something yet?
I
He
don't
had to
think
choose something, but we don't know what it is
I don't
yet.
think we've gotten to that point yet. I think we've just passed
Rusko
priority to
still.
Rusko, yeah.
Okay. Ah, Shadow Spinner.
Okie doke.
Not a bad target.
Yep. So Rusko's in a pretty bad way now. Doesn't have much to stand on. If South Lakes like commits to taking him out of the game, there's not much he can do about it.
He can bounce the Germ token, right?
True. Yeah.
He's got the Spell Bomb on board. But yeah, he's still going to take a lot.
Yeah. Looks like we're going to do just what you said here, bounce the Germ.
Okay.
Oh, no, we're going to bounce the Orchard Strider. Okay.
That's the one ETB.
ETB make two
right?
tokens, yeah. It's an interesting choice.
Yeah.
I mean, it definitely is the best way to preserve your life total because that's a creature that's going to have some amazingness. I mean, if you bounce the Germ, that's fine. You save yourself, but he can just re-equip the mask.
Yep. Yeah, that's true.
But I honestly think that forcing him to put the mask on a creature is something that should probably be done sooner rather than later, because then you're forcing people to interact with the actual like physical creatures on board. You're putting other players in positions where like it's more valuable to do that.
Yeah,
rather
that
than
makes
like
sense.
playing scared of the Germ. I don't know. I think it's a good consideration.
Yeah, I agree with that. He still has what's he got? Does he have a bunch of mana here still? No, not enough to cast another 6-drop, I don't think.
No. Looks like we're doing something over here for Duke Slayer.
Is he gonna
sacrifice the courier?
draw?
Could have added a mana with it. And we're sacrificing it.
And what's its ability when it's
It has
what
unearth.
does it do?
So
When
it's
it dies,
you sacrifice it to draw a card.
back it to draw a card. Okay,
Mhm.
nice. Is Ryan doing something on end step? He is.
I'm gonna scred something.
Ah.
So we get some triggers. Make a token.
Here's his lovely stack. I love
That's
it.
right. Holding it up for the world to see. So scred right now. We'll do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 5 snowlands.
Is his duel a snow? That's Molten Tributary, isn't it?
Oh, is it?
I can't tell.
Oh, you're probably right. So it might be 4. It might be 4 damage.
The shadow or the disciple?
Disciple, yeah.
He wasn't going to be able to tutor off it. Would he have been able to? Because
yeah, you could tap it with the Springleaf Drum.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
He's got the drum out.
It's going to be tough for Ryan, I think, to punch through what South Lakes is doing, especially with rebuying the Orchard Strider, like the food tokens and things. Ryan's deck deals lots of damage in very small increments, and the food tokens are going to go a long way to like kind of time walking him.
Yeah. The food tokens, and like you said, all those creatures that ETB gain 3, gain 4.
Yeah, we got the Brambleworm in the yard. They gain 5. Like, there's a lot of ways for him to bolster his life total here. It's gonna be tough for Ryan, especially because his creatures don't match up very well against big tramplers. So I think he just needs to utilize his time as much as possible, keeping the combo players alive but not comboing, so that South Lakes is incentivized to kill the combo players.
Yeah. The longer the game goes, I have a feeling that will be a lot harder to prevent them from comboing off, though.
Possibly. Yeah.
Although he probably's got some he's definitely got interaction for those.
I'm sure he does, yeah.
So, yeah, this is an interesting matchup we've got here. I'm glad to see South Lakes' deck establishing the board, like having the time to do that, so we can see it do its thing.
Yeah.
Do we know the time currently for this? That's, I guess, another thing that might come into play.
Yeah, it sure is.
It's been an hour, maybe? I don't know exactly when they started.
Maybe just shy of an hour. Yeah.
Okay.
Looks like we got a Servant of Timuret here, which is another knack combo piece. This is one of those cards that when it becomes untapped, it drains everybody. This one's interesting because the stats are let you do some interesting things. It's a 1/3 and has regenerate as well. And when it triggers, you gain life equal to the amount of life that was lost. So it drains everyone for 1 and you gain 3 rather than 1.
Really good.
Yeah. So like just, doing that on end step, even without banishing Knack to, go off, you can still every turn drain everyone for 1, gain 3 life, which is something. Looks like
really good. Little creeping bloodsucker effect there.
Yeah, pretty much. It's very similar.
Goblin says 36 minutes left for the
Sounds
round.
About right.
So thank you, Goblin.
We got a Thought Vessel here. We tap down the Servant to add a mana and cast Thought Vessel. And then we're just gonna maybe call it a day there. Not recasting Disciple. Wants to do other things. And it'll ship over to Ryan in a moment.
We've got to snuff out what's going on over there with Rusco.
Oh yeah, snuff out. We're gonna snuff something out. Would you look at that?
Doctor Who art. Love that card. What do we? Oh, now do we think he's taking the germ? Hope maybe.
No, the germ is black. He can't do that.
Oh yeah, that's right.
I'd imagine it might be one of Ryan's pingers. Since it's at Duke's end step, going into Ryan's turn, it makes me think that he's targeting one of Ryan's things. Likely not TPI. I can't. I don't imagine that would be the choice here, but probably either Flame Breather or the Witty Rosemaster is my guess. Tap some mana. We're going to counter whatever this is. Looks like.
Yeah. Try to at least.
Yep.
3 mana.
Ice out. So we're not going to bargain it. We're just going to full freight on that one. So Ice Out's the one where it has the bargain ability from Eldraine, where you can sacrifice a token when you cast it to reduce its mana value. It's like a token artifact or enchantment. I think you can sacrifice.
Okay.
And if you do that, it costs 2 blue rather than 2 blue and a colorless.
That's right. That's a Wilds of
Eldraine, yeah.
Eldraine card.
Looks like we're just going to pay 3 for it. No, doesn't want to sacrifice a token, which seems reasonable. If you have the mana to pay for it, it doesn't seem like a huge deal. So we're just going to ping everybody for another point and make another token and ping everybody for another point. Trigger, 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 trigger.
Yeah. Rusko's life is getting low. And he doesn't have his life gain out there right now.
Yep, it's going to be another turn or 2 before that's back online, even if he casts it next turn.
Yeah.
And I mean, it was bounced to his hand, so he's not going to have to pay extra commander tax on it.
That is it. That is nice.
Yeah. All right, so we're shipping with 5 tokens.
And all his mana. This is combat. He's swinging.
Yeah.
At
Roastmaster is pretty free at Rusko. I mean, nothing survives if he sends it into South Lakes. You can just block everything profitably.
Yeah.
As far as all the tokens, like it looks like he's sending the tokens at Duke Slayer, which is good because all he can do is he got the Tooth of Chiscoria and activation. You don't see many of those. They give it +1 toughness, so it can block one of the tokens. Seems good. So Duke Slayer takes 4, Rusko takes 3, and then we just pass with all of our mana up.
And 3 cards. Is that his dice at the top of his playmat? Is that his cards in hand? 3?
I think so. I want to say so. Yeah. I think he has 3 cards anyway. But yeah, it looks like on step we're going to see a Bonder's Ornament from Rusko, and then we're right on to untapping all of our stuff.
Nice. Did anyone else have a Bonder's out? I don't think so.
Nope. Sure don't.
Very, very nice use of a Bonder's.
Yeah, it's something. It's great that these mana rocks have like other ways to utilize them. I almost never find myself activating it just because it's 4 mana and tapping it. It's really expensive, and I always feel like I'm always, whenever I want to be tapping it to draw a card, I need to be doing other things instead.
Yeah.
Looks like we're going to merchant scroll here and look for a blue instant or interrupt card.
Does he have I don't know. I do not know what. There it is.
So this will deal with the token problem.
Sorry, what was it?
Echoing Truth.
Oh, Echoing Truth. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a great card to get against the TPI.
Yeah, Ryan is pretty keenly aware of how this card.
I'm sure.
And as a result, he plays a lot of things like what are they called? Heartfire, Improvised Club. These cards where you sacrifice a creature to do damage, so he can sacrifice whatever creature is targeted by the Echoing Truth to fizzle it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. See if he has that kind of thing. So we're just going to redeploy Shadow Spinner and pass, to which South Lakes will activate Glacian for
a lot.
Like 4 or 5. Let's look at the top 5. Keep 1.
1 down, 2 down, or 3. I think you put 2 there. So many.
Yeah. Okay. No we tap.
All right. He's got to start getting. What does he do? He's got to get Ryan down, right?
You know,
I don't know. I'm not sure what I would do if I were him in this situation.
It's tough. I mean, right now he has 2 creatures that can attack like reasonably well.
Mm-hmm.
He get their snipe and the germ. In terms of like things that you're going to have the risk of losing to, without much warning, it's going to be the 2 combo decks. And I
Yeah.
think you have to take that into consideration.
Yeah, you definitely have to. And he's assuming Rusko doesn't have too many tricks. He could take him out right here, right? Almost, at least. Oh, he does. He did get the life gain back, so he could block and gain a couple back. So that's nice.
Yeah, and notably, like the Aether Snipe also doesn't trample. So it looks like we're just going to attack with the germ with the mask. Looks like we're going at Duke Slayer this time.
Okay.
Just looking at the way we're touching our cards here.
And what is the creature Duke's got there to block with? That he blocked with?
It's the Refurbished Familiar. It's the
that's the familiar.
Yeah, the 2/1 flyer.
Shadow Spinner's doing something. What are we doing over there with the Shadow Spinner?
Maybe we're attacking the Shadow Spinner. It's we're not going to know until something dies.
Oh, he did attack with both.
Oh, he did. Okay, sure.
So 1 at each.
Okay, looks like the 6 went at Rusko, and then the 4 went at Duke Slayer.
Mm-hmm. And
we're just going to chump block.
Yeah, Rusko just took it.
Yeah, looks like this is what, a Greater Tanuki? 6/5 trample for 6.
Yeah.
Sure.
I love this deck. Just all the big fun things.
Yeah, big tramplers. It's are hard to beat sometimes.
Ryan's got all his mana up right now. Let's say he goes to. I mean, South Lakes isn't super low in life, but I don't know. Maybe I don't think there's anything that he could just do before, like end step, instant speed. But he could bounce. Is there a target that he could bounce to lessen the pinging damage, or would Ryan just be able to respond to the bounce with the spell bomb?
I don't know, because he's not in danger of dying to this pinging stuff. So I don't know if that's really high on the radar of things to care about right now.
Yeah.
Especially since Ryan looks like he's got what, two cards in hand right now. I thought it was 3, but it looks like 2.
I thought it was I see 2 sleeves, so we'll go with 2. I missed what Rusko took another damage. Do you know what happened there?
He gained 3 life. That's the Servant Timoret untapping. So everyone's going to lose 1. Duke Slayer's going to gain 3.
That's right. It's Duke's turn. So Ryan can just probably, assuming he's got card draw in his hand, he could probably take out Rusko on his turn or end step.
Yeah, I mean, pretty easily. All right, there's a Batter Golem.
Oh. He would need...
Needs Banishing Knack.
Banishing Knack.
And
a 0 cost. Oh,
and a payoff, yeah.
Okay.
Right now, he knack the golem, tap the golem, bounce the scale, cast the scale, and tap the golem, but it doesn't do anything.
Yeah, so he's got to get the Pact Alter or another way to drain everyone when an artifact enters.
Yeah, we're find a Mirror and Spy, maybe, but who knows? Looks like Ponder here. Make a token.
That's
make
good.
Make a ping.
1 more spell.
Yep.
And Rusko's gone.
And that's kind of what South Lakes wants to do, is just to make sure that he's not limit the amount that he has to commit to killing Rusko, like get him to that point where he can just like get him dead without having to actually attack him dead. That way he can devote all his resources on his next turn somewhere else.
What did he do to be able to shuffle? What he cast Ponder.
Right. So Ponder, you
yeah.
can put them on. You can put all three on top in any order, or you can shuffle your library.
That's right.
So Ryan did not like the top 3 cards of his library, so we're going to send them all back and draw a fresh one.
All right.
Okay.
Is that both those tokens with dice on them? They're both soldiers, right? Those are the same tokens. Yes.
Right. Yeah. The one I should say it has Summoning Sickness. That's the one that came into play this turn.
This turn.
That's why it's separate.
That makes sense. So when it comes to it, I guess it's nice the stuff that South Lakes has trample because he does have a ton of blockers, Ryan, but
yep, none of them matching up very well against these cards. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I've played lots of big green decks into TPI, and they do not match up very well against tramplers. That's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what, you're going to trade your entire board for 1/6/6?
Yeah,
I mean, not
if
great.
you have to, it doesn't feel good though. It does not feel good.
So you'll notice that Ryan stopped here. He's not doing anything else. He has 3 cards in hand. Oh no, Rusko's going to die.
Okay, never mind. Die? Did he cast? Ryan didn't cast anything else, did he?
I don't think so.
I'm not sure what happened then. Because the Ponder only did 2. He was at 3.
Maybe,
I don't know.
Maybe we missed something.
Yeah. And South Lakes is doing his thing. End step, looking at a ton of cards and choosing one. All right, let's see how much damage he can do here. Ryan does have 3 cards, a lot of mana open.
Yep.
Duke down to 15 with 2 blockers. Not great blockers for the trample, but something.
Yeah, I mean, Servant of Timuret can soak up a fair amount of damage. You know, it has 3 toughness and it also regenerates.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right, let's see these. I assume we're going combat.
I would assume.
Germ, Tanuki, and the what was that one again?
It's Aether Snipe.
Aether Snipe.
Yep.
Aether Snipe not have trample.
It does not. It's just a 4/4.
The other 2 do.
They sure do.
You gotta think the Deceit is looking a little bit scary. He's got 5 cards in hand. A little bit scary now that he's got the Golem on the battlefield.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely an indicator that they're trying to piece something together. But that's the thing is, like, you know, you need Batter Golem out there, and you need to untap with it because you need it to not have summoningness if you're going to combo.
Yeah.
Looks like we're going to tap the Servant, make a mana.
Oh, okay. Oh.
Or not. You know, we might not do that.
Taps a blue.
Just very, very slim margins right now. You really can't afford to take anything extra. All right, we're going to cast Retraction Helix.
Bounce?
Yeah, I'd imagine what we're doing here is trying to bounce an attacker. I think we're going to do that in combat. We're going to target the Golem. Golem has Summoning Sickness.
Yeah, not sure what he's doing.
Yeah, we
Pointing at all cards.
there we go. There, we did the right thing. We targeted the creature that can actually utilize the card. Okay. So yeah, this is a great thing about Banishing Knack is that like in a pinch, it's just a bounce spell, you know. And there are two of them. Banishing Knack and Retraction Helix are the same card. So if you use one, you still got the other. But this is a time where you just kind of have to use it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what we could even do is just use Retraction Helix, bounce one of the 6 power creatures, block the other one, regenerate.
Yeah. We are not. We don't know where all these attacks exactly went, though, do we?
Not explicitly, no.
Okay.
But we're gonna do something in combat here. Vines of the Vastwood.
Oh, nice.
We're gonna kick it too. So
trample.
Oh no, maybe we're not gonna kick it. We're gonna give hex. Yeah, target creature not be the target of spells or abilities your opponents control. So we're gonna get around that Retraction Helix activation.
You said you didn't see him kick it. He didn't.
I don't think he did.
Okay.
But we're gonna tap that mana. I'm gonna tap the Bishop Relief Drum for a mana.
He's got something else.
Add a black. So we got 2 mana. We're gonna
Arcane
counter.
Deny.
Okay, yeah, counter the vines. Sure.
Oh.
This is kind of what it takes right now for them to get through what South Lakes is doing. Is they like Ryan needs some interaction with the other players to buy himself time.
That's huge.
Yeah, it's a really hard position to be in when like you know that you don't match up favorably against South Lakes, and then once these combo decks are gone, it's just going to be a 1v1 because he's demonstrated that the combo decks are his priority right now to take out of the game.
Yep.
But it really sucks if you just can't rely on your opponents to contribute anything because it's tough to do on your own. So this is good. If you're Ryan, you're loving this.
So what happened?
He bounced the germ.
He bounced the germ.
I think so.
And the Tanuki untapped because of what? I'm not sure I understand why the Tanuki became untapped here.
Yeah, I don't know.
Huh.
Yeah, the germ went away, so I can only assume that that's what was bounced.
Panther, Topiary Panther, like that card.
Another 6/5 trampling, land cycling creature.
Mm-hmm. Is that Sita's Synod? Is that the indestructible artifact land?
No, it's not indestructible, but it is. This deck does play all the artifact lands because you can tap them to Glacian.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, not the indestructible one. The monocolored one.
Yeah, Darksteel Citadel is the one that you're thinking of.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess there's the bridge. There's indestructible dual artifact lands in a free color combo too. All right. So I'm going to pass turn. The Arcane Denial trigger is going to happen. So Duke Slayer is going to draw a card, and Southley's going to draw 2.
Nice.
Battle Golem does not untap until an artifact enters the battlefield.
It's down to 4 cards in hand, I believe. Duke is.
I think it's 3 now. It was 4, but I think it just made a land.
Okay.
Yep.
I see the corners there. 3 cards in hand.
Yep. Look for the corners. Gotta get creative trying to figure out how many cards people have in their hand.
So he's missing out on a pinger effect, an artifact, a way to deal damage when artifacts enter. He did have one of the untappers, but he had to use it. So he's also missing that, presumably.
Yeah, he's going to need Banishing Knack specifically, and also a payoff for recasting the artifacts. And in his deck, let me just bring it up on my computer over here. Which one? This is Duke Slayer. So we have Night Market Lookout, Pact Altair, Inservo Timrat are like the 3 big ones.
Okay.
All right, so Ethereum Sculptor, so that's going to reduce mana value of artifacts. Not sure how necessary that is now. Just because the scale is the thing you really care about. I mean, and it's the affinities brought it to 0, so it's free and has flash and all that stuff.
Yeah.
But I mean, he's got other artifacts. Who's to say that just reducing the mana cost of a third of his deck isn't the worst thing?
Yeah. Welcome, Bobby. Congratulations on your win.
The only way that it would be more stacked, Bobby, is if I were sitting on Bernie's shoulders.
That would be a stacked booth for sure.
Sure would.
We're still sitting at Duke's turn?
Yep.
He has. No, he's still going.
Yeah, this is the turn where we're going to see, I think, some hemming and hawing from Duke Slayer about how he's going to navigate the next turn cycle.
Yeah.
Because we're kind of off. Okay, we're going to do the Disciple thing.
Mm-hmm.
So this is kind of betting on, well, one of two things. Either he's counting on surviving until his next turn, or he's just needs 3 toughness to throw in front of a Trampler.
Yeah. Okay.
Because I'm trying to think, like, from South Lakes, he's at least going to probably spend 5 mana committing to re-equipping the mask onto something.
Yep.
And then that makes it a little more vulnerable to interaction because you lose out on all that 6 damage plus the creature if it gets bounced or removed or whatever. So like you can open it up to some tempo loss that way.
And the Panther, does that have trample?
Sure does.
That does have trample also. So
yeah, same thing as Greater Tanuki basically, as far as like the combat stats, 6/5 trampler for 6. All right, so Ryan's got a Cloud of the Dominus. I'm going to put that on TPI. It's just a good way to protect it, honestly. It saves it from sweepers, like Breath Weapon and those sorts of things. Kind of does a lot of stuff. Gives it Shroud, gets it up to 3 toughness, gives it haste if you want to attack, and gives it +2/+2, so it's 4/3 right now. Also gets you a couple triggers.
Yeah, which I'm sure are very valuable to Ryan at this moment, especially with only 2 cards.
Yeah. A lot of mana, not a lot of cards.
Does any of his artifacts there? I can't tell what those bottom 2 under. Did any of those sack to draw cards, or any of those
quite make them out? But I'd imagine not. I think that if they were able to do that, it would have been cashed in a while ago.
Yeah. All right.
Another big Glacian activation. Looks like 4, 5, 6, something like that.
Yeah. Yep, 6, 7. A full starting hand's worth of cards to dig through here.
Yep. Gonna keep 1, send the rest to the bin.
Some lands, some mana rocks there.
Mostly lands and mana rocks.
Hopefully, if you're digging 7 deep, you got another one of your beaters at least.
Yeah, I think
something to protect with.
I'd be surprised if you didn't have another thing. But like now, see, this is the thing where you're kind of, I don't know. He doesn't have a ton of mana. I know it's kind of been, I mean, he's got 11, 12 or whatever, but each of his threats costs 6.
Yeah.
So it becomes tough to like double spell threats, which is like the biggest tempo boost you can get yourself.
Mm-hmm. He does have a lot of threats on board, and if his hand's full of bounce and protection, I don't know how much protection spells yours. I imagine there's a decent amount though. That could be enough.
Not
for
a lot.
It's
It's mostly just
while.
As far as like instant speed stuff. It's mostly just bounce and like combat interaction.
Okay.
So if, like for example, we have like a seal of removal here. It's gonna sacrifice it to bounce a creature. It's great with tramplers just because a blocked creature doesn't add its toughness to stopping trample damage.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to spend 5, probably put the mask on the Aether Snipe, if I had to guess, the one creature that doesn't have trample. Or we're going to put it on Galandra, getting for some commander damage. Sure.
Nice. Galandra now and 9, 12?
7, 8.
Wait. Oh, Galandra. Right. He put it on Galandra.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. 7, 8.
And then we're casting something else here. The Sky Shaper, so give everything flying.
Sweet. Love that card.
It's pretty good.
Nobody has flying right now.
Yeah.
28's a lot of damage, though. Did he have to get there?
Mm-hmm.
It does run a ram through would be big. He's got that in his deck.
Yeah.
Send in the team here.
Yeah, go for it.
2, 3, 4.
So that's what, 7, 11 plus 12, 23 damage.
Yep.
I imagine Duke Slayer does not survive. That's my best guess.
Yeah.
But the thing is, like, you need to be careful. This is kind of goes back to what I was saying about like slim margins. Is if you just attack him with like one creature, because he's dead to like one creature, right? And if you just attack him with one and he bounces it or whatever, then he's still alive. So you have to commit. I mean, I would probably commit 2 creatures to this attack if I'm attacking Duke Slayer.
Yeah. Looks like the commander went at Ryan.
Yep, we're sacking the Sky Shaper.
Nice.
So we're sending it all at Ryan.
Oh, okay. Well, he's in a good spot as long as Duke doesn't have.
Yes, he's leaving them both alive in the expectation that he will be able to kill both of them on his next turn.
Yeah. Nice.
Yep.
I would say that was a good attack.
It's risky, but you know,
yeah,
is what it is. We'll see.
Yeah, you're right. I'm looking at his deck. There's not a lot of interaction outside of some pump spells. Not even a lot of those. Bounce. A lot of bounce.
Mm-hmm.
Does have one counter spell if he needs it.
Gonna tap 2 mana here. Looks like the Seed of the Sun out of the command tower to cast one last thing. Ram through. Okay.
Isn't that? What is that?
That's ram through on Galanra. Yeah. So we'll probably, like, if we're trying to kill Ryan here, he's gonna ram through on a token. So he'll deal 1 to the token and 6 to Ryan, but it looks like Ryan might have other plans.
Resculpt.
Okay.
Yeah, that'll do it. That'll save him for now.
Yep.
South Lakes gets a 4/4 out of it. I assume he's choosing. Oh, is he choosing his token? How is this working?
He might be targeting his token
to fizzle the spell.
Yeah, it'll fizzle the spell because it needs 2 targets.
Okay, so then that will also ping to 2. Yep, Duke's down to 2. And Ryan has 4 Post Malones. What is that? Oh, that's his. That's his 4/4? Okay,
yeah,
got it. I was like, what are we doing here?
He has 1 4/4 Post Malone.
Nice.
Or whatever. Yeah.
MTG Malone. MTG Malone. The arena streamer. Okay, nice.
That means I don't know who that is. All right. Looks like we're gonna tap some things, do some stuff on our instep here, and untap. Looks like we may or may not have. Well, we've got a trigger from the servant first. It looks like.
So he'll gain 2 back. Nice.
Yep. And I think we have a disciple trigger, so I'm going to discard this mystical teachings, and I think that's a 4.
Okay, so he could get Pact Altair.
Could also get, could get Pact Altair. That's probably the one.
And if he's got the,
so if he has Banishing Knack, then that'll do it. If he gets Pact Altair here and has Banishing Knack, or draws Banishing Nag. Who knows?
Yeah.
He could randomly draw it.
Yeah.
Then that would be it.
Assuming Ryan's got one card. One card? I think one.
That's right, and nobody knows what it is. It could be
Nobody
anything.
knows. Do we know? We don't know, right? I don't remember if I do know.
Yeah, there's Pactol Terror. Okay.
Oh, we got a 5 minutes left. One, I don't remember. I didn't see how long ago that was, but
Not that long ago. Maybe maybe we have like 2 minutes left. 3 minutes tops. All right, we're draw for turn. Get the Pactol Terror. We have that one. Okay. And he's got 2 other cards in hand, or 3 other cards. Looks like so. This is the time.
I've not been following chat, but yes, stacking, legal in Utah. You get on my shoulders anytime. We can go anywhere you want to go. Arena is fake. That was fake. That was my bad. Clay, Arena, fake format.
All right, here we go. Now we're casting some spells. 2 colorless, a black. What else?
Show it to us. Do you got it, Duke?
Pactol Terror. Okay.
Okay. Does he have it? Last 2 cards. Can he pull it off?
He could be cheeky and do it on somebody else's turn.
Oh,
because Scale does have flash. So you could be a little cheeky like that, but
do you risk that with a
hold on, one blue? This smells like a Banishing Nag.
Yeah, it does.
I'm sniffing it. It smells like a Banishing Nag. If he taps any other mana, I'm not as convinced. We're adding a mana.
Yeah. Wishing Well.
Wishing Well. All right, so we float a mana. Mostly doing that just because the Witching Well is going to let us untap our Golem. Then we get to scry 2 on ETB and drain everybody for 1.
Okay.
With the Pactol Terror.
And the Pactol also gains... Does the Pactol gain him life?
Yes, it does.
Yeah. That's helpful.
It ain't bad.
No.
Looks like we're passing there.
And, okay. South Lakes is sitting on that seal and removal, which is nice. He's got 1, 2 other blockers. I cannot tell what all those things are.
And we're casting a mana rock here. It looks like, I think, a Mind Stone.
Okay.
I don't know.
Down to 11.
Thought Vessel, Mind Stone. It's one of those.
Yeah.
I think it's a Thought Vessel.
Yeah, I think you're right.
The stinky promos. Can never tell what they are. All right, and then we get some triggers. 2 triggers on the ETB of that artifact token. 1 card left. What are we doing with it?
Got it.
I'm going to cast whatever it is. Tapping some cards.
Hopefully it can draw him something, or that's really his only shot here, I think, right? Get some more cards in his hand.
We're filtering.
That's a lot.
Yeah, we're filtering into the Prism. And what do we got? On the edge of my seat.
Yeah.
Massive Raid. That's a good one.
What does that one do?
Deals damage to target creature or player equal to the number of creatures you control.
Okay.
Which for Ryan is several.
Yep. So
if he aims this at South Lake's head, he probably dies.
Oh, it goes anywhere, any target.
Yeah, it goes anywhere.
Okay.
So the spell's on the stack. We're going to make a token before the spell resolves. So the token's going to enter. We're going to ping twice. And this all happens before the Massive Raid. So everyone's going to go down 2. That puts South Lakes to 9. And then Ryan has way more than 9 creatures.
Yep. Dang, that was a huge final card in hand.
So, are we knacking in response? This is sick.
Oh, he did have it.
Yeah. This is what I was talking about, being cheeky.
Yeah. Okay.
So we're knacking in response. So South Lakes is in a position where, like, what do you want to lose to? I think, assuming the master raid goes at South, because if this massive raid resolves and kills South Lakes vibes, then Ryan can attack Duke Slayer with all of his creatures, and I think win that way. I think he's more than enough creatures to do that. So yeah, we're knacking right now.
And doing this right now,
unless we wait to interact until the loop kills Ryan. Right?
Okay. Yeah.
So, like, with all of these things on the stack, none of Ryan's triggers have resolved. We have Battered Golem with the knack. So if Duke Slayer does a handful of loops here
he goes.
He'll kill Ryan before he kills South Lakes vibes. Then with the next one on the stack, he can bounce the Golem. I think is what's happening here.
Yeah. Dang. So yeah, South Lakes is like, who wins? South Lakes?
Yeah, most likely. But the thing is that, like, you need to, if we're going to interact at a specific point, we need to get to the point where that happens.
Yeah.
And then I think we'll probably go to time in the round, honestly.
Oh, that's right. Oh, yeah.
So once we pass out of Ryan's turn,
sounds like it might
the game
be
will end.
Close to time.
I think it is time. Yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
Those are the hands of desperation, I see.
Yeah, they are.
I'm doing them for the folks at home.
So it's a tie then, right?
Yeah, this will probably be a draw. That's my best guess.
Draw.
Just got to see people's hands get out of their screens. We'll see who starts. Once they start scooping up the cards, that's a pretty clear indicator that the game's over.
Yeah. And remind me, rules of draw, all four, it's a draw for all four, even if, so like Rusco.
Yeah, it should be.
It's a draw.
Yep.
Yep. Pod 5 draw. There we go. Oh, wait, that was not us. We are pod 4. Pod 5, though, ended in a draw.
This is kind of like one of the things about a deck like Galandra and Glacian is that it is not fast, and you are winning with a small amount of large threats. So it takes turns to kill everybody, and if you get interrupted or interacted with, it sets you back, and you lose a lot of tempo, and this is a situation that you can end up in.
Yeah. And Duke just wasn't able to get his combo pieces quick enough, early enough.
Yeah, I mean, the seal of removal just kind of puts you in a space where, you know, you can't just throw out your combo. You have to wait for your opening, and when you have no more room to wait, you just have to do it, and that's what we're seeing here.
Yeah.
And that massive rage just forces everything to come to a head immediately.
Yeah. Yeah. That was very interesting end to the game.
Yeah. So unless I hear otherwise, I'm going to assume that was a draw.
Yeah, I think that's what they're all talking about right now. And it sounds like this would be the third draw out of the 5 pods. So we had our 2 winners laying low. The Weavers are the 2 winners.
Everybody else couldn't decide.
Well,
interesting.
Congrats to Clay and Bobby, the only 2 round 1 winners.
Yeah, I mean, that's that many draws. You can definitely find yourself in situations like that when you have a lot of combo decks that are just kind of getting in each other's way. It takes a lot of time.
Yeah.
Yep. And like, we have very few dedicated aggro decks in this tournament. So, you know, there's nobody really pushing to resolve things before the end of the clock, except for like the combo decks that are just going for it.
Yeah.
So either they have it or they don't, and if they don't, the game's just not going to end. Okay, so that's time in the round. I think we're gonna, do pairings and get all that stuff situated, and we'll come back for round number 2. Yeah, really cool games, really interesting. You kind
That
of get to
was fun.
see a lot of the intricacies of this format and like what tends to matter, what tends to slip through the cracks, where you have to position yourself. It's playing a full game of Magic to get to your combo. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Unless you're Weavers, apparently.
Yeah. Turn 4 for play. Jeez, that was so fast.
Yeah, that was something. That was something.
Gone.
You know what? We might be gone.
We might
But
be gone. kept 7. Bobby's kept 7.
Oh boy, everybody. We are back for round number 2. And we've got... we have a game among games, that's for sure. For all of you who do not remember round 1, or we're not here for round 1, let me introduce you in the top left to Clay Lindsay on Lay Weaver, Lore Weaver. Took down the first game of the tournament in about 4 turns on the Simic combo deck. But not to be outdone, we have Bobby Fine of Sanctuary, formerly SanctuaryPDH.com, on the same commanders, Lay or Lever is what we'll pronounce it as, because my mouth is not as agile to be able to pronounce. It's a real tongue twister, I'll tell you that much. These were the only 2 games, in my understanding, that actually won in time last round.
Yeah,
everything else went to a draw. But this one, I don't think is going to hit a draw. We got these 2 combo decks up front, very redundant, very consistent, like known quantity combo decks. But we've also got Hardcore Ashy down in the bottom right on Soul Herder. So this is Azoria's kind of like flicker-based deck. For if you're not aware with the card, it's a 1/1 for 3. During your end step, you get to flicker anything on your battlefield. You exile it and it returns. So it has a lot of ETB effects to take advantage of that. And whenever you do that, it also puts a 1/1 counter on the Soul Herder. Whenever something gets exiled, you get a counter on the Soul Herder. So it grows itself to become a combat threat in its own right. But then in the bottom left, we have a blue Abdel Adrian deck. So another combo deck that's looking to flicker some stuff, have Abdel come in, exile a bunch of things. You flicker Abdel, all those things re-enter, you get all the ETB triggers. Oftentimes you'll see this in combination with an Archaeomancer to return your flicker spell to your hand. And you can just rinse and repeat, generate infinite soldiers, draw cards, whatever ETB effects you have, you can do them in perpetuity. What are your thoughts? What are your thoughts, Bernie? That's a lot going on.
There's going to be so much going on in this game. I don't know. Seeing Clay win so fast in the first round makes me. I don't know how I can not suspect he'll be up to some shenanigans, especially keeping 7 this time. Must be a great hand.
Yeah,
so gonna have to watch out for that for sure. I'm really excited to see Soul Herder though. I don't know if I've actually seen a Soul Herder deck get played, but I can imagine this deck's going to be doing a lot of shenanigans and getting big.
Yeah, and the thought that I was going to say here, before I'll lead into it by just noting that Clay plays a Sappers and Scary on his first turn. It's a land that enters tapped with 2 depletion counters, and whenever you tap it for mana, you add 2 blue and remove a counter. So when it has 0 counters, it dies. So it's just a way to ramp out your commander. This is a situation where we have 2 very fast and consistent combo decks in the top of your screen, and 2 consistent yet slower combo decks in the bottom. These Azorius decks do not go as fast as the Simic decks. They don't have they don't have a lot of consistency issues. They're doing the same thing every game, pretty effectively. There's gonna be a lot of fighting over what's happening this game. The Azorius decks really need to make sure that they can stop the early win attempts should they present themselves, because they do have a lot of inevitability. Like once Abdel gets going, he does his thing. Once Soul Herder gets going, they generate tons of incremental value, but it's just that incremental, right? So we need to get to that point. That's the most important thing here.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, those depletion lands, man, I don't know how I feel about them. I like them a lot if you need them early and can afford to lose them, because I mean now he's just got essentially 1 land unless he can. Does just because he just has to stop using that depletion land,
right?
Or he uses it for 1 turn and then it's gone.
Yeah, I mean they're really, really good in situations where you need to ensure a consistent play pattern, right? Like for example, this is nothing to do with this game, but the card Dream Pod Druid. It's a 2 mana creature. If it's enchanted, you make a sapper that everyone's upkeeps. But the idea is that you want to play it and enchant it as soon as you can. And for that purpose, the green version of this card, where you add 2 green mana on 1 land, is very, very powerful because you ensure that play pattern consistently.
Yeah.
Scary here is doing something similar in the Weaver's deck. You just want to get out your commander as fast as you can. And like on this turn here, that's coming around to Clay, like he's going to be able to cast his commander. Playing Lay Weaver on turn 2 or turn 3 is really, really powerful.
Yeah. And unfortunately, do I see this correctly? Abdel missed their second land drop.
It would appear as though they did. A one
bad.
lander is that's not good. I'll tell you that much. Looks like Clay is going to cash in his Sappers and Scary, add 2 blue, use one of it to land cycle away for a forest. So this is going to basically allow Clay to use that blue floating mana, his 2 lands, and the untapped land untapper he has, the Omen whatever. I don't remember what it's called. Omen something, battle something. It's a 2 mana 1/1 that untaps a land. He's gonna have 4 mana to play his commander this turn, which is kind of where he wants to be.
Okay. Okay. Well, then a good use of that depletion land.
Yeah. Yeah, in these decks, it's not as bad to lose the land because you have so many ways to shore up the mana between your untappers and all these other things.
Oh, plus Utopia Sprawl here. I believe that's what
no, this is Fertile Ground.
Fertile Ground, okay.
Yep. So it's 2 mana, put it on a land. Whenever you tap the land for mana, you get to add an additional mana of any color.
Okay.
The difference with a lot of these land auras, obviously, is like some of them are templated to add additional mana when you play. Oh, there's a sneeze in my background here. Whenever you tap it, there are auras that add additional mana, and there are auras that you need to tap. The land gains the ability tap, add, whatever.
Okay.
Yeah. Wow. Double up here.
Okay.
Alrighty. So it looks like people got their work cut out for them here. Clay's pretty far ahead. Another land untapper as well. Tons of mana.
Jeez. Yeah. If you're Abdel, you're not feeling good about your start here, I don't think.
Like if they hit their land drop on their next turn, they'll have 2 mana, and Clay will have access to 10.
Oh my goodness.
All
right, and Bobby, what is that card? Is that a far trap?
It's a Satyr Wayfinder. No, not Satyr Wayfinder. What's the name of it?
Voyaging Satyr.
Voyaging Satyr, yeah. Satyr Wayfinder is the one that mills and you get a land. But
yeah,
Voyaging Satyr, yeah. There's so many of these cards, I cannot keep them all straight.
Yeah.
Right,
10 mana. Jeez. He's had 3 turns. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
We're on turn 3.
Yep. Bobby's going to play his land. And figure out how we're going to... Oh, we're just going to cast the Weaver. That's one way to catch up.
Yeah.
Obviously, it doesn't give you access to nearly as much mana as Clay does, but it keeps you in it.
Yeah. And if he has some land enchantments next turn, he could get some decent mana.
Yeah, and the thing you have to keep in mind with Lay Weaver is that like it does go infinite at the drop of a hat. So like getting it on board when you can, if you have nothing better to do, is always a fine thing to do. Because from what we've seen, maybe people aren't as keen on removing it as soon as they should have.
Yeah.
All right.
And is that a Heliod's Pilgrim right there?
Yep, that's right. That's a Heliod's Pilgrim. So hardcore Ashy over here, our Soul Herder player, is going to be searching for an aura, put it into their hand. I'm just going to close my door here 5 feet away real quick. I'll be right back.
Be good. Plenty of auras to choose from here. Yeah, maybe
just don't want any more big sneezes coming through. All right. All right. Arrest, not a bad one. Arrest is good. I mean, it's expensive. There are other cards that do this for 2 mana, I think, but it ain't bad. It does what you want it to do against things like Lay Weaver because it cuts off their activated abilities.
Yeah, I'm not seeing any cheaper ones in their deck, so that's the cheapest one they put in.
Fair enough. There it is. Yeah, I mean, card has not aged terribly. It still does what you
Yeah.
need it to do.
Oh no, did it? Oh, they're waiting. Okay,
Yeah.
not passing the turn yet.
Yeah, we're just shuffling up right now and probably present a cut in a few seconds here.
Makes sense.
And then we'll see if Abdel can hit their second land.
Oh man,
It's really hard because, I mean, that's the thing. The big hurdle with Abdel is how slow it can be because you need to get up to your 5-mana commander
yeah,
to get anything going. So being stuck on 2 lands or 1 land, even 2 without, you may have a mana rock, which is why they gambled on the 1 land hand, but
true.
even still, it's a tough spot.
Yeah, I mean they're running plenty of those, so that's a good point.
Yeah.
Did they get it?
Hooray!
And followed up mana rock? No. Okay,
Okie dokie. That's disappointing.
that is disappointing.
Yep.
No blue either.
No blue. Yeah. This is kind of a worst case scenario.
Dang.
All right. Clay's gonna hit his land drop. So we've got what? 1, 2, 5, 8, 11 mana available if Clay goes all in here. So much.
So much.
All right. We're just gonna cast our Weavers.
And pass. Maybe.
Maybe it could be. You never know.
So that one forest right there is tapping for 5. Is that right, or is it 4?
3.
Oh, each one of those is adding 1.
Right.
Okay, so it's 3 each activate each tap. Okay. Opal Palace for
Opal Palace.
Bobby.
Do love me an Opal Palace. Deceptively good in a deck like Weavers, where not only do you want to your Weavers keep dying, they enter and they get bigger and bigger and bigger, whatever. That's cool. But the big thing about Opal Palace is that it gives you the counter for the Vision Graph Mage that we saw in
That's
round
right.
1.
Yeah, that came in clutch.
Yep. Just gives you an extra line to go infinite. That's the thing is, diversifying lines away from exclusively relying on something like Free from the Real.
Yeah, that makes total sense. Clay is
just letting everyone know that he has a library of cards. All right. So land aura that adds a counter. New Horizons, is that what we decided it was?
Yeah, New Horizons is the one that adds the counter. Is that what he just played?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, let me bring up his list on my other screen here. So we're going to follow along. Oh no, maybe that's one that gains 3 life. Verdant Haven. No, not Verdant Haven. What's it called? Oh, there's so many of these stupid cards. Oh my goodness. Gift of Paradise.
Gift of Paradise.
ETB gain 3. Yeah. This is one that gives the land the ability to tap for 2 mana, so it doesn't add additional mana, but it
gotcha.
It lets you tap for
all
2.
Right.
Looks like we're going to untap those 2 lands with our Lightweaver.
Okay.
There's all kinds of mana shenanigans going on. Shenanigans, I call it. All right, we got an Orchard Spirit. Is that the name of this card?
I know. Is that an untapper also?
It is, yeah.
Okay.
Oh no, Blossom Dryad. Orchard Spirit is one that is can't be blocked except by creatures with flying or reach or something like that. Never mind. Gosh, so many cards that are just they're so similar in the artwork that it's like, oh, I know what that is. It's what is it? The thing where people not knowing how Berenstain Bears is spelled.
Yeah. The
Mandela Effect.
Mandela. That's the one. Yeah.
That's the one. That's what I'm suffering from in spades right now.
Okay, now if you're gonna arrest something, which one are you taking? Bobby's or Clay's? Probably
Clay's represents way more mana.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, yeah, probably. I mean, it doesn't do a whole lot because they still have other land untappers.
Yeah, 2 of them.
but you know, clay does represent more mana.
Yeah. Do you
Also,
go for that now?
I
Probably.
mean,
Unless you have something else. Yeah, looks like it. Oh no.
now we're just gonna cast Soul Hoarder, get more auras. Seems good to me. It's
Yeah.
tough because, like, you know, you have to also keep in mind that whatever you arrest, you are still what you're doing is basically just indicating to the table that like they're less of a threat now, which isn't necessarily true.
Yeah.
So it also goes a long way to kind of pushing people in certain directions. So we're going to slip through space on that Helios Pilgrim, get him in there for 1,
Oh, nice. And draw.
and draw a card. Yep. Maybe not thinking that they're going to need that one later on. Just cash it in.
Yeah.
Hit clay for 1, looks like, and then end step will trigger Soul Herder. She comes back. Get another aura.
Yeah. Similar going back to the last round with TPI, right? A lot of triggers, a lot of brain power going into these blink decks. This one probably.
Yeah, a lot of stuff to remember.
Yeah.
Like playing these interactive decks, right, where you're getting all of these auras. Oh, Steel of the Godhead, sure. Why not? So this is one, for those of you unfamiliar, this is kind of an all-star. It's a hybrid blue-white, 2 colorless aura. If the enchanted creature is white, it gets lifelink and a +1/+1, and if it is blue, it gets +1/+1 and cannot be blocked.
Yeah.
So it turns that Soul Hoarder into a threat.
Yeah, huge threat. +2, lifelink, unblockable. And all the counters that it's going to get, that's going to be huge. Can it be fast enough, though, against those 2 Weavers going off already?
That's the question.
Luckily, it doesn't have to worry yet about the Abdel deck too much, but
yeah, what I suspect might happen is unless someone finds a window to cleanly push their combo through, you're going to see like one of them attempt to go off and the other one be forced to stop them. But we'll see. You discard a hand size, get rid of a Sigil of Sleep. Interesting. And then down to Abdel. All right, land number 3 off the top. Called shot.
Uh-oh.
All right, I've got egg on my face now.
Oh, no.
Egg all over my face.
Oh, bummer. That's too bad. You hate to see that.
Yeah, that stinks.
I'm sure Clay and Bobby and Hardcore Ashy don't mind seeing it, but as viewers, we don't like it.
I mean, if I'm the Soul Herder player, I want as many people up and having mana to interact with these cards. So
that yeah, that's true.
It's one less there to interact with the combo stuff.
Does Clay go for it? Does he have it? 4 mana.
Comes the other one. Clay does this a lot, where even if he doesn't have a way to go infinite, he'll still play out the Weaver with like this much mana, because he can still activate to draw 2 cards.
Yeah. Yeah, that seems like a good idea.
Looks like we're untapping the forest. Gonna track our mana a little bit here.
Tap 3.
Yep.
A blue.
One blue and then 2 green.
Oh, because the auras can choose.
Yeah, so Fertile Ground can give you one of any color, but Wild Growth adds a green and it's a forest. So yes, it's always going to give you 2 green and a blue.
Okay.
So that's 6 mana, and then 7 will give him 2 cards off of the Weaver.
Still has 2. Are those both? Those are both islands right there. Yep. That he's tapping. Yeah.
Yep. So it looks like we're gonna draw 2 cards.
Very good. And the Ley Weaver can still untap 2 lands.
Yeah, it can get the big old Ord one, and then either the forest or the island, depending on what he needs.
So it could still technically have 5 mana to do something.
Yeah, I mean, it's got plenty open.
But
and we're gonna do it. Why not? Why not now?
Yeah. He's a turn later than last game, but
all right.
My guess is that Bobby's probably got something to interact with, potentially. Two, 3, 4, 5 mana.
Looks like we're just gonna pass it.
Okay. That is one option.
Looks like Bobby's gonna do something on instep here. Add 2 blue. Untap the land. We're gonna wizard cycle. Wizard cycle our step through.
Okay.
So this can get Vision Graph Mage. I'm not sure what other wizards they play. Graph Mage is the big one. Let's see.
They have 5 wizards. Well, 3 outside.
Galvanic Alchemist is another one.
Okay.
That's Soul Bonds. So probably just go with one of those as a way to go infinite. Alchemist is pretty close. I think he just needs to have his one Weaver activation needs to generate 4 mana.
Okay, yeah. Did he show us? No, he hasn't.
So okay, we're gonna go with Graft Mage. But you see that Alchemist pull up to the front too.
And does his Weaver have a counter on it yet?
No, it does not. So he'd have to give it a counter. But looking at his list, there are several ways to do it. There is a land aura that will. I mean, there's a couple land auras that will. Obviously, we know those. Also, like Snakeskin Veil, he has that.
Guy's Gift.
Guy's Gift.
Oh yeah, a bunch. Shore Up.
Well, Shore Up doesn't give a counter though.
Oh, does it not? Just +1/+1? That's right. Yeah. That one's +1/+1.
Yeah. So yeah, just needs to put a counter on it. Notably, Bobby's deck doesn't play all of the 1 mana green spells that put a counter on your creature or whatever that Clay does. Okay, Snakeskin Veil will do it.
Yep.
Yeah, Bobby uses the ones that he can use as protection spells, whereas Clay's he uses the ones that give your thing a +1/+1 counter and untap it, so it's like a little ritual there. You get to untap your creature, untap more stuff.
Yeah. So he gets the counter, and he's got some floating mana here, right? I can't tell exactly how much, but he's got some floating mana.
I think that was at the end of Clay's turn.
Oh, okay. The wizard cycling was done at end step.
Yeah. So now we're going to tap some mana. Add 2 blue from the land with the aura, and then 2 green from those forests, and a 3rd blue. So we have 5 mana, untap. Add some more blue mana. Add some more blue mana. We love our blue mana. Okay, there's the Graph Mage.
Yeah.
With 4 blue floating.
And 2 cards? Clay's giving the thumbs up. Maybe he doesn't have something.
Well, he just needs to have the land generate 1 more mana.
Okay.
Or does he have it?
Oh, Clay's picking up the hand. Is that his own Graph Mage?
Oh, no, he doesn't. because Weaver untaps 2 lands. So yeah. So this is the game.
Yeah. Oh, Clay's just showing what he had.
Right. He was going to do it next turn.
Gotcha. There we go. Weavers.
This is what it does. This is like if you this is the thing. People like to say, you know, Weavers is, you know, unbeatable or whatever. This is the thing. If you're playing against Weavers, you need to mulligan to something that can interact with Weavers.
Yeah.
That's just the bottom line. It's simple. I mean, it's not. It's just tournament play, man. You know, it's not a complicated concept. You can't like tap out willy nilly when people have that much mana. I don't know. That's just what the deck does.
Yeah, and
it's
does
a known
it very
quantity.
well.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was rough though for Abdel.
Yeah, would like to see a little bit more there. But you know, is what it is. It's what I was, you know, worried about. Is this Tuazori's just not getting online fast enough, and
yep, you nailed that.
Yep, getting owned. All right, so now that that's done, congratulations to Bobby, I suppose. We're gonna run down to pod number 2. So let's head on down there now. Yes. Going on down to pod number 2. And this one, let's see. So this is an interesting pod. Okay, so a couple things that we've already seen. Shadow Spinner, Ghost of Ramirez DiPietro. We've seen these decks, not to this extent. The game that we saw Ghost in ended pretty quick. Shadow Spinner kind of got hated out of the game that we saw the last round. We've got in the bottom left Alcadron on Xiaojun, who he won the last Sanctuary event with this deck. It's kind of like an control-y pinger deck that has like a couple cool pivot points. You know, it's a 3/3 on your turn. It has flying and first strike, so it can attack well. It also lets you tap 2 untapped artifacts you control to deal 1 damage to the entire table. So you get to do some pinger stuff, get to do some combat stuff. Really flexible deck, get to run a lot of interaction removal, etc. In the top left, for those of you who are unaware, after Skirmish Rhino was spoiled last month, our dear friend and patron Christopher One More Game MagicTheGathering.com decided for this event Skirmish Rhino will be legal. So here we see it. It's a 3 mana 3/4 white green black 3/4 trample. ETB, deal 2 damage to everybody. You gain 2 life. This deck is more of a mid-range deck. There are 2 Skirmish Rhino decks in the tournament. One is this kind of mid-rangey deck. The other one is a combo deck, a persist combo deck. Bernie, what are your thoughts? What are your thoughts on Skirmish Rhino?
I think it's awesome. I'm super happy we've got it in the format now. I do think there are better options if you're going to build it to just be a drain and gain type deck. But having 3 colors to do that, I love it. Plus, having a baby Siege Rhino, it's just awesome.
Yeah, you know, I not one to discount the fact that like getting more commanders in these color combinations is really good. Obviously, we only have 1 right now, Armament Core, but this is going to be the second, and hopefully more. I just wish that this card did something interesting instead of just being like a more efficient, good stuff pile type of commander. You know?
Yeah, that's fair. That's very fair. I do. Yeah. I think getting the 3 colors though for this style of deck is very beneficial too. If you want to do that, try that. So
yeah, I mean, you know, it's obviously it's just it's a creature with an ETB. So you know, obviously it lets you do all the flicker stuff, all of the graveyard scam stuff. But I just wish it did something mechanically interesting.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that completely. I like building decks more that give you a better engine to build around instead of just ETB
just like a thing. Yeah.
Like static or activated abilities. I prefer those over ETBs, like one-time things happening for sure.
Yeah. So if you notice here, Max on the Skirmish Rhino, he's going to cast Aviator Mechanic. This is a card. It's a 2/2 for 2. ETBs, it lets you bounce a creature from your battlefield back to your hand. So he's going to pick up a Siege Rhino here, Skirmish Rhino rather, and most likely recast it. Drain everybody for 2.
Yeah. Alcadron with a very beautiful playmat, if I say so myself.
Oh yeah, how about that,
huh? Also about Dave's deck, the one that he won with Sanctuary, as you said last month. I listened to his podcast, his interview with Clay over on CPDH Guide. Talked about some things that he's going to change moving forward, and I looking at his list, it looks like he did make those changes. He cut out all four of his pingers, his pingers from last time.
Sure.
He said he didn't see them as providing much value, so cut them all out.
Yeah. Hey, can't argue with that.
No.
All right. Looks like Quartz here. We're gonna sacrifice a blood token, discard a Mind Stone, draw a card. Looks like he's got kind of his engine online here. A card that the Excavated Wall lets him mill cards from off his library. Ghost can let him get those cards back when it deals combat damage. And he's got the Ketis as well, so a lot of spread damage going on here.
Yeah. Life gain proving valuable, it looks like, so far.
Yeah, life gain's good.
Yet again, life gain.
Yeah, I mean, when there's this many ways to deal spread damage in the format, like even like 3-point, like food tokens, just like will have the potential to dramatically shift the course of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. What is Rusko got going? What does he have? Is that
He's got a Shadow Spinner and a roll token.
Yeah, I don't know which one.
I'm not sure which one. So no matter what roll it is, it'll, unless it's the cursed one, which I doubt, it'll give a +1/+1, so it'll be a 3/4.
Nice.
It's like Quartz going to combat here. Swing and Ghost, Swing and Ketis. Yeah, get them both in there.
Okay, so it's the Wicked one. It's from Not Dead After All.
Okay, makes sense.
So +1/+1, and when that aura goes away, each opponent loses a life.
All right, looks like they're both going in. Yeah, I mean, Rusko's a pretty easy get here with no blockers. Pretty much guarantees your Ghost trigger and the spread damage from your Ketis triggers.
Yeah.
But Dave's going to respond with a Galvanic Blast, which has Metalcraft, because he's got the Nurok Replica, the Tormod Script, and Bridge, an artifact land. So we got 4 damage. I'd imagine going at the Ghost, but I could be wrong. Maybe at the Ketis. The Ketis would stop the spread damage, and I'd imagine that's what Dave cares about a little bit more here.
What is that full art card above the furnace on Quartz's board there? Do you know what that one is?
I want to say it's a Mana Rock, but I don't know. I'm kind of leaning in real close.
No, I can't tell what that is.
I can't tell. It's a secret lair or promo of some kind, but I don't know.
Okay.
All right, so Ghost is gone. Looks like Ketis connects for 2, hits everybody for 2, spreads that around. I'm getting word from a reporter in the field that it's a Springleaf drum. Okay, figured it out.
Our reporters in the field, they do the dirty work.
Yeah, I've got a large organization here. All right, I'm going to recast the Ghost. Get him back in there with 2 counters. So filter through the Opal Palace. Oh my goodness, my dog is complaining at me. What gives you the right? Okay.
So, what did he Galvanic Blast? I missed.
He dealt 4 damage to the Ghost of Verminius Pietro with the Galvanic Blast for 4.
Okay.
And then Quartz recasted the Ghost, filtering mana through the Opal Palace, so he enters with 2 counters. So it's a 4/5
Got it.
now.
Nice.
Looks like Rusko's going to throw out an Arcum's Ashley. What is your problem? Give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
You're good. You're good. All right. Draws off the Arcum's Astrolabe, maybe. Thinking about drawing.
Yeah, Astrolabe trigger gets you a card. And we've got what? We've got a lot of artifacts here. We've got 4.
Yeah. 5 cards in hand.
Bobby, my dog's treat was to be let out of my office. All right. Cranial plating. Okay, that'll do it. This is a good way to lifelink off of your Shadow Spinner.
Oh, geez, yeah.
So that'll bump it up. So it's a 3/4 with the roll. So that gives it an extra 5 power. So
Yeah.
8/4 Shadow Spinner. That's one way to fight back against the Rhino Drain. That's for sure.
Sure, yeah. Catch back up.
Yeah.
Also, dig super deep.
Yeah, that's nothing to say of the draw 8, discard 8 every turn.
Yeah. Especially with 5 cards still in hand. Jeez, just look at 13 cards, choose your best 5. I'd take that any day. Doing some math.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like, Dave has the option to bounce it with the Nurok replica. If he wants to, like, going to combat. You want to do it, obviously, before he attacks.
Yeah.
Looks like Max has a response. It's that card that exiles a thing with mana value 3 or less.
Oof.
But
we got a response back.
We're going to negate that. So, like, it kind of matters the order in which we're doing this. Not this stack exchange in particular, but, like, for example, is this like when we're moving to combat? Are we equipping it in the main phase? Like these sorts of things. It does matter.
Oh yeah, because if we're cranial plate can attach at instant speed, right? For 2 black.
Yeah, it can. I guess he doesn't have 2 black anymore.
That's
true. He tapped a swamp and his arcane and his other black source to pay for that negate.
That was
but
interesting.
Yeah. It's like now, like for example, if Dave bounces a Shadow Spinner before declare attackers after the cranial plating is already attached, then that's like, mana that's already sunk into attaching the equipment.
And that bounce spell, that bounce artifact, that's the artifact there?
Yeah, it's that creature. It's a Nurok replica.
Oh, okay.
I want to say it's like a 3 mana 1/4 that you can pay 2 mana and sacrifice it to bounce a creature.
Yep. Nailed it.
All right.
I know.
So where is it going?
I would assume you'd swing this at Skirmish Rhino player, but I don't know, actually.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to get stopped in its tracks no matter who you go after because it doesn't trample. But first, before we get to that, let's draw 8 cards.
Oh, I love it. You get to see so much of your deck with this commander.
Yeah, most games you'll see at least half your deck.
Yeah, that's so nice.
Lots of counting. Count. How many lands I got?
1, 2.
5 more to go.
Dave is doing something. Nothing important.
Yeah, nothing. Dave doesn't do anything important almost ever. Yeah, I mean, the thing about this skirmish rhino as well, like if this is the primary axis on which you're engaging with the game, right? Just like recasting it over and over again, or having it exiled or blinked or whatever, and just draining people out. You could keep your life total high, but that's why it's important, I think, like with Dave right now with Xiao Jun being able to do consistent commander damage, makes that life not matter so much.
Yeah. Do we
So like that's a good way to
know how
fight
much
life
he's
gain.
given it? How much is hit
I
already?
do not.
Okay.
But for those of you out there who get frustrated by life gain, whether in these kind of like repeated drain scenarios or like Shadow Spinner gaining 8 life or whatever, being able to have a commander that kind of can flex into like a commander damage win is very valuable.
Oh yeah. Yes. I mentioned earlier, game we played yesterday, 2 life gain decks. That commander damage definitely came up.
Yeah. Looks like one at max is going to trade.
Okay.
Not a huge loss for Rusko because he can set Shadow Spinner back up pretty soon here and get it back online with the Cranial Plane. He's going to lose a turn or two of attacking, but the life gain, the 8 life there is going to go a long way to helping him out. Notably still open for the Ghost and the Ketis. No blockers.
Oh yeah, for them to swing out next
That's
turn.
not good. Not good for Dave. He's pretty close to dead if those 2 creatures connect. He'd be dead to the Skirmish Rhino, or if he casts Skirmish Rhino, if Max casts Skirmish Rhino on the next go around, then he'd be dead to Ghost and Ketis connecting on his turn.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's just kind of a tough spot. Must have just taken a lot of hate early.
Dave.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which I would understand because this is like the most recent deck that people have been talking about after a 1-loss tournament at Sanctuary. All right, Red Mana, what are we doing? Relic of Progenitus. All right.
Okay. 2 graveyard hate pieces out there.
This is like a pretty good relic. If for no other reason than like Max sent Skirmish Rhino to the graveyard, which means to me that he's trying to reanimate it.
Yeah.
So just exiling it and making it cost more mana seems like not the worst idea.
No, yeah, I missed that. I thought he put it in the command zone.
Yeah. Looks like Rusko's going to take 3 from Xiao Jun and Dave's going to pass the turn. With 4 cards in hand. That's not bad. Not a bad. That's a good amount of cards.
Yeah.
All right. Black, black, white. We're going to Dread Return. No. It could be that there's a reanimation spell that costs 5 that costs 2 less if you can't target something with mana value 3 or less from Foundation's Jumpstart. Maybe that. But we're tapping 3 mana regardless. This would be a good, if he does try and reanimate the Rhino here, that's when you want to get that, pop that relic.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's huge.
Yeah.
Just skip a turn. Yeah, he knows that it's coming too. He's like, yeah, just gotta play it anyway. I gotta do something.
I guess he doesn't cast. He doesn't play that card. He's gonna get transmute shred memory. Okay.
Yeah.
He doesn't play that card. Let's see. So shredding for 2. What's good in his deck that costs 2?
Recommission could do it.
You can get Recommission, Tithing Blade, a Curse Marauder. No, he doesn't play. Oh yeah, he has Curse Marauder. Not a ton of like super impactful stuff.
No.
Could get a creature like an Extort creature possibly. But like life, I don't know. Knight's Whisper. Just gonna get it. Just gonna get a draw 2. Okay. This rings to me a lot like when we saw that Disciple of Deceit trigger get the Ponder.
Yeah, it does. Is this? No, this is his turn. That Shred memory transmutes only sorcery speed.
Yep.
So
Recommission. Okay.
Okay, he already had that one.
Yep. So this
Oh
is
wait,
like even worse
he did
against
get.
the relic.
So what's happening here? He did not get Knight's Whisper.
He did not. He pulled out
Oh.
initially, then went back and got the recommission. It looks
Okay.
like. Yeah. So this recommission is even worse in the face
Yeah.
of this relic and the Tormod script, honestly.
Yeah, it is.
Dave is just showing him the negate. Yeah. So now Max is in this position where like his commander's just stuck in his yard,
I know. Yeah, that's brutal.
which sucks.
Oh. Yeah, that's interesting too, because the Tormod's Crypt was already on the battlefield when he chose to let it go to the graveyard. So
this is way worse than either one than Relic or Crypt. Like, because in those situations, you at least get to recast your commander from the command zone. It costs 5 or 7 or whatever it's at now. I don't know, but negate just feels so much worse because now it's stranded there. The only way he can get it out is with like Unearth. I'm not sure what he has in his deck to rebuy his creatures, but I don't think there's much.
I don't know either. He does have Unearth, but
yeah, I think that might be the only card in his deck now that can get his commander back.
Dang.
Yeah, that feels bad.
Yeah.
I guess Evolution Witness can get it back, right?
Oh yes. Yep.
If it gets a counter somehow.
Yep.
Boy, now he has to like combo out just to get his commander out of the graveyard.
Yeah, that feels so bad.
Yeah. Let this be a lesson about sending your commander to the graveyard. This can happen.
Quirk's gonna do some drawing.
Yeah, that's what I like to see. A nice treasure cruise.
Yeah.
With all that graveyard hate on the board, yeah, just exile the whole thing. Give me 3 cards. Let me help you out there, Dave. Let me exile my graveyard for you.
Exactly, yeah. What is he's just saying pass through
yeah,
me.
he's got nothing.
Yep. The old MTGO F6.
Mm-hmm. All right, hard evidence. Gonna make a 0/3 crab. Gonna make a clue. It's got him ready to go. I like Dave's crab.
Yes.
All right.
So he's got a wide open attack on Rusko.
Yep. 6 damage to everybody.
Oof.
Unless Dave intervenes and does something.
And he can bounce either of the 2 commanders, right?
Yep. Looks like Max is going to eat some chocolate in the background there. Have a little snack. Oh, we're going to cannonade. Okay. What are we cannonading? We're trying to just open up Max to combat. Just something that can get rid of the...
Yeah, what does it hit?
It seems strange to do that just to get rid of the Ornithopter of Paradise.
Yeah.
I don't know. In any case, Thousand Fire Candidate resolves. Going to combat. Maybe it may have been something where he's trying to... Maybe he wants to keep his own Ketas off the board to keep Dave alive.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Possibly. I'm going to get some ghost damage on Rusko there. Take advantage of the time that Shadow Spinner's off the battlefield to get the life total down a little bit.
For sure, yeah.
Looks like we're going to Unearth.
Was it... Who had the... Max had the Skirmish Rhino deck had the Ornithopter, right?
Right. All right, Rusko untaps here. Plenty of mana. Like 3 or 4 cards in hand.
Yeah.
Nothing to sneeze at.
His commander, we don't know how much that. Probably just the one time he might have not that after all that saved it the first time it died.
Yep, that's what I'd expect.
Yeah.
I assume it costs 5. Looks like we're going to unearth the combat courier here.
Okay.
So for a blue, we can cast it out of your graveyard, gains haste, and then is exiled whenever it leaves the battlefield.
And so he can sack it though, still to draw off of it.
You sure can. It just gets exiled. Yeah.
Just gets exiled after. Okay.
And a Lotus Petal. Lots of mana.
Jeez, lots of mana, and that cranial plating's gonna
It's a big cranial plating, that's for sure.
buff his guy a lot. But he might not be casting that. Oh, 5. That's 5.
Yeah, 1 black and 4 blue. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Hold on to the
There we
Lotus
go.
Petal.
Nice.
Okay. So setting up for next turn, going to get a big ol', 8 damage attack in, just like we did last time.
Yeah. 3, 4. Yeah, 8 at least.
Yep. Looks like Dave's going to activate Shedrin twice, tapping 4 artifacts, deal 2 to the table. It's free real estate. Just
that's so good.
Down there. Yep. Notably, I think Dave is. It's good, I think, for Quartz to keep Dave alive because of the graveyard hate, and I say that because Horde Shadow Spinner, like the primary combo that I've seen, has been Peregrine Drake, Ghostly Flicker, or Displace, and that's one that can it can fold to graveyard hate if you exile their graveyard with like the Archaeomancer on the stack or whatever.
Yeah.
So that could be a reason for, not wanting him to bite the big one just yet.
Yeah, absolutely. That makes sense. He is running that combo, so
yeah,
they know about it. Yeah. And if you don't feel like you can deal with that, then definitely keep the one alive who can help you.
Yeah, for sure. Because all Quartz needs is one of like Max or Shadow Spinner to not have much in the way of blockers for Ghost, and with Ketis down, he can kill Dave pretty easily.
Yeah. Is that the Evolution Witness? What do we got there?
That is an Evolution Witness.
Yeah.
It's already got counters on it, so
it's not going to
be. Yeah, it's not going to be rebuying anything too easily here.
That's right. No,
can't adapt it. Have to come across a counter the hard way.
Yeah. Jeez, his commander is really locked out of this game. Yeah, I'm not even seeing a lot of ways to put counters on things.
Yeah. Oh, Dave, we're gonna cast Runaway together. Running away together, everybody. What are we bouncing?
Yeah, what are we choosing here? Don't choose the Witness.
He's already gone to combat, so bouncing something to remove like a blocker is not the what we're doing here. Spinner is probably one target, yeah. Just like tempo him back a little bit. Just put him in this position.
Witness.
Okay.
Say he gets to try to get his commander back at least. No, what is this?
A Tithe Drinker.
Okay.
It's an extort creature. Yeah, Max's deck is mostly an Orzhov deck.
Yeah,
there's not a lot of green stuff. It's mostly like the stuff we've seen before, like Soul Sisters, Extort, like Drain creatures, these sorts of things. It can splash green for a few other effects.
Yeah. Yeah, there is not a lot of green. You're right.
No.
Just playing it for the Rhino.
Yeah. So he's going to recast the Evolution Witness and Extort. I don't know what his mana looks like right now. If that's a green source that's untapped, he could have instead cast it and then adapted to get his Siege Rhino or Skirmish Rhino back. But I guess we're just going to do that next turn. Or make him go for it and then exile his yard. But Dave's just got really a lot of teeth in here, just tempoing people back a lot, like really setting people back. By
He
not
is,
doing a whole
yeah.
lot either.
No, he's not. It's very nice.
It doesn't take much to not die.
Yeah, I am not sure what that land is. It looks like it's definitely a two-colored land.
Yeah, I think it might be the green-white, like Dominaria United typed duel. That's my
You're
guess,
right.
but I
It
don't know
is.
for sure.
That is what it is. Radiant Grove. Yep.
It's like Quartz on end step on Maximum Magic's end step, gonna mill a card with his excavated wall. It's gonna be an Arcane Denial into the yard.
Oof.
All right, figuring out what we're gonna do here. He has a fistful of cards, so it's easy to assume that there's something going on here.
Mm-hmm. Still does have the free attack too on Resco.
Yep. Or you can
I mean, either.
force Max in a position to block too.
Yep. Because his ghost is got 2 counters on it.
Yep. Yeah, it's a
Yeah,
4/5.
2 counters on it.
There's something to be said for, I think, in a situation where you have like one clean attack with no blockers and an attack with blockers, it can sometimes be perfectly reasonable to attack into the creature, into the card that has blockers, or play that has blockers, simply because, oof, that's a good one, Brass Knuckles. Simply because offering up the trade, oftentimes making people make decisions, as many as possible, they'll make bad ones. And putting them in a position where they need to consider blocking, maybe they'll just say, okay, I block, and then that turns out to be something that really comes back to bite them.
Yeah, for sure. Use your combat as your removal spell.
Yep.
Um,
So looks like we're gonna cast our Brass Knuckles here, something to give the ghost double strike.
does have 2 mana open to equip them both. There we go.
Yep. And interestingly enough, one second. Dave cannot block this because Ghost cannot be blocked by creatures with power or toughness 3 or greater. Nurok
Ooh.
Replica does have toughness 3 or greater, so he would have to interact with it if it were to come his way.
It makes me think he's not going to go that way, though, based on
With
his
the-
last play, his last turn.
And with the onboard trick with the Nurok Replica, I mean, he can sacrifice it to bounce it, or
Mhm.
you know, if he has a spell to do that, I don't know, but he can definitely do something if he chooses to do that.
Yeah.
Oh, the ghost is gone. Did the ghost get bounced while I was talking?
Oh, it might have. How,
There's an Echoing
though?
Truth in Rusco's graveyard. Maybe it. Yeah, ghost got bounced. Thanks,
Oh,
Bobby.
nice.
I noticed he was gone there for a second. I was trying to play a little catch up. Yeah, so we're just sending everybody back. No one's attacking except for Dave.
No.
No one gets to attack. Except Xiaojun every turn for 3.
That's so sweet. And he's just tapping his artifacts and pinging every turn, too.
Here comes Shadow Spinner. We're going to try this again. Let's see if we can attack this time. On the plus side, it's just coming out of his hands, so no commander attacks, which is nice.
Yes. Very good. Can't attack with it, though. Anyway.
And a Cloud of Fairies. So we're going to tap
Okay.
2 lands. Just pointing at cards in our graveyard. It's always fun.
The Shadow Spinner, I don't know. Is this? Oh yeah, the combo can utilizes the graveyard. So
yeah,
Dave's in a great spot.
Yeah.
Well, 6 life is not great spot. To be in,
that's right. That's exactly right.
But other than that, he's got some interaction for Shadow Spinner. Shadow Spinner.
Yep. Looks like we're going to pass through. So Dave's going to do a couple Xiaojun activations. Everyone loses 2 life.
Yeah.
I mean, we've seen, since we've been spectating this game, Xiaojun's done maybe like 10 damage to the table.
I know. It's been awesome.
Like somewhere between like 7 and 10.
Yeah.
It's a lot of damage. Just for free. Just for having cards on the battlefield.
Yeah.
Free.
Classic Xiao Jun turn here. Swing with Xiao Jun, pass.
Yep. Looks like Max is up to 9 Xiaojun damage so far.
Yep. Xiao Jun, pass. I love it.
Yep.
It really feels like he's not doing anything, and he's doing so much at the same time. Just by having his pieces out there, and it's a really cool deck. I really like this deck.
Oh, looks like we're going to Blood Rush Xiaojun. Max seems upset about it. Did we pass too quickly through combat?
Oh.
We may have.
+5?
Yeah, it's +5/+1.
Oh my goodness.
I guess the question is, like, did we give everybody a chance for priority in combat? Looks like the answer was no, so we're going to correct that.
And so that'll put it 14 commander damage if this all goes as planned. It's 9 plus 5 extra.
You'll be,
which is a big difference.
Yeah, let's see. So it looks like they're just backing it back up to combat here.
Okay.
And we'll see how this resolves. Yeah, Max went back up to 18. That's the great thing about Blood Rush is you can do it on other people's creatures.
Yeah.
Yeah, you really kind of see everything coming together in terms of like what Quartz is trying to do and like direct Dave at other people just to kind of escape from under the combo decks a little bit. Combo deck, I should say, because I guess Horde Shadow Spinner is the only one. Though his life total is getting low, and once the Rhino gets out of the graveyard, it'll be back online. Potentially some typing. Might be calling a judge. I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I assume that Max was at 9 commander damage after Dave hit him for this last round. If for some reason that wasn't the case, he'd be dead with this Blood Rush trigger. Activation, rather.
If he was at 9 before,
If he was at 9 before, then this would kill him.
I thought I did see him click up to 9, but yeah, I could be off. Could be wrong on that.
Yeah, I didn't quite see him click. I just saw it at 9.
Okay.
Yeah.
That would be big. Like if he's out and it goes to...
Then they kind of gang up on Rusko.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like we have a judge at the table now.
So when was the last time that you played in a competitive Magic tournament? Have you? Competitive?
No, I don't. I have no desire to play in a tournament. I've played competitive games, but I don't. I have no interest in playing in a tournament. I'll be perfectly honest.
Yeah. What about it turns you off to it?
It's just not how I like to play Magic. I like to play a little more relaxed, and I don't like to have to split my deck into 3 piles and ask which one you want me to cut. I don't want to have to say pass priority every time I do anything. I just want to throw my cards on the table and have a nice relaxed time.
Yeah.
That's just.
Do you like playing competitive, Popper, outside of tournaments? Obviously.
Sometimes. Not that often though.
Yeah. I'm starting to enjoy it a little bit more than I thought I would. I definitely want to try out some of these tournaments. I haven't played in any yet, but I definitely want to try it at least once.
Yeah, well, I mean, you'll have plenty of opportunity.
Yes. Yeah, I love that they do them every month.
Yeah. We'll get you in there, and then you can show everybody what you're made of.
Yes, I shall. I will show them.
Yeah,
Derek just likes playing elves and taking no prisoners. I believe that. I've gone over his devoted druid deck. It looks gnarly.
I just like I like playing all my creature. I like my creature piles. Just give me a creature pile. Yeah, in playing in like more casual, relaxed games, like it caters much more to the types of decks that I like to play too.
Yeah.
Just when I don't have to worry about losing the game on turn 5 or 6 or whatever the case may be, I can just play my land, cast a Windrake, and pass turn. I'm much more about that.
Yeah, and that's fun too. Really fun too.
The only prisoner that I take Bobby prisoner and make him play Magic against me at like Magic Cons. That's the only thing. The only prisoner. Looks like we're still getting this resolved here. Let's see. So, like, if you were to play in a tournament, are there any decks that you enjoy playing competitively, or are you just kind of like up for whatever?
I'm up for whatever. So Miles and I worked on that Slimes deck together that he played in the last Common Cause, and I built a very similar but a different commander of that deck, that Slimes deck.
Yep.
I don't know. I really like this Xiao Jun deck. It is really cool.
Yep. Yeah, I like this deck a lot.
I like combat. Like I'm not a huge fan of combo, but so there's the is it Gut?
Sure. Yeah, Gut.
That makes the 4/1 skeleton.
Yeah.
So I don't know. That deck looks really fun too.
Yeah, I mean, the only deck that I'll play Heritage Druid in competitive games. It's not like a quote unquote like tournament deck or whatever, because my list literally has 0 interaction. It's just 67 creatures and like 20 some lands and a handful of spells. It's just meant to go out and have a nice time. If I am trying to play like a more interactive game, I really just play Dragon's Rage Channeler, which is a deck that I love and adore. It's just a very like interactive, like aggressive mono red deck that doesn't match up very well in a lot of metagames, but it's a lot of fun to play. You get to surveil all the time, which is fun. Who doesn't like looking at the top card of the library and putting it into the yard?
Yeah.
Get some equipment in there. She attacks very well. It's just a fun deck to play. Really interactive, a lot of game actions. But I haven't played it in a while.
Yeah, that sounds fun.
I have built. Yeah.
Did they get any resolution here yet?
I think we're working on it. Looks like Judge Drew is back in the room here, talking to players. This looks like we're figuring it out now. I also have a really cool. Here, let me look at my Dragon's Rage Channeler. I have my cool altar one from Final Fantasy VI or Final Fantasy 3.
Okay.
Kefka right there, yeah. From Modfly altars on the internet.
Nice.
Yeah. I also have an artist proof. I love this deck. It's really cool. This is one of the decks that I like to, quote unquote bling out. And by bling out, I don't mean play with any foils. I just mean like get the cool printings,
Yeah. Yeah.
I hate foils.
Okay, something's happening here. He is now officially
We're going back to the Scorchwalker.
Or
Blood Rush.
Blood rushing it.
Notably, like the cool thing about Blood Rush is that it's not counterable because it's an activated ability.
Yeah.
So that's just going to be 8 damage in the air.
Unless you have the crab from that you can channel.
It looks like Max is just yeeted out of the room. Oh.
So you were right. He was at 9 already. That pushes him over 16.
Yeah, that's what I'm guessing.
Yeah.
All right, so 1 down.
1 down, and it goes to Quart's turn.
Yep. With a lot of things on the board.
Yeah.
A lot of things.
Currently, no haste enabler. I don't see like
Nope.
he had last time we saw him play.
No, he's gonna have to take a turn to set back up here.
Yeah.
But once he does, be ready to rock and roll. Notably, like with Ghost in his hand, it's really I love it when you have like an Opal Palace at like 2 counters or whatever, and if something bounces back to your hand, you don't have to pay command tax again. Granted, like it only enters with those 2 counters, but you don't have to pay an exorbitant fee. There he comes.
Yeah.
It only takes 4 mana for this creature to enter with 2+1/+1 counters. You got a 4/5.
Yeah, that's great. And going for something else here is
Kedis. Yep. So now we can start killing Dave.
Yep.
You want to be able to line it up so that you can kill kind of everybody at the same time. So now if he gets through at Rusko, Dave will die, or vice versa.
Dave does have 2 damage currently.
Yep.
Before his turn starts.
Sure does.
So,
and we're suiting up the Shadow Spinner.
This is Quartz end step, or is this? Are we on Rusko's turn here?
This is Rusko's turn. Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, we're equipping. Oh no, that was end step. Sorry.
It was end step.
You're right.
Okay.
You were right, Bernie. You're right. I don't know why I questioned you.
There's many reasons you should question me. Do not fault yourself for that.
All right, and all right, back to this. Looks like we've got an artifact count of what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we've got an 8/3 Shadow Spinner. We're gonna transmute the muddle. So we're gonna tutor up a 2-drop here.
Okay. There are some really good ones. I think he can give. What would it be? Is there any unblockable?
I don't think
there's a flying one. +2/+2 and flying.
Yeah, he has some auras like Cartouche of Knowledge that gives flying. He's got one with the wind, which gives flying. Spectral Flight as well. Those are all good options.
And
Wither and Bloom. Okay, this is a good one too. Yeah. Give a creature -3/-3 for 2 mana, instant speed black spell. Then you can exile from your graveyard to put a +1/+1 counter on something. It's a good card.
Yeah, that can take Xiao Jun.
Sure can.
He needs to.
I think that's the idea. Or maybe the Kedis. Who knows? If Quartz decides to attack Dave in the hope of taking out Rusko, then he can kill the Kedis in response.
Yeah, Dave's still sitting on that bounce creature though, which is very handy.
Yep. And 3 cards. So
3 cards and 6 mana. Yeah,
he's got options.
Yeah. I mean, if he doesn't, this Shadow Spinner is it 9?
It is currently. It should be 8 right now.
8.
Unless he played another artifact that I'm not aware of. Oh, he has a Seed of the Synod, so maybe it is 9.
7, yeah. He's got 7 artifacts. Okay. 8 artifacts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 8, including the cranial. So that's a 10/10. A 10.
Which one's the 8th? I know he has the Seed of the Synod,
Isn't
cranial
it
plating,
so
Astrolabe, Arcane Signet. Yeah.
Oh, I was counting the Cloud of the Fairies. Never mind.
Okay. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, so I think he's got 7 artifacts, which would make the Shadow Spinner a 9/3 with lifelink. And we're moving to combat, it looks like.
If you're Dave, do you even want this to attack to let him dig that deep, or do you bounce it right now?
Hard to say. I don't know.
Well, he doesn't have to worry about it because...
Magmatic Sinkhole. So it's another Delve spell. It deals 5 damage to a creature Planeswalker. It's a good one.
But... Oh, it doesn't get the toughness boost. It's just power. Yeah, that's right.
It's just power.
Very good. Very good.
Yep.
Well, Quartz is setting himself up here. Quartz has a good... I like his board. I like his...
He's just trying to get him, kill them both at once.
Yeah. I don't know how many cards. Just 2 left for Quartz.
Yep.
But if they're the right ones, that's all he needs.
End step, everyone takes 2.
Okay. Let's see. What can Dave do here?
Okay, he's got another artifact land, so it's another artifact on the board.
Very good.
First things first, just get in the red zone.
And that is going at probably quartz.
Looks like it. Yep, quartz down to 5.
Okay. Does Dave just pass, as he has for the last 4 turns?
Very well may.
Oh, activating it now.
Yeah,
Okay.
so we have a plan. I spell a Flame Rift.
Oh, that would be awesome. Another Flame Rift end would be so fantastic.
All this deck does is Flame Rift.
The greatest win con in all of CPDH tournaments
Yep,
for the
2
last 2
mana.
months.
There it is.
I love it. Please, no answer.
Resolve.
Thinking. Oh my goodness! Did he just win with second game with? Oh, there's
the middle one. Land of the yard. If anyone's going to have anything, it's going to be Rusko here.
Yeah.
No, you got nothing.
Nothing is
Right.
Game. He did it.
And Dave had counterspells, so
oh my goodness,
that's getting through. Okay,
Flame Rift for the win. Love to see another Flame Rift.
We all love our Flame Rifts in this house. We stand Flame Rift.
Yeah, we do now. Absolutely.
All right, let's see.
Anyone still going?
We're still going. I think we've got one down pod 3. So let's head on down.
Okay.
To pod number 3.
Okay.
And this one, we've already got Papa Popper out. Third Path Iconoclast is not in the game any longer.
Ooh.
Mystic Enforcer, Beam Splitter Mage, and Cormella are live. Looks like we have a stack going on here.
Yeah, and if we're going by life totals, I think there's a clear advantage for one of our players.
Yeah.
Mystic Enforcer, Adam, at 41 life currently.
Yep. Yeah, so it looks like we're doing some spell untappy things right now with this Unruly Catapult. Pinger stuff. Tony Baloney on Cormella. This is another Banishing Knack deck.
Yeah.
With it also has like the Demonic Gifts loop as well available to it, but also has like a lot of redundancy built into Banishing Knack. And then Beachbot God Adam up in the top right with Mystic Enforcer. This is a deck that people kind of have a hard time wrapping their brain around. It's this weird kind of Selesnya control ? Deck. Runs a lot of auras that lock down creatures. It does a lot of self-mill stuff and like recursion out of the yard for permanence, all culminating to casting Mystic Enforcer, sticking Mystic Enforcer, and then increasing its power by 2 so you can 2-shot people. With commander damage being 16, you only need to get Mystic Enforcer. Once you have Threshold, it gets +3/+3, so it becomes a 6/6 protection from black. And then if you give it +2 powers, an 8-power creature, it eliminates players in 2 swings. So that's the plan. And right now you can see he's got Armadillo Cloak and Rancor on it, so it's a 10-10 or 10-8 rather. It looks like Tony's casting a Banishing Knack on that Steelfin Whale.
Okay, so
those of you, Steelfin Whale is basically like a second banishing or a battered golem. Sorry, whenever an artifact enters, it untaps.
So he's probably got to have it here.
Mm-hmm.
Most likely, he's got to have it here, or else.
Yeah, he's got a couple pingers that are going to trigger off of this Banishing Knack. And notably, like the pingers are also the payoff here because they both trigger on non-creature spells. In response, Generous Gift. Most assuredly targeting the whale, yep. Which we will fizzle with that card.
With that
it's
one.
A shore up, possibly. The art is a little hard to make out, but it's a 1 mana.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to respond to the Defiance of the Vastwood, making Steelfin Whale untargetable by Tony's spells.
Interesting.
That's the thing about Vines is the way that the card is worded. It does not give hexproof. It says that your opponents cannot target that creature.
That's right. It does say that. I've never thought about that.
Yep. Looks like we're gonna cash in our relic and draw cards.
Okay.
So
That turns off threshold.
Yeah. So threshold is
Very
gone.
nice.
Notably, like Missing Enforcer is now at 7 power, not 8, so it cannot kill Tony on his next attack unless he buffs it somehow.
Oh yeah. Also, depending on if we don't know if he's been taking anything already too.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, this Cormella deck looks very interesting too. I was looking through this. There's 2 Cormella decks in this tournament, and I was looking through them both earlier.
Yep.
Yeah, they're interesting. I hadn't seen a Cormella deck before, so
yeah, they're sweet.
See a 3-colored one.
Yeah, Demonic Gifts is like the loop that you'll see in everyone. This one is a little bit different. The other one does not have all the knack stuff, the banishing knack stuff, like this one does. But this one's much more artifact focused. Just lets you pivot, which I like.
Yeah. Yeah, more versatility in your deck, the better your chances, I think, are for any given matchup. All right, let's see if Adam can finish it off here.
He is at 8, so 1 more power would do it.
Yeah.
Jolted Awake.
Okay.
Oh no.
Is
Jolted
that
Awake?
I can't tell what that is.
Oh, he's cycling Jolted Awake. Okay, that's what he does.
Okay.
Yeah, I wish we had that card cycles, but it does. All right, we're gonna surveil off of the hid of this this grotto, and we're just gonna go to combat, I guess.
No. Does the archer have reach? No.
Nope.
Of course not.
No reach. So this will do 7. We'll put Tony to 1.
He has 1 more chance to try to combo, but without that piece might be a little harder. He lost last turn.
Oh, I guess Enforcer does not have flying if it is a threshold.
Oh, it doesn't have flying. Okay. Right. Does it with threshold?
Yeah, threshold is +3/+3 in flying.
That's right. Okay.
It has pressure from black normally as a base on the card. Yeah.
Okay.
So we'll just pass.
Down to 4.
Yep.
Yeah, I know this Mystic Enforcer deck has definitely top forward some of these tournaments, so it's a tried and true.
Yeah, it's got a pretty good win rate.
Yeah,
it's definitely had a lot of success.
Yeah, we missed the Beam Slitter Mage. I want to see that one in action. Looks interesting.
It does. Yeah. I was looking at the list earlier. I don't think I understand it, but it's cool.
Yeah. Yeah, I want to see how it plays out.
Yep. All right, tapping our lands with some trepidation here. All right, we're gonna go drifting. Tokyo Drift, finding us a 3-drop. I'm not even sure what you find at 3.
Yeah.
I have to take a look at the deck. Let me bring it up here. Tonus, Balonus. What do we got at 3? Astronaut's Altar is probably why the card's in the deck, because you want to always have it.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Or Scale. That one works too. If you're trying to knack, Scale is a good one.
So maybe, yeah. How does he get the knacks in the graveyard currently? Is that right?
Yep. But we have not seen Retraction Helix.
Retraction Helix. That's the one. Okay.
Yeah. So you need that one, and the Archer is the payoff. So if he has, we transmute for the Scale. If he has the Helix, then this should be good.
Yeah. Because and then the archer will just deal the infinite damage on the ETBs.
Yep. Or on cast,
Oh,
technically.
on the cast. Yeah, on the cast. Let's see. Does he have blue mana, actually?
Nope.
Oh, okay. So
0 of that.
he cannot cast Retraction Helix.
Oh, but now, what about, how about now?
Now he does. Does he have it? No. Did he pass?
Yep.
Next turn, maybe. If he has a next turn. Which...
Hey, we'll find out.
We will find out. It's looking grim, though.
It is looking grim.
Cormella. And tapping the Pilgrim? What is...
I'm looking here. So Tony's got 5 power, 5 toughness of untapped creatures, which is enough to trade with the Enforcer.
But then you lose your...
you sure
your
do
archer.
lose everything. You'll use it.
Yeah.
You lose everything. But okay, Kasali Pride Mage is going to probably make this a little bit easier because that gives an exalted trigger to the Enforcer.
Ah, okay.
So now it's not. There's no. You're not going to trade in combat. Nothing to worry about. Yeah, I mean, it becomes a matter of like who can rebuild faster, and with Ranker getting back to your hand, Missing Enforcer probably gets online faster if you trade off everything. Yeah, it's not good. He really just needs to like interact on the board, but
yeah,
a lot of the removal
right now. What's the power?
The power is 3, 5, 7, 8.
Okay, 8.
Yep. I'm looking at the deck here. There's not a lot of removal
In Cormella's deck.
Well, there's a couple bounce spells. Banishing Knack, Echoing Truth. The only like hard removal spell here is like Go for the Throat, but it has protection from black.
Okay.
So not a lot of good options.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the Enforcer with the pro black. That's
yeah. That's what makes it. That's what makes it good. Card. Yeah.
A great ability to have. Okay, prevents an extra damage with the.
Oh, with the scale.
Scale. Yep.
Absolutely.
We've seen that card be used multiple times as a defensive mechanism.
Yeah, I've never seen it activated before until this tournament, honestly.
That's awesome. Yeah, we've seen it, I think, 2 at least.
All right, so we're going to bump up the whale to a 5 toughness. Have it get eaten.
And
destroy that mana rock.
Okay.
And Tony should take, what, 3 here?
Yeah, I think so.
1.
1.
And then we're going to rebuy our Pride Mage. Triumphant. He's going to return Triumphant from that graveyard there. With a Young Hero roll token.
Nice.
Hell yeah.
And that one gives it ward. Is that the one that gives ward, or whenever it attacks, it gets a counter?
It's the one whenever it attacks, if it has less than 3 toughness or whatever.
Yeah.
It gets a 1/1 counter. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Cormella got another turn.
Here we go.
Not adjusted. I think the life should be 1, but maybe I'm
wrong
about that.
I think he just adjusted it. Yeah.
Did they draw it?
And by it, we mean like the 3 cards that they need to draw in 1 draw step.
Yes. Oh yeah, that's true.
Unless
they had 1 card in hand.
I don't know. Okay, we're gonna transmute Perplex for a 3.
They currently are only at 1 card in hand, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the Knack line is off the table at this point. Ryan
minutes remaining.
down. Papa Popper in the bottom left, kind of rudely unsleeving green cards.
Very rude.
Unacceptably.
Yeah, what is there a removal spell they could get for 3? They're hoping for here. I don't know what.
Not that I can think of. Like the 3s is just like the scale, the tooth. Tooth of Chiscoria is the other one.
Okay.
Ashnod's Altar. Not much else.
So what could they be looking for that is going to save them here? Like, I don't know what.
No clue.
What are we doing? Unless
on this board, I don't know.
Because they need more. They need more. If the one card in hand is the Retraction Helix, what else would they need on board? Is it more than one other card?
They would need Mirren's Spy, which looks like they've pulled up to the front.
Okay.
Or kind of lingering on there. Because Battered Golem needs haste to knack. So you would need Mirren's Spy.
Okay. And
so it needs to be like because I don't even think that
they have a way to tap.
I don't even think they have enough blue mana to do it. Even if they were to get like even if their one card was Retraction Helix and they needed a Mirren Spy, they don't have enough blue mana to do it.
Okay, and so he just passed his turn and
he failed to find and
got him
packing it up. Yep. All right.
All right. Congrats, Adam. Great win.
Go. Perfect. Congratulations. Game over. And I think
Dax also won in his pod.
All right, cool.
Did I see that correctly?
Yeah, I'd imagine. Looks like that game's over. And the round's actually wrapping up in a couple minutes. We're about to go to time anyway. So yeah, let's call it a round there. We'll take a little break. We'll go to the bathroom. We'll get a drink. We'll get some pairings up. We'll get some pods organized, and we'll come back, and then we'll do this all again.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
I'm excited to be here.
Right.
The next one's my last, but
the next one's
Miles will be taking over, and you guys are gonna enjoy him.
Well, let me say this. I have to give Chris the signal here. So, Christopher, one more game. MTG.com. Take us out. It's not just all Gretchen and Weavers. You got other combos as well between Shadow Spinner and Cormella and all these other things.
Yeah. No,
So
I
just to
like
kind
it.
of get us up to speed here. We've seen some lands come down. Clay's got a land and tapper hitting on turn 3. Definitely a slower game for Weavers. Adam on Mystic Enforcer, Beachbot God, just starting out trying to get stuff into his graveyard. He had like a fetch land early into this Circle of the Land Druid, which enters and mills you 4 cards, trying to get up to threshold basically, so you can get that threat online. And then for Dave and Cormella here, Shudra and Camella, we just have lands and a couple Mana Rock for Cormella and Aether Spellbomb for Shudra, and just making our way around the table.
Yeah, I think if you're the Shao player, that's a great start. I'll take an Aether Spellbomb early and an artifact land. Notably, Clay and Adam, so the top 2 on our screen here, did mull to 5, both of them. So they were both aggressively mulliganing.
Yeah.
So we'll see how that plays out. But yeah, this is a overall good start for everyone.
Yep. Everyone gets time to kind of more or less properly set up.
Yeah. Is that what is this Dark Steel card down there? That's Serum
Visions.
Serum Visions. That is Serum Visions. I thought so.
Yep.
Okay.
And turn to cycle a Forgotten Cave for Xiaojun here.
Very good. Circle of the Land.
All right. So this is a turn where you could probably tap out to deploy your commander. I don't think Weavers is going to win on this next turn.
Yeah.
With the way that the board looks.
I'd be surprised.
Okay. We're going to play Forgotten Heirloom.
Honored
Heirloom.
Honored Heirloom.
3 mana rock adds a mana of any color. You can pay 2, I believe, and tap it to exile a card out of graveyard. So more graveyard hate, which is good. Obviously, like Cormella is a combo deck that relies on the graveyard and looping spells.
Mystic Enforcer.
Yeah, just getting to work chipping away on the graveyard when you have the extra resource to do so helps.
Let's see, I need to get these deck lists open because I
All right, so Clay gets his land. Just gonna cycle this Ash Barrens for a basic. Gonna tap 3. And gonna play a Verdant Haven. So this is land enchantment, green and 2 generic for an aura that basically, when it enters, you gain 2 life, and it gives a land, whenever you tap the land for mana, it adds a mana. So it's an additive land aura rather than a replacement for the for the mana ability.
Okay.
Yeah. So now that land taps for 2, and with the land and tapper, he has access to 4 mana so far.
Yeah. I think he's probably. Oh.
Okay. We're untapping that.
Interesting.
Indeed. Yeah. Ready to tap for 3. And put New Horizons out there. Not so bad.
And is that one is also additive, I assume, or else you probably would put it somewhere else.
Let me find it here. No, New Horizons gives an activated ability. So those 2 stack.
Okay.
Yeah. So the land taps to add 2, and then whenever it's tapped for mana, it adds an additional mana.
Got it. Yep.
Yeah.
Nice.
You just gotta make sure you don't double up on the ones that give it an extra mana ability,
Yeah. Yep. Okay, what's he?
Got a generous gift. I would imagine the
untapper or the land. Yeah. Very nice.
Fair enough.
Very nice play there. That will set a Weaver's player back a lot.
Yeah, that'll take a sec to. That's the thing. Like, there are a couple ways to fight these decks that people don't, I think, realize. Like, enchantment removal, like removing the land auras, is a huge setback. Things that get rid of the lands themselves, also very effective. Killing the creatures is much less so.
Yeah, yeah.
Obviously, like with Weavers, it's a little bit different because Ley Weaver is such a huge part of the puzzle. But they run so many land untappers that just killing one or two here or there is not the most effective way to fight the deck.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I mean, if you can blow up the lands that have those enchantments, that's massive.
Mm-hmm. Circle of the Land Druid going in. Looks like going at Clay. He's just going to take it instead of blocking with the elephant. When the druid dies, you get to return a land from your graveyard to your hand. So maybe he's just trying to keep him off that extra card.
And at this point, you can take one.
Yeah, pretty much. Okay, we're just going to cast it now. We're at 6 cards in the yard, so almost at threshold. But it makes sense to get this down now so that you can hit threshold on your next turn and just have it ready to attack right away. Not the worst thing. And in this board, like it's a pretty huge threat. No one really has much else going on.
Yeah, and if you can get your 6/6 with flying commander online while everyone's still
exactly. Although this does run this risk where you just get lightning bolted and now cost 6.
Yeah, that's big too.
Yep, it's a big tempo setback.
Very interactive game so far. I like it.
Everyone's kind of trying to keep everybody off of their various things.
Yeah.
Yeah,
obviously games like this, you're going to want to resource late game is going to be very important. So card draw. Seeing Clay with only 2 cards in hand and his whole setup demolished, that's rough.
Yeah, it's going to take some time to rebuild, that's for sure. And he's going to be under pressure in that time too. Although I will say that Elephant's probably going to be pretty handy.
Oh, yeah, that's a 3/3. That's a weird.
Yeah, he's just representing with a die right now, or
right.
a life tracker.
Yeah. I don't hate Dave's position here. He's just kind of sat back, got 4 artifacts already, and 5 cards in hand. That's a great spot for him to be in. Oh,
the Firebrand Archer.
One piece assembled for Cormella.
Yep. 5 cards in hand. Pass to Xiaojun.
Jeez, another artifact.
Yep, we've got 2 artifact lands, the Heirloom, and then an Aether Spellbomb on the battlefield as far as artifacts specifically.
Is that and that one, what is that? What's that other land? That's not an artifact land. That's
it's a bridge.
Okay, so he's got 4.
So he's got the bridge, the Drexel Citadel, a mountain, and then Decasia's dig site.
Okay, so Decasia's
under the mountain,
not an artifact though.
Right.
Got it. Yeah.
Yeah, the top 2 players are Clay and Beach Bod God.
Oh yeah, it looks like the camera is cutting that off.
We'll get Christopher to come in here and fix it. All right.
What is this?
Impulse.
Oh, okay.
So move the top 4 and keep 1. But he does not have to show anybody. It could be a secret. We're okay with secrets. This is also round 3.
Yeah. 3 of 4, and then we have a final after that.
Yep.
We think, we are not 100% sure if this Cormella player won their last match, but if they did, all of these players have 1 win.
Yep. All right, so just gonna cast an impulse, play a land, pass to the beach bot god here. He's gonna cast a mulch. This is look at the top 4. You put all the lands into your hand, rest into the yard. So we're gonna mill 3, put that land in the hand here. It's an Ash Barrens, it looks like.
Yep. Losing a crop rotation.
Benevolent Bodyguard. Yeah, some good creatures, but
yeah,
now we've got that threshold, and we got a land to help us get to 6 to recast our Mystic Enforcer.
Yeah.
That's the important thing about Mystic Enforcer being a 6/6 is the only thing you have to really worry about is like blue bounce spells. It's out of range of almost any red burn spell except maybe Scred in a late game. And it obviously has pro black, so really just have to worry about like getting fogged or getting bounced. But other than that, pretty wide open to do whatever you want.
Yeah, there is a bounce spell on board on Dave's side, but doesn't have any reason to crack that soon.
Not yet. Yeah, the Spellbomb is great as just something that sits out there, and you can use it for activations with your commander to ping the table, and then just cash it in when you need to.
Yeah, so good.
Yeah, get a lot of value out of it. So Adam definitely is threshold. It's got what, 5, 10, 11 cards in his yard?
Yeah.
Be really great is to get that Circle of the Land Druid into the yard. This isn't a game where you're going to run into a lot of like edict effects, like Curse Marauders and Fleshbag Marauders and those sorts of things. That's generally a situation where the deck is like pretty soft because it doesn't have a super high creature count. So you'll get tagged with those, a non-zero amount of the time playing Mystic Enforcer. But with cards like Circle Land Druid and Benevolent Bodyguard, Scourge Belter, all these little dorky creatures that provide some value, you can kind of get around those cards a little bit better.
Yeah.
But don't have to worry about that in this pod. I don't think this pod's really running any of that stuff.
Yeah, not a lot of decks in this tournament have that kind of effect built in.
The Skirmish Rhino deck we saw last round does, but other than that, I mean, those cards are much more common, like mid-range and control tools, than utilized in any kind of a combo shell. So we don't really see a lot of those this time.
Yeah, which is probably really good for not just the Mystic Enforcer deck, but Xiao Jun only is running 13.
I mean any Voltron deck.
Yeah.
Looks like consolidating our graveyard over there and making saving some space.
I'm really interested to see what this Cormella deck can do, because it's kind of
been cool.
Left alone and might be able to do something.
And there's Cormella. So those unaware, Cormella is a 2/4, I believe. Yeah, 2/4 for 4 Grixis colors in a generic. Haste, 1 tap, add Grixis colors, spend it only to cast instant sorceries, and when she dies, you return an instant sorcery from her graveyard to your hand. Therein lies the loop with stuff that reanimates her, basically. You just need like a sack outlet, and you're good to go. Looks like Dave's gonna deduce. So draw a card, make a clue, and then we're gonna tap the clue and the Aether Spellbomb to deal damage to everybody. Notably, clues, treasures, all artifacts, food, junk, all artifacts, all can be tapped to Xiao Jun to take some damage.
No flying or reach, so Xiao Jun's just gonna
free damage.
Be flying around like last game we saw.
Yep. Got a navigation orb. So this is like a good homage reach kind of card. You sacrifice it, you get 2 lands, 1 to your hand, 1 to the battlefield, or gates, I guess, if you want to do that. It does gate stuff. And I guess Dave does play some gates in this deck. I'm pretty sure he has like Basilisk Gate at least, and some of the other ones from Baldur's Gate.
Yes.
There's only a handful, but really, like, if Basilisk Gate only gives a creature +2/+2, like, that's still pretty good off of a land, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he has 5 gates in his deck.
Sure.
Yeah. Really good. 1, 2, 3.
All right. The important thing here is that he's going to be able to hit his land drop.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like we're not getting gates, we're just getting basics. So 1 to the battlefield, 1 to hand. He's going to play that one as land for turn. So we have 1 blue mana open for Aether Spellbomb. Nice and tidy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, last tournament, watching Dave, the Dave 1 Sanctuary last month, he had kind of his way with there was one match where he just kind of got blown out because he did not hit lands. He was stuck on like 2 or 3 lands and just couldn't do anything. So it's probably on his mind, get his lands and he's safe. Every time he's had his lands.
It's underrated just how good it is to hit your land drops.
Yeah.
All right, Ley Weaver hits the battlefield. So now, the red flag starts going up a little bit. Plays up with something.
Yeah. Luckily for the rest of the table, still no new land auras.
Yep.
So
we got a return to nature here. So it's destroy an artifact, enchantment, or exile a card out of a graveyard. Not sure what we're targeting just yet. I'd imagine one of Dave's artifacts, maybe the Honored Heirloom, but I don't know for sure. Or the Aether Spellbomb, yeah.
So he's cracking it to draw, or he's tapping it to ping,
to deal and then we'll activate it. Looks like.
Yeah, I did see him tap that blue while his deck was on top of his mana, so I'm assuming that's what's happening.
I mean, this makes sense to me if you're an Adam seat, just because that is like the thing that you're soft to is that card.
Yeah, and I mean, if he has a land here, then he can try again if he wants to.
Yeah, exactly. Looks like we don't, though. We're going to land cycle this Generous Ant.
Maybe he did not have a land.
Yeah, I don't think he did. But
yeah.
But we'll get one.
He had ways to get a land.
Yep, next turn. Next turn we'll do it. This deck runs pretty few lands.
Oh, really?
At one point, it's up to 32 now. At one point, it was at like 20. At one point, it was at like 27.
Wow.
Yeah. But it has since undergone some adjustments.
That seems so low.
It's very low. It's very low.
Like, that's got to be more than 50% of the time you play that deck. You're not playing the deck.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of cards that like will mill and then get you a land out of your graveyard. So just played a ton of that stuff. But even still, like paying 3 mana to hit your land drop or 2 mana to hit your land drop kind of sucks.
Yeah,
I'd rather do it for free, honestly.
And
I think that's what we're gonna do here is just try and swing in and tempt somebody to block this thing and hopefully get into the yard and get a land out. But I don't know if anyone's gonna take that bet.
Yeah,
I think the 1 damage is worth it. Yeah.
Yep. All right. I'm feeling good about this Cormella deck. I think we're going to see something this time. This
people are kind of tapped out a little bit here.
Yeah.
Clay has access to 1 mana off that Juniper Order Druid. Dave has nothing up.
And a Path of Ancestry, I think, there.
Yep, looks like a Path of Ancestry. And I don't think that Adam has much instant speed interaction in his list, except for like Generous Gift. Let me take a look here. He has Crib Swap, Funeral Pyre. We'll remove a card into the graveyard from a game. So he has some things, but not very many. I guess he has Thraben Charm as well.
Yeah. I don't know what that land is. He doesn't have Path in his list. Oh, he does. There it is. Yep, it's Path.
All right, and we're back. Back to Xiao Jun. Beamtown Beatstick.
Beatstick. Love that card.
This is a great one for any deck. It's kind of perfect in this deck because not only does it give your creature an additional level of evasion and an additional point of power, it also makes artifact tokens for you to tap to the activated ability. It also lets you keep up mana to interact with your opponents.
Yeah.
So it kind of fulfills 3 distinct purposes in this list.
So good here.
Not to mention it itself is an artifact, and you can tap the equipment to her activated ability as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
because tapping equipment doesn't mean anything. It's just something that you can do.
Uh-huh.
It is an artifact that you can tap if you so choose. So a card like this is very, very good. Same thing with like Gold Vein Pick or any of the equipment that generate treasure tokens or the one that generates blood tokens. Just kind of supercharges the activated ability.
Yeah, what's that one? Is that ceremonial knife? Is that the blood one? Yeah.
Yep, that's right.
Yeah, he's cooking. He's got a full grip of artifacts, you could say.
Yeah, it's also important like to get Shujin up to that 4th point of power so that she can kill in four swings rather than 6.
Great point. Yeah.
Because like 3 power is really awkward if you're killing with commander damage because you need to do six attacks, right? To get up to that to exceed that 16 threshold. But if you get up to 4 power, it's nice and clean.
And I missed that attack. It looks like it might have been a Mystic Enforcer. Is that where he went with?
I think so.
Okay.
Looks like Clay's turning the elephant sideways here.
Ooh. Where did that go?
I think it just hits Dave for 3. That's what it looks like to me.
3, yep. He's got 3 damage to each opponent here at any point. David does.
Meanwhile, Adam's going to say its name. Mill 3 cards, return a creature or land from a graveyard to your hand. The rest of the card doesn't matter.
I know. That should have been one. You can play 5 of these cards, 4 of these cards in any day.
It's got Seal of Strength, Pulse of Marasa, and a Forest. So getting at that. So notably, he can get anything he wants here. It doesn't need to be from the cards that were milled. He can get a creature or land from anywhere in his yard. He has a couple good ones like Benevolent Bodyguard, but I think he's going to get the Land Cycler.
Okay.
Land Cyclers are good in that you can always hard cast them.
Yeah.
And just have a big creature.
And that Land Cycler, was that Generous Ent is the one?
Right.
Or was it? Yeah. Okay.
Okay, we're going to Armadillo Cloak the Circle of the Land Druid.
Okay, make it more tempting to block.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, at this point, the lane doesn't matter as much. We're kind of out that window now. But what this does do is it keeps him kind of buoyed against Dave's Shadowgen activations. So whereas everyone's going to be ticked down, Adam's going to be gaining 3 life a turn from that druid unless somebody kills it.
Sure. Yeah. Yet again, life gain coming in clutch. And he does have a free attack on Dave, too. This
sure does. Dave also has 3 Shadowgen activations open right now.
Yep. That's so good. So good. So this Armadillo Cloak is lifelink +2+. Oh wait, no, it's +2/+2 trample and pseudo lifelink, right?
Right. It's a spirit link if you think of it that way. But let's going to go for the throat and just nip that in the bud.
Okay. Smart. That was the Cormella is the only one playing black. Yeah.
Yep. In response, we've got an activation from Shadowgen. 1 damage to everybody. 2 damage to everybody. We'll go for the Shadowgen. Okay. And then
that makes sense.
Oh, no. I see what's happening. So Adam was going to put Armadillo Cloak on Shadowgen. That way, when Shadowgen deals damage, Adam would get a trigger to gain that much life.
Oh,
which is good, but it does not save you from commander damage.
Okay, yeah.
Because commander damage is something that's marked, regardless of how much life you gain or whatever. It's once that commander deals that much damage to you, you die, whether or not, no matter what your life total is at.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's a way to keep your life total up for sure, but it doesn't save you from that threat.
Yeah. And those pinging effects would have gained him life too, right? Because Shadowgen's dealing the damage.
Likely, yes, yeah. Or maybe Armadillo Cloak is a combat trigger. If it isn't, then it will not work.
I don't think it is. Whenever
no, it deals damage. Okay,
damage.
You're right.
Man, that was a sneaky attempt right there. That would have been great.
doesn't do very much on this board, though. It makes me wonder if Adam's aware that it doesn't really do much to help him, because the other two decks are just trying to kill the entire table at once. They're not trying to like
That's true.
gradually. Dave's the only one that's like trying to kill people with combat damage in a meaningful way. So
yeah,
I don't know.
I wonder
Either way,
maybe he just didn't have anything else to do and decided to play something.
yeah, possibly.
I don't know.
Looks like we're gonna get an honored heirloom activation here on Cormella's end step. No reason not to.
Yeah.
It's up. Or are we just not gonna? Let's see what Clay's got in his yard. I mean, really, you want to be looking at Adam, I think. His deck is the only one, I think, that's going to be consistently trying to recur things from the yard.
Yeah. Creatures, most likely, the best targets? Or
permanents, mostly. There are some that just let you get a permanent. But yeah, creatures and lands are the two most common. Xiaojun's back. Wasting no time.
I really like this Xiaojun deck.
It does. It attacks from a lot of different angles.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like we're just going to leave it there.
Yeah.
Don't want to tap out, that's for sure.
Yeah, 3 more activations at any point.
Mm-hmm. Clay just hitting his land drops. See, this is something that happens like when you set the Weavers player back, you think to yourself, okay, I've dealt with the problem. We can all take a deep breath. And then people don't pay attention to what you're doing. So Clay does like have a little more breathing room to figure out what he needs to do and piece it together. And he can be pretty sneaky about that.
Oh, yeah. And there's the other one.
Because like I said, at any point, Freed from the Real goes infinite with Layweaver. So all he has to do is draw it off the top of his deck.
Yep. And he's got 3 in hand. Did I see that right?
I think so.
Okay. 4.
Yeah, we're just going to pass over to Adam. 7th land, killing it.
It could bring his commander out.
Yeah. We could do that. We also know that he has the Generous in his hand as well. He wants to get that, establish that card first. It's a 5/7 reach creature. Gets in the way of Xiaojun. Not a bad idea. But no, I'm just going to opt for the Mystic Enforcer. Another thing that gets in the way of flyers.
Yep. Yeah. Big news coming across our desk here. We have the first ever tournament win for Skirmish Rhino.
Mm-hmm. It's a persist combo, I'd imagine.
Yeah, it's the persist combo one.
Yep. Fair enough.
That's exciting. Can Cormella pull something off here now?
That's a good question. So they need a sacrifice outlet. They need a demonic gifts or exhume, right?
Yeah. And that would do it, right? If they had both of those.
Not exactly, because Honored Heirloom does exile.
Oh, yep. No, that's... And he's got 2 mana up for it.
Yep, that's right.
Yep.
Very notably, it's very clean right now, where Dave can easily just tap 4 artifacts, deal 2 damage to everybody, and leave up 2 mana and Honored Heirloom. Yeah. Or if they don't even try, he can just get an extra point of damage.
Yeah, yeah. So Cormella just passed. 5 cards in hand.
Runs into the same problem that Peregrine Drake combos run into, is if they attack your graveyard, it's hard to fight through it.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense.
Especially with activated abilities, because you can't counterspell those.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So tapping a few lands here.
Put the beat stick on.
Yep, that's what I would do.
Yep.
There we go. Now it doesn't matter that Mystic Enforcer is a flyer because Xiaojun has Menace.
Yeah.
But where's it going to go?
Yeah, you're worried about Clay at this point. I mean, 3 damage isn't going to... You're going to take 4, right? 4 damage
4,
now.
Yeah.
And he has already hit Clay. Maybe it goes Clay's way. Just to...
Yeah, looks like that's what we're doing.
Oh, is it?
Oh no.
Or did he hit
Yeah.
Adam?
No, I think we're going at Clay.
Okay, so in response, Clay's untapping 2 lands.
Yep. And tapping 2 lands. Bouncing it, yep.
Echoing Truce, is that what that one is?
That's right.
And it resolves.
Yeah, I don't think Dave needs to fight over this, even if he could.
Yeah.
We're resolving it, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
We just recast it, and we're in the same position as last time, right?
Yep.
We still have heirloom mana up, 2, maybe 3 activations. Yeah, not the worst spot to be in.
No, especially everyone's getting down under 20-ish.
But now we'll have to figure out how this Mystic Enforcer plays into things once it gets to attack.
Yeah, it gets to untap with 7 mana is nice. Not how many cards? I don't see. Only 2 cards, so that could be rough.
Yeah, the deck does not draw cards, but it does have a lot of ways to rebuy cards out of the graveyard.
The other thing is, well, Cormella did. I guess there's a lot of mana still up on the blue players for whatever Weavers tries to do here, so that's nice.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, worst case scenario, Dave's Honored Heirloom is still just like a mana rock. It can add any color.
Yeah. Yeah. And he has a treasure. Okay, just pass.
I pass right through. All right, Hidden Grotto. So we're going to surveil 1. Into the yard, Spore Frog.
Nice. So we got a 6/6 flyer here.
Yep.
That's not nothing for sure.
It's going at somebody.
Cormella?
Yeah, looks like it. Yep.
Or Dave?
Nope, attack the Cormella player.
Yep.
Pyrohemia takes 6 damage, 6 commander damage, and here comes the Ant.
Yeah, and that one does have reach. Oh, but Menace beat stick, so
right. Yeah, the beat stick will get through that if Dave wants to go after him. But it brings a food token, not bad. But this is why I really like decks like Xiaojun that can win on a commander damage axis, because the life gain just doesn't matter.
Yeah, no, that's probably the best way to combat life gain decks is have a way of getting in the lethal commander damage.
That's right. Like Xiaojun, you can do the pinger stuff, you can do the artifact stuff, you can do the control stuff, whatever. But like you always have her as an option to do commander damage. That is why she's great. Arcane Signet, so another mana rock here. Everyone takes 1 from the archer. But not much else going on.
No.
That heirloom, I like to think that heirloom's the one that's doing a lot of work here. Just
I imagine it is. Yeah,
there,
that's great.
I got some Xiaojun activations, like 3 of them. Another 3 damage to the table. Yeah, I mean, for every turn where like the board is not really advanced in a meaningful way, it's just 3 more damage to everybody for free.
That's fantastic. I mean, yeah, the board states aren't being advanced too much, and I mean, Mystic Enforcer's swinging in at other people, so just whittling everybody down here.
Yep. Looks like we're equipping and going to combat. My guess is we're going at Clay or Beach, but I don't. It looks like we're going at Clay.
Yeah. All right, he's got the table down to 13 and
sub
10.
15. That's the next benchmark.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3.
Make another treasure token.
So now he's got 4 activations if he needs to.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be tough. And now, worth noticing, like now, what I was saying earlier about Clay just kind of being ignored, he's at the point now where he can, like, just activate Lore Weaver and draw 2 cards on
Draw.
the end step. So, like, this is something that is a real thing now. Like having access to, 3 cards a turn cycle rather than just one.
Yeah. Very good, especially for a combo player.
Yep. And this is going to be like step one of getting back into the game. Like, there's so much redundancy for land auras in this deck that he's going to eventually draw into one, and then that's going to give him so much more mana to activate more weavers and draw more cards until he's able to do whatever he needs to do to make it deterministic.
Yeah. Unfortunately for him, his opponents are not tapping out. So
That's true.
and they have a lot of cards in hand, like 5
Yep.
for Cormella, 7 for Xiaojun. So there's
Here's
a chance.
Utopia Sprawl. So there we go. There's that aura.
One.
So now Juniper Druid is worth 2 mana. Ley Weaver's worth 3.
Mm-hmm. Going for anything? Thinking about it?
Yeah, it's interesting because you just have to kind of gauge what hate you're going to draw on the
Yeah.
other player's turns, right? To decide kind of what you want to be doing.
Yeah.
It's like
He's going for something. So
yeah. So we added a green and a blue. We're going to add another green and another blue.
if he's not confident going for some sort of win here, it could just be draw cards.
Draw more cards, yeah. All right, so yeah, we've got 5 mana floating. Going to untap, add 3 more, go up to 8. That gives us another Weaver activation, plus leaving up, the remaining lands. He doesn't need to tap the rest of his lands to do anything.
Yeah.
Up Stony Strength, okay. Or Burst of Strength. This is one of those cards. I think this one's Stony Strength, though. 1 mana green spell, puts a 1/1 counter on a creature and untaps it.
Okay. Yeah. Nice.
It's like Dave has a response. Tapping a command tower. Gonna
Frostbite.
frostbite it, yeah. So it'll be 3 damage. No, does he have 3 snow permanents? I guess he has Astrolabe, so yes.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Okay.
Clay.
Got a blue-green. Kind of confound, so counter target spell that targets a creature.
Okay.
Most likely targeting the frostbite. This is a good one in that it also cantrips. You can also use it to, in the same way like we saw Vines of Basswood used in the other round, to counter spells that target other people's creatures as well.
Oh, uh-huh.
So if somebody tries to cast really Freed from the Real or whatever, you can cast Confound or Intervene and counter those spells.
That out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh, we have Cormella responding.
Yep. Joining the party. Got a Red Blast to Confound. So they want the Weaver to die, it seems. That's what I'm getting from this.
Ping everyone. Just helping out Dave with more pinging.
Yep. Yeah, that's the thing about ping decks is that they compound each other and it gets out of hand real fast.
Yeah. Oh, and this one's going to resolve, it looks like.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Go in order here.
Does have a lot floating.
He does. He has 8 mana floating, which is enough to recast the Ley Weaver. It's up to 6 to recast it.
Yeah.
Or he can draw 2 cards off of his other Weaver if he chooses. So we're tapping out.
Huh.
Up to 9 mana.
Okay.
I remember that one. I remember it. It's embarrassing. Gift of Paradise.
Yeah.
I had to look it up real quick. I remember the art. So it gains 3 life.
And the land taps for 2.
Yeah, he can tap the land for 2. When the land taps for mana, Utopia Trawl adds an extra.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. You just don't want to stack 2 of the ones that, land gains tap for 2 mana or whatever. You don't want to play 2 of those on the same land.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for
That's
sure.
redundant, yeah. That's why I got to be careful.
Okay, so he still has some floating blue mana.
6 mana remaining, I believe. We're going to spend some of it here, it looks like. Boy, in the tank.
Yeah, this has been a great game, though.
Yeah, a lot going on.
Very, very interactive. A lot of people, nobody, like, mana screwed.
Yeah. Oh, we're just going to hardcast a step through. Okay. I'm going to bounce 2 things. So step through, the hidden mode on the card is bounce 2 creatures.
Huh.
But it also wizard cycles, but that's almost always how the card is utilized.
Wizard cycling?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what is...
So it looks like we're bouncing creatures. If I were Clay, I would bounce Strategy and I'd bounce the Mystic Enforcer.
Mm-hmm.
That buys you the most time.
And this is he's doing this at... This is a sorcery or an instant?
It's a sorcery. It's still his
Okay.
turn, yeah. And if you're Carmella, you're eating this up because this is exactly what you want to see.
Yeah,
If Clay does choose to take out the combat threats, like that's perfect for you. So we're gonna pay some mana here. What are you casting, Dave? We're activating.
Xiaojun.
Oh, we're casting Disruption Protocol. Okay. So it's a counter spell. Blue, as an additional cost, tap an artifact or pay 1, and a counter spell.
Okay.
Yep. So we're just going to counter it. Done and done.
Nice.
Importantly, still has like enough mana to activate the Honored Heirloom, which is like really where you want to be.
Mm-hmm.
So like Adam's going to cash in that food token while he's got the extra mana to do it, which is perfectly fine. I like, it's tough. These things that have different activations that seem kind of paltry, it's worth just utilizing them, cashing them in when you can, rather than like saving it all up for turns where you just like need to rely on having 6 mana untapped to survive or whatever,
Uh-huh.
Okay, so this is interesting. We're going to Monstrify. It's a 4 mana sorcery. It gives a creature +4/+4, and it has Retrace. You can cast it out of your graveyard if you discard a land.
Okay. That's
So
big.
this will put Mystic Enforcer to 10.
Oh.
Which would kill Carmella.
Yeah. Is that where he's probably going with it?
And we're going in with the Ent as well. It's going somewhere. Or...
Oh, I mean, he could do... This is, what, 15 total damage?
Mm-hmm. But Clay has that elephant.
Clay does. Dave has nothing.
Dave has nothing.
But I think it's Clay and... Carmella? Or just Clay? I
think what he's trying to do here... I'm not sure if he clocked the elephant, but what I expect is that he wanted to hit Clay down to 10 and then take Carmella out, because what that does is sets up Clay to lose next turn to Mystic Enforcer if he's able to retrace the Monstrify, which he's often able to do. Like if he draws a land or has a land in hand, he can do it. But looks like we're just...
I don't know where the 10 went.
The 10 went at Dave.
Oh, yes, it did. Okay, down to 13. Yep. Okay. Okay, and Dave does still have 3 activations up, 2 if he wants to use the exile mode.
Yep, which it might be worth it to get rid of that Monstrify.
Yeah, that's
Although,
true.
now it doesn't really make a huge difference because the 6 damage from the Enforcer is enough to put him to the lethal threshold. So it depends. Like if you're able to block it or otherwise interfere with combat, maybe you just do it now while you have a chance. Otherwise, just leave it there because it doesn't make a huge difference. It doesn't affect your clock at all.
Yep.
All right. Casting some spells. Here we go. Tapping lands. Got the Geothermal Block for turn. Tap Mountain. Rite of Flame. All right, so we're doing something.
Yep, going for something here.
Everyone takes 1. Classic Magic player move of having Pokemon energies to represent your mana.
Yes, awesome. Okay.
Gonna filter a red into the dimmer signet, make a black and a blue. Gonna Cabal Ritual, which gives us 4 or 5 black.
Definitely going for something.
Yeah. Definitely going for something. This deck does run Grape Shot, so it does Storm. Outside of like the designated combo stuff, like it can just Storm.
Is that what he's tracking with the yellow,
the lightning?
Yeah. Okay.
Likely, yes. So like obviously you can Grape Shot once you do like the demonic gifts or exhume loops, or you can just cast a bunch of spells and Grape Shot and just kill a bunch of things on the table. I mean,
yeah.
Who's to say?
The Archer does not trigger all the copies of the Storm copies, or does it?
Does not.
Does not. I didn't think so.
No.
So, okay, tapping Cormella for 3.
Yep. So that's red, blue, black.
I don't know what those dice are signifying.
No clue. We're gonna find out.
We're just putting all sorts of dice on cards here. Whatever TCG cards you can find.
You cast a Thermopod. Okay, so
there's
that's outlet.
Yep.
Yep. It generates a red mana whenever you sacrifice your creature to it. So now we just need a way to get Cormella out of the graveyard.
Yep. So exhume or the what is it called?
Demonic Gifts.
Demonic Gifts. Yep. Or exhume. Is Demonic Gifts in here?
Yes. Should be.
Is it an instant?
Yes.
Why am I not seeing it?
Looks like Adam.
Oh, there it is. Yep.
Looks like we're talking about a Thraben Charm here.
Ooh, nice.
So what my suspicion is that we are going to exile graveyards with Cormella trigger on the stack when she goes to the yard.
Ah. Yeah.
Oh, you know what I bet the extra dice are tracking is mana can only be used on instants and sorceries.
Oh, that's right. For Cormella's activation.
Yeah. But she's back. She has haste.
Oh, the haste is so nice.
We're ready to roll.
Yeah. Should still have enough.
Also takes up the storm counter. Well, we need to see how this all comes together here. He's got a lot of different pieces that do a lot of things, but none of it is congealing in a way that wins the game just yet. Or are we backtracking a little bit? What are we doing? Thinking out loud? Reliving the past?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
You might just be like, my brain kind of works like this too, where I need to like work through it in my head by actually like doing the game actions. So maybe we're trying to figure something like that out.
And that Thraben Charm, the point of casting that.
Oh, did we use the Thraben Charm to kill the Thermopod? Not exile. Is that what their confusion was?
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on now because
it may have been. I'm trying to think like what
so
possibly
the
lead
Thermopod
to.
sacrificed Cormella, and then in response, the Thraben Charm hit the Thermopod.
Right. Well, you can't respond to the sacrifice because it's a mana ability. So what you have to do is wait until the Cormella tree goes on the stack, and then priority goes around. So if you want to react, you have to do it at that time. Cormella dies. She gets the impulse back, and I think the Thraben Charm was intended to go towards the Thermopod, not exile the yards. It may have been something where Adam was just like unclear about what he was selecting, and then once he saw the exile of the yard, and
Got it.
he stopped him, and they brought it back to this point. But can't be too sure. That's just my suspicion.
Okay. So storm count is at 4.
Yep.
Casting the impulse.
Notably, Cormella's still in the yard, and Dave still has Heirloom open. So that's something to be aware of. So, like, if they try to exhume, he can remove Cormella in response.
Yeah.
But then, I mean, you'd probably just be able to recast Cormella. Well, maybe not, though, because it costs, what, 6 at that point? He could, but wouldn't have a lot of mana left over to do anything.
Yeah, he has
or maybe not anymore. Not casting spells. Tandem Lookout. Okay, so we're going to draw a lot of cards here. That's the plan. Tandem Lookout, for those who are unaware, is a really spicy little number. It's a 3-mana 2/1. It has Soul Bond, so when it enters or another creature enters, if neither one is soul bound, they can bond to each other, and it and the soul bonded creature have, whenever it deals damage, you get to draw a card. Notably, it's not combat damage, it's just damage, so it works on things like Firebrand Archer, for example, or Shadun. You can soul bond them, and then whenever they ping everybody, you draw 3 cards.
Jeez.
Yeah. Dave runs a similar package in his Shadun deck.
I bet, yeah.
Yeah, the same sorts of cards. So we're going to Skred. That's a good card.
The Archer.
Most likely. This is not a huge Skred. It doesn't really have many snow permanents, but all he needs is 1, and pretty sure we're set there. Spell Pierce is an interesting one. It can be paid for.
It's getting the storm count up, though. Also wants him to tap those 2 things, and then he's got...
Well, he can't act... Well, I guess he can because he has the treasures, but... Yeah.
So he can pay for it and then lose out on being able to exile something.
Right. But it's hard to know if that's...
important right now. Yeah.
Because getting that Archer off the table, I mean, you're at 9. You know, it's a really tough spot.
Yeah.
Because you are in danger of losing to the Archer.
I like this game. It's a thinker.
Yeah.
So currently, Dave is just thinking about whether he wants to pay for this.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And
I mean, honestly,
no.
I don't know what I would do if I'm being perfectly honest. At this point, 3 rounds in, my brain just might be tired enough that I just say, okay, screw it, I'll pay for it, and then if I lose, I lose. But I don't know.
Live with whatever happens.
Yeah, I mean, it's a interesting gambit, that's for sure.
All right, so this will resolve Soul Bond with the Archer.
Yep. Now for every instant and sorcery, you're going to draw 3.
Oh. Does not have a lot of mana left, though, right? 4?
Nope. Yeah, 4.
I mean, that's not bad.
Going to combat.
Okay.
Sure.
Doing it the hard way.
Looks like we've got another spell from Dave here. I'm going to run away together.
Nice. take the Enforcer and the Archer?
Definitely. Enforcer would definitely be one of my targets.
Yeah.
But we're at least going to get that Archer out of there.
Yeah.
Yep. There we go.
Dave showing us his card.
Yep. The Firebrand Archer and Mystic Enforcer have run away together.
Or the Enforcer's not going anywhere? What's happening?
No, it's gone.
Oh, you recast it. Yeah. Recast it after combat.
The Archer, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, Enforcer's gone.
Yeah. So 5 should be the storm count if it matters.
I don't think it matters anymore.
Yeah, doesn't sound like it.
Dave's going to do his little I tap my artifact stuff.
Oh, man. 9, 9, 10, 8. What a game.
We are in Flame Rift territory almost.
Oh, if he pulls off another one. That would be incredible. There's no way. There's
Golden
no
Egg.
way he ends this with the Flame Rift.
It's pretty good here. ETB will draw a card, and it's a food, so you can gain some life off it. Or you can cash her in.
Yeah, he's not in. Doesn't have to worry about the Enforcer this next turn cycle. So
yep,
just sit back, ping everyone.
Counting up all his artifacts. Everybody's tapped out for the most part.
I mean, if he gets a treasure here, he has 5 activations. Whoever he hits is just dead.
It's pretty good.
I mean, well, I guess Clay or the Cormella are just he's got 9 damage. But who's probably Cormella? Oh, but Clay's got
It's tough, yeah, because now that's what I was saying. Like now, Clay actually is presenting something meaningful.
Yeah,
he's not. He isn't until he is.
He did go at Clay. It looks like.
Yep, over to 8 shudgeon damage,
So
5 life.
He can take Clay out right now and not give him a turn, or he can do it on his turn if he tries to do something.
Yeah, I mean, it seems greedy to do it now, unless you have something else up your sleeve. Like if he has like Flame Rift and a Lightning Bolt or something like that to kill another player, or I don't know. But looks like we're just gonna untap here.
This game feels like it's coming to a close for somebody pretty soon.
Yeah, we're nearing the end here. That's for sure. All right, gonna add 3 mana. Without Legweaver, Clay's mana is much more under control, but it still has the 1 untapper, which counts for a lot. We've got 3 floating, 6 floating. Shrine Steward. So we're going for Freed.
Okay, tutor.
Yeah. It searches up an aura.
Yep. Can this win this turn though with just the free?
Yes.
With the draw one? Or how does
I mean, he can. So if he puts Freed from the Real on Juniper Order Druid untaps the forest with the land ores on it, which adds 3 mana, and then he uses 1 to untap, and then
Yep. Okay, so the Juniper Order Druid can do it.
Yep. Looks like we're gonna tap a bunch of artifacts here.
Okay, so he's gonna try to take Clay out before he gets there.
I think so.
Yep. Very good. Dave still has all his mana up. 3 cards, so he could potentially have some interaction for Cormella, who was.
It'd be interesting to leave him at 1, because what you can do, I mean, this is kind of like a weird, EDH politicking thing, but if you let him get freed, let him put it on the stack, and then see if Cormella has a response. If Cormella counters it, then Clay dies. And if not, then you can just tap your artifacts and kill him.
Yeah. Is that what he's doing?
I mean, I don't think it's worth it.
I think he's letting him get the freed, though. But Cormella's tapped out.
No, they have an Arcane Signet.
Oh, Arcane Signet, yeah. And that's right. How many cards? I didn't pay attention to Cormella's hand size
I
there,
think
Primaris.
like 1, maybe.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. I'm just speculating, but it'll be funny.
That would be funny. If you're Cormella, do you just let it happen and say,
Well, yeah, you probably just pass priority,
yeah,
even if you have a counter
make
spell.
Dave do it?
Yeah, because you know he will. I mean, what else can... I don't even know what else is in this deck for him to get other than Freed with that. That's why it's there. Yeah, I think it's just Freed.
I'm looking.
I mean, obviously you can get like land auras, but why would you do that?
Yeah. At this point, yeah. If you can just get the piece that will do it for you.
Yep, there it is. That's the one.
Okay. And here he goes.
Well, it's in his hand. On the stack. Nope, in the hand. On the board.
And here it comes.
With the last mana floating. Freeze from the... There we go.
Cormella.
There we go.
And there's Dave.
Yep. It's a really great counter spell is player removal.
One of the best.
Yep.
One of the best. All right. Yeah.
It just goes to show you that, like, I mean, that would have been it if Clay wasn't dead, you know?
Yeah.
Like, even with
Now you don't feel great about your chances here if you Beach Bod God too much.
Yeah. We start with your Druidic Ritual. So this is a mill 3, then return a land and a creature to your hand.
Okay. What's his chances here? If he gets a
I mean,
if he gets a reach creature to block with?
No. Well, he would need at least one more, and then he would not be able to attack with his end.
Yeah.
Which kind of sucks.
Yeah, what does he get? Is the Armadillo Cloak still there?
Yeah, but you can't get auras. It has to get a creature or a creature and a land.
Okay, so he can't really do...
Get Spore Frog. Which, like, helps, but not really, because now everyone's at the point where the activations will kill you, not the combat damage.
Yeah, so he's got to try to kill Dave here if he can. I don't know how he can, but...
Yeah, with 5 activations from Xiaojun, there's not a lot you can do. I guess, like, going up to 6 helps.
Yeah, that does help.
But I mean,
still can't block Xiaojun though. So, like, he needs one more reach to block Xiaojun, and then hope he can't get 6 activations.
You also have to think of it this way, right? Like, so if the goal here is to get up to 6, kind of cut Xiaojun off of killing him with activations, play Spore Frog to Fog, whatever. You're still dead to, like, Lightning Bolt, Galvanic Blast,
Flame Rift after
Flame Rift,
damage,
things, Pyrite Spellbomb, Lightning Spear. You're still dead to a lot of things, but that might be your best way to make it another turn.
If you can get Dave low enough, though, Cormella could take Dave out.
Yeah, theoretically.
Oh, okay, there's his flyer.
Yep. There's all this stuff.
Yeah. Okay, let's see what he can do here. Yeah, got to swing with both, I think. At Dave, right? It's got to be Dave. Do you send something at Cormella, though, just to make her the blocks?
You know, let me think. So all this damage is 6 damage at Dave, so put him at 3. Looks like he has something. But put him at 3. Then, yeah, I mean, Carmella could just attack for 3 and kill him, or cast 3 spells, ping that way. But then you're stuck against Cormella, which isn't actually that bad for you. So
yeah, man, this is interesting. What's Dave got? He did tap 2.
Yep. Echoing Truth. That's a good one.
That is a great one. Yeah, that
Let's get that
might.
5 damage thing out of here.
Yeah, might be enough for him now.
Yeah, I would take 1 here. Taking 1 seemed reasonable.
Yeah.
No one wants to kill that druid. It came down turn 2, and it's been on the board ever since.
That's so cool.
No one blocking that guy. He's done the most damage. He's done the
Yeah.
second most damage of any of Adam's creatures.
Uh,
And then Dave still got some mana up, which
yeah.
isn't bad.
No.
All right.
Yeah.
Now I think Cormella may just not have any cards left in hand.
I think you're right.
So we're
Which is
drawing fresh
big
off the top
problem.
here. There's got to be a big one.
Yeah.
Kind of put
He
everything.
does. If it's any spell though, he will draw 3, right? 2. He'll draw 2.
He'll draw 2. Yeah.
He'll draw 2.
So a land is big dead skis.
Yeah. Looks like it might not be anything.
Going to
Just
combat.
going to try to get some draws that way.
Yeah, that'll do it.
And if Dave has anything to stop it,
yeah, like removing the lookout would stop that for sure.
yeah. Dave's got 2 cards in hand.
Yep, and 2 men available. Could be anything.
And it is. He's doing some math, I think, counting the artifacts for his turn. Let's see if he can swing 6 with Xiaojun.
You know what would be really funny is if we saw, I don't think it's in the deck, but if we saw something like Dramatic Reversal and just untap all the artifacts.
Oh, that would be incredible.
That'd be sweet. It's not in the deck, but
yeah.
But what if it was?
What if?
All right.
Considers huge.
Considers huge. Now we're on the gravy train.
Yeah.
Could very reasonably just ride this to victory here. Although getting through Adam is going to be pretty tough. Needs to draw like some real hits here. He can't hit lands.
Yeah.
Or any not. It has to be
cheap stuff.
Yeah, lands and creatures are bad here.
Both top?
Well, that'd be one. Oh, in response, we have a resculpt.
Oh, there we go.
So it looks like with triggers on the stack.
Which he did look at those cards, but that's oh well.
Get rid of that archer.
Yeah, there we go.
So that's the only thing that could really kill Dave at this point. So unless Cormella gets like a lightning bolt, which I don't think.
Grape shot.
Oh no, they did lightning bolt. That's cashed in. Grape shot would probably do it.
Yeah, it's cast 1 spell so far and draw it off of it.
There's not much direct damage here though. That can win the game from this position.
Yeah.
But we're still going to cast our spells. Shimmer of Possibility. We're going to put that top 4. It's just an instant or a sorcery speed impulse, basically.
Okay.
Yeah. So sorcery, look at the top 4, put 1 in your hand, rest on the bottom.
Finds Grape Shot. Oh, he just dies to the Enforcer, though.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep, he sure does.
He's got to kill them both here somehow.
That's right. You see, I'm looking through the deck right now. See if there's anything else. Pyromatics is another one. It's a replicate spell. He has enough mana to do that for 3. That would kill Dave, but again, doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
To Beach Bod God.
And Dave just has 10 artifacts to tap on his upkeep if he wants to.
Yeah, if he doesn't die, he's taking the game.
Yep. Yep. Oh man, this was a fun game. I really liked it.
Really something. All right, tapping 3. What do we got? We're transmuting. For a 3. Got, what do we have at 3? back to the deck.
Yep.
That
Breath weapon. What's that
size.
one do? No.
He capsize. He doesn't have double blue. That sucks.
Yeah.
Let's see what else we got here.
Not much.
No, not a whole lot.
Frantic Search.
Yeah, Frantic Search is the other one.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything else.
Nope. Ashnod's Altar, huh?
Yeah.
Ophidian Eye is not useful now. Yeah, I mean, really just out of options. It really stinks that he doesn't have the blue mana for a capsize, because that would do it.
Yeah, I mean, Dave had the answer. That resculpt did it. He had. I think he might have had enough to even get hit for 5 with all these spells he's cast.
Looks like we're gonna dig more. Got the Frantic Search. Here we go.
Yeah.
This could set him up for a capsize if he can untap blue sources, and if he draws into capsize, that would save him.
How does that save him?
So capsize if you got Xiao Jun.
Because can't she just?
Oh no, it wouldn't. Yeah, what am I talking about?
Yeah, because he's got that doesn't need haste to just deal that damage out.
For some reason, I was like, oh, all his stuff is tapped. Now's the time. But that doesn't mean anything. That doesn't mean anything. Back on the storm plan. Let's find ourselves a grape shot.
Yeah. Grape shot to choose the winner of the game. Whichever one you kill, the other wins. Did not.
Unless we cast like 7 more spells,
or did not
maybe
untap
like 3 or 4 more
mana.
spells. Did not. Yeah, we got double blue and a black. And we're untapping. Okay.
All right, there it is.
Yeah, so I don't see how Dave doesn't kind of just went on the spot here.
Yeah. Doesn't technically need to cast anything even.
Oh, but he is. We're transmuting.
Okay.
We're getting a 1-drop. Interesting. Galvanic Blast. Yep, that'll do it. It's a good one. Let's see. Okay, so there's 1 activation. I think after the first activation, we're just using Galvanic Blast as an insurance policy.
Yeah. 2 more activation.
In case something catastrophic happens, you can just dome somebody for 4. All right, Beach White God is at 2, and we're just going to go from there. Sacrifice the Spore Frog. All right. No more combat damage.
What's he showing over there?
Muddle the Mixture.
Oh.
All right, they're all dead. We got there. Everyone's dead.
Everyone. Yep. Dave did it. Pulled off another win. Yep. Really fun game. That was really good.
Yeah, that one was pretty sweet. Let's see. We can pop on over to pod number 3 in a second here. It looks like they're still going for some reason.
Is that? Yeah. Why are they still? I thought I might have. Was that this game that I announced that Sebleaf won with Skirmish Rhino Persist combo, or was that last round?
You know what? I don't even know.
I don't remember either.
I couldn't tell you even if I wanted to.
Time is becoming a blur in my.
Let me scout ahead here. Oh yeah, looks like we're just playing for fun. Is everybody done? Maybe all the games are done.
Pod 5.
Pod 5. A reporter in the field. Pod 5. Here we go. All right, hopping on over here. Okay.
What do we have? We've got Gretchen. The Abdul. Okay. Maybe looks like there's much more of a board state this time.
Yep. So we've got Abdel, we've got Gretchen doing some Simic land untapper stuff that we've come to know and love.
Yes.
We've got Alexios at the bottom there with
nice
some cards that I can't quite make out, but one of them is Alexios.
Yep.
And then Horrid Shadow Spinner back for another go of it. So let's see. Figure out whose turn we're on here.
So Alexios is with obviously it's with its owner. We're playing virtually. We're not passing a real Alexios around the table here.
Yeah, it looks like
who might have it.
It looks like it's Goblin Boss's turn with Gretchen,
okay.
or maybe it's Alexios's turn. I don't know. We're fogging. We're casting darkness. That's for sure.
Spinner Shadow Roscoe cast it.
Yep. So someone was attacking him.
Okay.
As soon as I figure out what's happening, we will jump you guys right into the action.
We got some stuff under Abdel, it looks like, so.
Mm-hmm. And some number of soldiers.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like.
Yeah, I can't. If there's a die on that, I cannot.
It's like Gretchen's doing some stuff, adding some mana. Okay, so they have an Aurora Breeze Caller. Activate. Looks like we have 1,000,000 auras on one land.
Oh, that's one land with all that stuff?
Yeah, so we're doing the infinite thing here.
Gretchen only has one land out?
That's what it looks like.
What in the world?
So what they can do is Aurora Breeze Caller, you bounce a land to your hand to untap a land. And then, so you untap your giant land, activate Gretchen, draw a card, put the land back on the battlefield, and then you just repeat that.
Okay.
Until you get what you need. Tap in 2. Those dice contain an arbitrary amount of mana indicated on them. Activating Breeze Caller, bounce the land back, untap our giant land, add like 6 more mana or whatever.
Uh-huh.
I think one of those is at least a Dawn's Reflection, so that's 2, plus Wild Growth is 3, plus the land is 4, and then if each of those other auras only add 1, then we're at 6 mana per activation, or per tap there.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what is this win? What do they do to win?
Here? They can. Oh goodness. They can get like capsize. Let me look at their list.
Capsize, just take everything off.
Bounce all everybody's permanents.
And just say have fun.
Yeah, pretty much. That's the easiest way, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm. Is there a way that you can have everyone else draw their decks and like win that way? Like you can't choose. Yeah, this is. I don't. We'll see if Goblin Boss knows what he's doing here.
He's transmuting?
With what's he transmuting with? Did you see?
Muddle the Mixture, so we're getting a 2.
Getting a 2.
Looks like he's not quite. Let me see. So
getting an untapper?
Yeah, this should give him like 1 mana net every loop, right? If he's adding 6. If he's not, then he's going like mana neutral, and it's kind of finicky.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just like looking through here, like what could we be doing? It's like obviously like compulsive research. Yeah, you target everyone with compulsive research to draw out their deck.
But he's getting a 2-drop. None of those 2-drops seem like they win him the game on the spot. I don't, unless I'm misunderstanding what these all do. I don't see any 2-drops. Did we see what he got with that?
Merchant Scroll.
Am I on the wrong? Oh my goodness. I'm still looking at old deck lists. I'm looking at Clay's deck. Merchant Scroll is not in this list. Okay. We are on Gretchen. There we go. Merchant Scroll.
Yeah.
And that will go get...
What are we finding with Merchant Scroll? It looks like Alexios is manipulating some cards.
Yeah, he's doing something.
Yeah, the angles here are a little hard to parse what's going on, but looks like he's picking up some cards. Is he conceding or is the game over? Well, I mean, the game's probably over, but
yeah, the game is probably over if he can figure it out. He could get capsized, I guess, is what you're. Yeah, they're wrapping it up.
All right, fair enough.
Good.
It was entirely clear, but you know what? We ended up with everybody picking up their cards, which means that the game ended.
Yeah.
Yeah. If we'd come in to that game maybe a few minutes earlier, it would have made a lot more sense. But unfortunately, we're just kind of stuck trying to figure it out in real time.
Yeah. Well, I had a blast. This was super fun. Thank you, Derek, for guiding me through these first 3 rounds.
No, thank you for joining me. And you know, when I think since that's the last game, we're gonna go take a quick break here. I'll be back with Miles of the Jalapeno Poppers for the next round, and then the finals. So everyone say goodbye to Bernie. Give him a nice little wave and salute and chat there. Thank him for all his hard work, please.
Thank you very much.
And then you know, Christopher, whenever you're ready, you can take us out. All day. My name's Derek, and below me, I have a different jalapeno popper. There are two of them at the very least that I'm aware of, and this is the second one. His name is. Introduce yourself.
Hey, what's up, pop heads? I'm Miles of the Jalapeno Poppers. Derek, you can be popper
That's right.
for a day.
Thank you. I thought there's so many jalapeno poppers to choose from. I might just change it up a little bit. Bring in a brand new one. Fresh off the popping block.
Oh yeah, I've been carbo loading all day. I've just had a bunch of pizza and cupcakes.
Perfect. That's gamer fuel.
I'm excited. This has been. I've been checking in on the tournament as much as I can, and it's been a great tournament so far.
Yeah, some really sick games. And this one, this is our top table right now. We've got some pretty interesting decks. Two you might remember that we've seen a fair bit of. Dave on Xiaojun up in the top right. We've seen him play a couple games so far this tournament. Keeps winning, so that's why he's still around. In the bottom right, we have Bobby Fine on Weavers, which we are familiar with by now. We've been watching Clay play a lot, and also got to see Bobby a couple rounds ago. South Lakes Vibes in the bottom left on Galanra and Glacian. We saw this deck a couple rounds ago. It's like a big mana deck, plays a lot of big, chunky green beaters and cheap interactive spells. So looking to do some attacking with large trampling creatures. And then up in the top left, we have Dr. Seb Leaf on Skirmish Rhino. This is it's a Skirmish Rhino deck insofar as it is an Abzan deck, but it is a Persist combo deck. So what we're doing is we're taking advantage of Persist creatures along with things like Ivyline Denizen or Master Chef to negate the -1/-1 counters that the Persist creatures enter with, and then we can keep looping them in and out of the graveyard like that.
Very cool.
Yeah, there's ways to give like Skirmish Rhino itself persist, so you can use that as a win condition eventually. But basically just a big Abzan combo soup that we have going on here. To give you an idea of records, Bobby is 3-0. Dave is 2-1 with a draw. No, he's won 2 games, drawn 1. And I think the other two, South Lakes Vibes and Seb Leaf, both are at 1 win, 1 draw. To give you an idea of where they're at in the standings.
1 win, 1 draw, and
1 loss.
One loss. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, that's right. And
this is
boy,
exciting.
Speaking of winning, we're already off to the races. Look at this. We've got a first turn, Elsa Deep Shadow. So going to start the ramp game. Tap land from Dave here. You said you've been following kind of as been going on. What's your opinions on some of the decks that we've seen?
The combo is strong today.
Yeah, sure is.
Especially Lay and Lore, right? Bobby 3-0. How Clay is also on Lay and Lore.
Clay is 1-1-1.
Okay. Yep. Then Alks, yeah. That was an exciting last game. I saw the
Clay's 1-2. Sorry, yeah, but you saw Flame Rift.
Saw the Flame Rift win again. Yeah, that was cool.
It's always fun. We love those around.
Oh yeah, that was awesome.
Cool. In this game, we're kind of just taking it a little slow here. Most action so far out of Dr. Seb up here. So we use that Elsa Deep Shadow to get our Carrion Feeder out and then cast a Farseek. So we're probably going to get a dual land here.
Nice.
Looks like we're just going to follow suit, cast a Felwar Stone for Dave, and right back to Bobby, who just has a Path of Ancestry now, but who knows what it could be. It's a whole new turn.
I love the possibilities. Every turn brings something new.
At least one card. At least one card. So we're going to get just another tap land for Bobby here, the blue-green snow land. South Lakes Vibes, we're going to get ourselves a Mannequin. So this deck plays mana. It only plays artifact mana dorks because of their interaction with Glacian. So, I don't know if you saw earlier when we saw this deck on stream, but Glacian taps X untapped artifacts to look the top X cards of your library, and you can pick one, keep it, put the rest in the yard. So the mana dorks and the mana rocks in this deck kind of double duty in the late game, count towards that activation.
Yeah. Okay. I'm not familiar with that commander.
Yeah,
So
we don't see much of it because he's a big 6-mana 3/6 that
right.
doesn't have haste. So there's not a whole bunch of homes for it, but this deck goes pretty big on mana and is able to get him out ahead of schedule for sure.
Cool.
All right, back around again. Wirewood Herald.
Okay.
So this is something I can fetch a couple different combo pieces. Let me bring up the list here.
Looks like a pretty strong start.
Yeah, it definitely has a lot of cards. Running low on them though.
Lot of rectangles on the board.
Yeah, Into the North will get us any snow land, most likely another duel. But as far as elves that we can get, I know there's one that has Persist. We can also get Ivy Lane Denizen.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Kind of going through here. Oh yeah, Safehold Elite is the one that has Persist. Get Ivy Lane Denizen and get Evolution Witness. It is a couple options. But not much else left in hand. I mean,
right. Is that just one down to one card?
Maybe two.
Okay.
Let's see. This deck doesn't have like a ton of interaction. It has some, like a handful of removal spells. But, it's something where I don't think that it's going to be well equipped to fight against like a good draw from Weavers, for example.
Sure. Right. Not. Yeah. You're going to want to deal with the Weaver in other ways.
Yeah, it's definitely the
Play
fastest
removal.
combo deck at the table. It's definitely faster
Yeah.
than the Persist combo, but
Right.
and more
right.
redundant too.
Yeah, I think it was turn 4 in pod in the first game or first
Yep.
round.
Yeah, round
For
one.
Bobby and Clay, right?
I know Clay won on turn 4. I'm not sure about Bobby. We didn't watch his game, but Clay definitely did win on turn 4. The round where we had Bobby and Clay, I think Bobby won maybe turn 4 or turn 5.
Wow.
But it was pretty quick.
What are you supposed to do against that?
You're supposed to mulligan to cards that can interact. Really, is
Right.
the easiest answer. Like if you know that you're gonna have to fight these things, then you should make sure that you have tools in your hand to do that.
Right. Because we know they can potentially win on turn 4.
Mm-hmm.
We've seen that, so you need to be able to have an answer for that.
Yep. Looks like Bobby's just gonna deploy a land untapper here and pass.
And Xiao Jun came out in the meantime.
Oh yeah. We're going to see a Gallanra here. Gallanra taps to add a green. If you use that mana to cast a spell with mana value 6 or greater, you get to draw a card. That's why the deck has lots of 6-drops.
My kind of deck. I like that. Just play big stompies. Don't have to think too much. Just turn them sideways.
Yep, exactly.
All these combos. It's too much to keep track of.
I know, hurts my brain.
I'll just I just don't like to think too much. Just swing.
Speaking of combo, looks like we're going to get the Safehold Elite pretty quickly, so that tells me that Seb's pretty close to pulling the trigger. Just
wow.
Yanked it right out of the deck. So he has a Sacrifice Outlet. He has a Persist creature. He just needs his Commander and a Master Chef or an Ivy Lane Denizen.
Okay.
And then he can loop it, but he would need another thing to as an outlet.
Finish people off some way, right?
Yeah.
What does the deck want to do in that case as the win con?
Falconwrath Noble is the easiest answer. I'm just going through the list here. Yeah, maybe just Falconwrath Noble, or the Rhino if you're able to get that Persist with like Antler Skulkin or something like that.
Yeah,
but for that you don't need Safehold Elite. You can always just use it to like get some extra value out of your like Costly Plunder or Deadly Dispute or those sorts of effects. All right, there's the Falconwrath Noble. Yeah, so we're just like one piece away. Just kind of has it all here. Notably, like there's not a lot of redundancy for Falconwrath Noble. There's just one of those.
Right. Yeah.
Trying to see if there's anything else here.
There's yeah. I mean, there's a Suture Priest, but that just gains you.
That just gains you life. And against decks like, I mean, that's not going to
Against a combo
matter.
deck, right? That's
It's
not
only going to
gonna-
matter against South Lake's vibes. He's the only one that's dealing like honest combat damage rather than
right.
like commander
The rest
damage.
can
Or just
the rest can
solo.
deal with infinite life.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess that can also get infinite mana. Okay, so you can also use Astronaut's Altar to persist into infinite mana, then filter it with like an energy refractor to recast your commander infinite times.
Oh yeah,
You
yeah.
can do that, but
Pestilence is also in there.
yeah, if you have
If you
infinite
had-
black mana and
right.
more life than everybody, then conceivably yes.
That's a little more work to do that.
Sure is. Looks like Dave's just going to get a Lightning Spear online and crash in with Xiao Jun, take Bobby down to 26.
Okay. He's found a target.
Yeah, looks like it.
And I think, you have to respect the combo player. I was thinking, and I commented, but in just the Twitch chat, just combo is fun and cool because you can win out of nowhere. But that's to play, I guess. But then also you need to respect it for the same reasons because it can win out of nowhere.
Sure. Yeah,
So-
and going after Bobby here, that kind of tells me that Dave might be prepared for what Seb is trying to do.
Right.
Notably, like at first blush, it might not seem like Dave can tap that Fillware Stone for red mana, but Path of Ancestry is a 5-color land, so he sure can.
There you go. Thank you. Thank you, Bobby.
Yep. Muchos gracias, my friend, for providing the table with red mana.
Yeah.
All right, there's the Weaver number 1, the Lay Weaver. Not tapping that Path of Ancestry, though. Or I guess he did it and then untapped it. Yeah, okay. That makes sense.
Yeah, because he just scried. So I was like, wait,
Yep. No, he's just being sneaky.
that's not how that works.
No. Combo players are a little sneaky. Just gotta be
Oh,
sneaky.
you gotta watch them.
All right, back to South. So South Lake's Vibes can cast a 6-drop here. He's got 2 mana dorks and 4 lands, but he has to tap out to do it.
Mm-hmm. Thinking, looks like. Okay.
Indeed, we are. Oh, we're doing it. We're pulling the trigger.
Why not? What could go wrong?
That's a great question. They're going to play an Aether Snipe, so we're going to bounce something.
Okay.
ETB bounce a permanent. Looks like everybody's going to thumbs up, trigger go on or draw a card. And what are we going to get here? Get that Noble out of here.
Oh, okay.
All right, looks like Deadly Dispute. So we're going to sacrifice the elves, draw 2 cards, make a treasure. Not so bad.
Nope.
Yeah, with this much land, the elf is not as useful.
Right.
It did its thing, got a fast start, but now we're kind of slowing down a little bit.
Served its purpose.
Mm-hmm.
Got a little more value.
Looks like a Mephitic Draft, so it's a 2-mana artifact, black colorless, and when ETBs, you lose life, draw a card. And it triggers again when it leaves the battlefield as well. So if you Deadly Dispute it away or Costly Plunder, you get to draw a card when it leaves.
Right.
Pretty cool. It's a neat
Yeah.
card.
Astronaut's Altar.
Just kind of just throwing it all out there. Caution
Yeah.
to the wind.
Right. He's got the treasure left, but yeah.
Yep.
He's got combo pieces.
But not a lot else. He's got, let's see, so he drew 2 cards off the Deadly Dispute, 1 card off the draft, and then he has Falcon Wrath in hand, so at least 4 cards. -1 for Astronaut, so at least 3 cards.
Does that count 1 for turn?
No, I don't think so. So maybe, who knows? He could have any number of cards. There's no way to know for sure.
There's no way to know.
Yeah. All right. Looks like we're going to end step. Dave's going to activate Xiaojun, tapping the Felwar Stone and the Seed of the Synod. So, pow. Everyone takes one.
Table. Ping the table for 1. Okay. What's been the biggest surprise of the tournament so far for you?
That people still don't seem to respect what Xiaojun can do. Granted, it's a hard deck to clock, just because like it can pivot into different things pretty easily.
Right.
But you know, it just seems to. There's a saying: "How does he keep getting away with it?"
Yes.
that I've used in many situations across many tournaments, and this is another one of those.
Despite winning the last Sanctuary tournament, right?
Yeah, doing this exact same thing.
I think you demand some respect. So,
and a lot of the players are pretty plugged into the online scene, like they're aware,
Yeah.
you know.
right. Especially the people playing in the tournament should be the ones that are paying the most attention and often playing in that tournament too. So I don't think it should be necessarily a surprise. But when you say pivot, so Xiaojun can obviously tap 2 artifacts to do 1 damage to the table.
Yep.
And also commander damage. Is that the main 2?
Yeah, pretty much. It can do other things. There's like it's kind of a control deck that can switch between 2 different avenues of winning the game. There's a lot of interaction in this deck, as I'm sure like you've been able to see throughout the games today. Like Dave will oftentimes always have something available to address any problem that arises. He's very, very, the way that he plays it obviously is playing into that. He's very, very patient and doesn't do anything unless he has to. So like when the time comes, he has like 5 cards in hand instead of, you know, just throwing things around willy-nilly.
Right.
It's got a lot of factors.
Yeah, definitely a good plan. Speaking of interaction, I see Aether Spellbomb and then...
it's a Trinket Mage that got the Aether Spellbomb.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Very good.
Yep. So that's a good thing to have against these kind of creature combo decks,
right?
Like the Skirmish Rhino deck. So you're able to bounce something, like bounce the payoff.
And it looks like he swung as well at Bobby.
Yep. Bobby's up to 8 commander damage.
There you go. Wow. Man, 16 comes quick.
Yeah. Yeah, it certainly can.
Let's see.
Right. So I think Bobby is just in the tank here. Just kind of figuring out what he needs to be doing. Obviously, he's got a fistful of cards. He's got 2 land and tappers, so he's got access to 4 mana through his lands and 3 through his creatures. So 7 mana total at the moment. If he has any land auras, obviously that gets multiplied.
Right.
But he's under a really quick clock now, so needs to pick something and do it.
What options does he have?
Depends on what's in his hand. This isn't like Gretchen where you can just kind of passively draw a bunch of cards with your open mana. This deck is a little more all in. Okay, looks like we're going to cast the one that gains you 3 life. I don't remember the name of this card. I've seen this card 8 times today, and I cannot remember the name of it. But it is, I think the technically correct name is the one that gains you 3 life.
I think so. At least that's in the flavor text.
Right.
I thought you knew every name of every card.
I do, but not on demand immediately.
I do as well. If I look up the card, then I know the name of it.
Let me find it here. Oh, Gift of Paradise. That's the one. Gift of Paradise.
It's also a land aura.
Yep.
So he's untapping, tapping again.
So that's 2 more mana. Untapped again. 2 more mana.
It gains life on ETB.
Yes.
But that does not help too much with Xiaojun commander damage.
It sure don't. That's why commander damage is great. People think, oh, I can beat all the pinger decks. I'm just going to play little life gain stuff. Well, you know what? Doesn't do anything against commander damage.
Bam!
That's why it's good. That's why I love it.
Yep, you got a flying assassin coming at you. They don't care.
Yeah, exactly. All right, spending some mana now. Here we go. So he has a Crozen Restore in hand. Got Lay Druid. Okay, so he has a couple more tappers in hand. Lay Druid is one of them. And I think I saw a Crozen Restorer in hand as well. So he has at least one more. Yep, there it is. Just get them both out there.
Wow. Lots of mana potential now.
Yeah, I'll have even more mana next turn. So yeah, each of those creatures is worth 2 mana each. And then Lay Weaver's worth 3. So if it's 9, and then plus 1, 2, 3, 4, rather 3, so like 12, 15. Yeah, a lot of mana. Or 14.
Yeah, 4 cards in hand. Okay. So he's setting up.
Yep, definitely. Oh god, was it a Copper Mirror? It looks like. I want to say it's a Copper Mirror from South Lakes over here. Bring up the deck list again. See what printing he uses in here. Yeah, it's Copper Mirror. That's a Copper Mirror. Going to combat.
That's a Copper Mirror for you.
4 damage. Looks like we're going at Seb. Fortunately, Karen Feeder cannot block, nor do I think it would want to if he was. All right, so this guy, is that an Avacyn's Pilgrim? All these promos and things. It makes it hard to keep track.
Just keep the art the same, please.
Yeah, I think it's an Avacyn's Pilgrim. Or is it Elvish Visionary? No, it's an Elvish Visionary. The art's basically the same. Okay. Then we're going to Eviscerator's Insight. Draw 2. Yeah, so cast Elvish Visionary, draw a card, sacrifice the Visionary to Ashnod's Altar, get 2 mana, cast Eviscerator Insight, sacrifice the Mephitic Draft, draw 3 cards. So drawing a ton of cards here. Like drew 4 cards off of the 2 that he cast.
Gotta love it. Love drawing cards.
An Evolution Charm. Yeah, I know. So we're going to search for a land, put it into hand. This card is a great card that probably didn't get played enough. It has 3 modes. One is search for a land, put it in your hand. The other is return a creature from your graveyard to your hand. And the third is give a creature flying.
That is sweet. And any land, right?
Or any basic land.
Any basic, okay.
Yep. But in a 3-color deck, that's the sort of thing that you really need. Because this is a 30 land deck, and only 13 of them enter untapped, it looks like. No, I guess a little bit less. Maybe because there's some artifact lands, but most of them enter tapped. The vast majority. What am I talking about? Vast majority. It's like half. I don't even know what I'm talking about anymore. It's like half.
So yeah, that's important for untapped lands.
Yep. Yeah, you don't want to play so far behind, like playing tap lands every turn. Looks like we're activating Xiaojun on end step here, or if we're moving to end step.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw that Spellbomb move. So.
Got more stuff to do. Spirited Companion, draw a card.
Nice.
Sacrifice, make some more mana. Got two colorless floating along with that treasure there. And there's the Energy Refractor. So it's a 2-mana artifact, ETB, draw a card. Pay 2 generic mana to add a mana of any color. So this is how he can filter like the infinite mana loops.
Right. It's got his filter. Very good. Okay. Still seeing more pieces, but can he assemble the pieces of the puzzle? Not this turn.
No. out of resources this turn, so we're just going to pass it along. Dave's going to activate Show General End Step. Everyone's going to take a point.
He's got one. Yeah, okay.
You're just doing one.
Yeah, potentially of 2, but
yeah, if he has those
he's
2
got
lands.
four artifacts, looks like.
He's got 5. He's got a Felwar Stone, Seed of the Synod, the Bridge, Spell Bomb, and then the equipment.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. So he's separating them out now.
Oh, he heard me. Thank you. Man, so
combat.
Combat.
Get in there.
Bobby.
Yeah, most likely.
Oh boy, up to 12.
Yep, got one more turn. Unless, so this is something you can do with your commander damage decks, is get people to where they're 1 hit from dead, and then you start stacking up commander damage on another player.
Mm-hmm.
What that lets you do is leverage the player that you'd otherwise kill. Let them stick around to leverage their interaction against other players. But that can bite you in the butt. But at the same time, there is another combo deck at the table that Bobby does not want to lose to, that you also do not want to lose to. So if you perceive that they might be close and you think that you can leverage those players against each other, then you can start stacking up commander damage on another player and get it to the point where they're 1 hit from dead and go that way.
Yeah, absolutely. If I were Elk, I would not do that. I would not leave Bobby alive, right?
Yeah, you probably don't need to.
And because he didn't play any spells. He's got 4 cards in hand. I don't think he's probably too worried about the Skirmish Rhino, right? I mean, he probably has interaction, like you've mentioned previously. It's a control deck. He saves stuff to interact with. So
yep,
and he might need to here too, because Bobby just played another aura.
Yep, this is one of the more powerful ones. It's Dawn's Reflection. So whenever you tap the land for mana, it adds 2 extra mana of any color.
Holy moly!
Yeah. So the land
last time he was representing 15 mana,
before 14 or something like that.
Yeah.
Now it's more than that.
It is. Wow.
Yeah, because the land taps for 4. You'll notice that the land that has the auras on it has the one that gives it the ability to tap for 2 mana, and also has the one that adds 2 mana when it becomes tapped. That's kind of the combination you want to get on those cards. You don't want 2 of the ones that tap to add more mana, because you can only tap it once.
Yep. So that land essentially taps for how much?
It taps for 4. So the Gift to Paradise, it gives it the ability to tap for 2 mana of any color. So you tap it for, say, 2 blue. Then Dawn's Reflection triggers, and you get to add 2 mana of any color to your mana pool. We've got the little counter. Got 4 blue mana floating right now, and 3 untappers to go. So each one of those, the Recursion Restorer and the Lay Druid each will add another 4, and then the Weavers will add 5. So that's another 13 mana.
And it looks like it's, well, I don't know what South Lake can have necessarily.
He runs a lot of 1 mana bounce spells, some spells that phase out creatures. They're spells that are much better utilized within combat, or to clear out a board stall for your trampling creatures.
Oh, I see.
They also double to interact in combo turns, being able to phase out an important creature or bounce it. But usually the way that I've seen them utilized is they prevent you from dying to crackbacks, or let you push extra damage.
Gotcha. Okay, well, the Lore Weaver is out.
Yep. So this is probably gearing up to what you've seen Clay do several times, is if you, in the absence of being able to go deterministic, you just kind of add a ton of mana and just casually draw 2 cards with your Lore Weaver.
Because he's not representing infinite mana.
Not yet.
Draw cards.
If we're going to add 4 more mana,
Okay.
then we're going to activate the Weaver to draw 2 cards.
Okay. Remember when drawing 3 cards costs 1 mana?
And it can again. You just have to find the right
You
combination.
gotta work for it a little bit.
That's right. All right. Adding a blue and paying 2, cast a Merchant Scroll.
Okay.
For blue instant.
Search for...
So it depends on what's in his hand. Like if he has Freed, for example, he can get like a counterspell because he would have 5 mana available to counterspell and Freed. I'm not sure what other blue instants he would need to tutor for. Snap, not a bad one.
Right.
You could just get like any generic piece of interaction as well.
Yeah. Snap.
Snap is good because this will give him another untap on his land.
Yeah. So, yeah, okay. Do you ever go get Muddle the Mixture to transmute? I don't know.
It depends if you really, really, really need to find that one thing that you can't get with Merchant Scroll,
Right.
If there's a very specific 2 mana card that you need and it's not a blue instant or sorcery, or blue instant rather, because Merchant Scroll just gets instants, then conceivably.
Can anything tutor for Freed?
Shrine Steward, I think, is the only card in the deck that can find it, and Drift of Phantasms.
3 mana, yeah.
Yeah, Drift can get it just by virtue of the transmute. But as far as like cards that tutor auras,
it's just the Shrine Steward.
Shrine Steward.
Yeah, that's right.
All right, moving our dice around, adding some mana, casting Snap, untapping some lands. Also bouncing something.
Yes. What are we bouncing?
So if we actually care about the bounce, then probably Xiaojun.
Yep.
And there she goes. But first we're going to activate and deal damage. I think like a lot of players would probably fight over that, but I think Dave is right not to.
Sure, right.
Because you just want to be mindful of what is happening in front of you right now.
Yes, the bouncing Xiaojun isn't game ending.
Yeah, you don't need to kill. I mean, you very well might not need to kill Bobby on your next turn. You just want to make sure that he does not win the game right now.
Right, absolutely. That's the more immediate concern.
I think it's very tempting to want to fight over keeping your lethal threat on the board, but I think here that's not particularly wise. Llanowar Elves. Interesting.
Classic. Reliable.
He does play a lot of mana dorks.
Okay. Oh, activating Lore Weaver.
Yep.
And looks like he's out of untappers.
Yeah, looks like that's the case. So he's not dead to Xiaojun next turn, as far as we can tell, which is good. Looks like we're going to cycle something on end step here for South Lakes. What are we doing? Is that an abundant growth? Okay, he probably cast abundant growth named land. What are we doing? We're shuffling.
We're shuffling.
I can't see the card. That's the problem. It looked
Every
like he just
day.
dug till he found a land, but
Every day we're shuffling.
let me see. What cards does he have in this deck that could do that? He doesn't even have abundant growth. Of course not.
Why would he?
Why would he? That's right. Maybe like land cycled something and just manifested it by pulling cards off the top of his library till he found something and then shuffled. Not
Yeah.
sure. Because a lot of the creatures that he has do land cycle. Looks like Bobby's got 5 still in hand. So does Dave. Looks like we're still on end step here. Gonna cast Bounce Off. So this is a bounce spell from Aether Drift. It returns a creature or a vehicle. So you get the Lay Weaver out
The
of
Lay
hand.
Weaver, okay. Back to hand.
Mm-hmm. And untap draw.
Yeah, that was quite a turn from Bobby, so that's going to draw some attention for sure.
A lot of game actions, that's for sure.
Yeah, yeah. Just kind of setting up even more.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, also notable, Dave showing everybody his Lightning Spear. This is a card that you can sacrifice to deal 3 damage to something. So it's another piece of interaction that's just on the board that a lot of people might not realize does what it does, but it sure do.
Right. Just pay 3. Doesn't need. That's it, right? Doesn't need a tap or anything.
Nope, pay 3, sacrifice Lightning Spear.
Deal 3. Nice.
All right, looks like we're casting another large creature. Yep, got 7 mana right now. 6. Topiary Panther. So 6/5 trample. And draw a card off Galanra for that one.
Nice. I like it.
Yep.
More big stompies.
And we go to combat. Sending 4 somebody's way. I think Seb is like an easy target here.
Yep, that's what I saw. Yeah.
Yeah. I think if you're Bobby, like jumping with that Llanowar Elf is pretty easy to do.
Yeah. Pretty trivial at this point.
Mm-hmm. I mean, really, like the function of those cards is just to like get out your Lay Weaver faster, or get your engine online faster. But we already have it. And then what are we doing after combat? Got some more mana to use here. I'm gonna pay 1. Wrong card. I'm gonna bushwhack, so we're gonna fight. Looks like Bobby doesn't want to have any of that. Probably going his way. Looks like we have
Cameos. There we go. Okay. No, thank you. I do not want to fight.
No, we are but peaceful villagers.
Yes, I don't attack. Bobby, this is Bobby. I don't attack anyone.
Yeah, exactly. He's not the threat. Look at all those 1/1s and
I'm not
1/2s.
the threat. I can only make 100 mana on my turn. It's fine.
That's it. That doesn't mean anything. Yeah.
If I had it, I would have won already.
We did see South Lakes actually accidentally show us a Sword Coast Serpent, so we know he has that. It's an adventure creature. It has a bounce spell adventure mode, and then a big sea dragon on the other side.
That cannot be blocked if you play a
non-creature spell.
That turn, yeah.
Yep.
That's a good one.
So here's the Rhino. I'm gonna drain everyone for 2. 3/4 trample. Boring.
Okay.
We're gonna pay black.
We're going to Dark Ritual. No.
Sure. That's a Dark Ritual.
Okay. All these printings, you know.
But why are we Dark Ritualing? Master Chef. Okay, so he had like, so that's pretty much, he has all the pieces of his combo accessible in some way, shape, or form. Because he still has the Falcon Wrath in his hand.
Right. So what are we missing? What needs to happen?
He needs a persist creature. And that, I can't, oh, the foiling. Is that the safe hold elite from before? I think so. The foiling, it makes it hard to read, but I believe that's a safe hold elite, which is a persist creature.
Okay, so he's presenting the combo, or
pretty much. So what would happen, for example, is he'd sacrifice Ashnod Altar.
Yeah.
Is infinite colored mana.
Okay, spell bomb. They're chatting.
So like first step is you need to get rid of that Rhino because that turns off Master Chef.
Right. So yeah. So he sacks to Ashnod's the persist creature. It comes back. It gets a counter from Master Chef.
Yep, which negates the -1/-1 counter.
Right, and then you can just keep doing that.
Yep, and then you filter it all through the energy refractor for infinite colored mana.
So infinite colored mana he's representing.
Yep, and then from there you can just sacrifice the Rhino to cast it an arbitrary amount of times.
Right. Gotcha. And drain the table out.
Yep.
Okay, so where are we? Because I saw spell bomb.
Well, I think we backed up a little bit. Now there's some talking. People are waving their hands around and things.
Yes, that's very helpful.
So we can kind of get off this for a turn if we bounce the Rhino, maybe.
Yeah.
Or if you... I
believe
up South Lakes is something. He's tapping mana.
Something's happening.
Echoing Truth. Okay, that bounces a permanent. So I can bounce the Altar or the Master Chef, which is good.
Right.
I mean, it's just more things to bounce.
Whereas the spell bomb can only bounce a creature.
Right.
So is there some discussion with, hey, you use your spell bomb to bounce a creature, I'll bounce something else?
Yeah, there's probably some kind of a discussion happening in terms of who is interacting with what.
Right.
Looks like they're just going to use Echoing Truth to bounce the Rhino.
Which is 3 mana.
3 colored mana specifically.
Right. So harder to cast than the other two, or, the Ashnods or
Yeah,
some
for
other
sure.
options. Yeah.
It's like it's probably in his best interest to just call it a day, honestly, and just pass the turn. I don't, because there's not much else you can do without devoting a significant amount of your resources to it. And
right. There's not too much.
You basically lose access to your safe hold elite, and
right.
It's not worth it.
He did what he could.
All right, Sergeant's back. Easy. Basically, like, he obviously doesn't have Ivory and Denizen. That is another one that would make it go infinite. But like the Master Chef is really the thing that's enabling the whole combo, and you need Rhino on the battlefield to use it. So like the bounce spells targeting Rhino are like fine as like a stopgap in the short term.
Yes. That will do, Rhino. That will do. So what? Xiao Jun back on the battlefield.
Yep, that's step one. Always step one. Get Xiao Jun on the battlefield. The deck needs her to be on the battlefield. And then we're just passing. That's kind of a classic Dave pattern on this deck. He doesn't really devote much on his turn. No reason to.
Yep. Because Bobby has 100 mana. Let's see what Bobby can do. Is South tapped out, it looks like?
Yes.
And Seb's got a treasure. Oh, and then Ashnods, I guess, but
sure.
But looks like Dave's gonna, if anyone's gonna stop him, Bobby, it's gonna probably come down to Dave. Yeah.
It's like obligatory Freed is infinite.
Yep.
Just to get that out of the way now. And so we've got what? That land taps for 4. We've got 3 land tappers and a land war elf. So it's 4, 8, 12, 16, 17 mana, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22-ish.
22 mana. How many cards can he draw?
At 7, he can draw 6.
Oof. Just do that. Just do that, Bobby.
Nope. Yeah, no shame in that.
Draw 6, pass.
Yeah, Cobra. I believe they did bounce it in response to the Safehold Elite.
Yeah, I saw.
Otherwise, you can just combo on top of it. Yeah.
Yeah, right. Before it hits the battlefield. But I'm just wondering why Dave didn't. I just wonder what that discussion was. With the spell bomb.
That's part of the mystery.
I know. That's why I love it. I love magic. I love watching magic. Okay. We're tapping more lands. We're touching more lands. Did he draw cards? I don't see floating mana.
Let's see. Most likely.
Yeah, 4, 5, 6.
Yes, we had a 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, he had 7 mana.
Activated. Okay.
But wait, there's more.
There always is. Okay.
I will say about this Master Chef thing is it's so weird how enchantments are just not hated out of the floor. Like, enchantments are so easy to kill, and so many color combinations, so many popular decks can do it, but nobody attacks enchantments.
Right. Like, as in running enchantment removal, right?
Yeah, and a lot of it dips into other territory, like you can kill creatures or enchantments, artifacts or enchantments. A lot of flexibility, and a lot of decks suffer if you kill their access to enchantments, like specific auras and Master Chef in this case. Most people don't.
Right. Land auras.
Yep. Yeah, land auras, creature auras, like not rancor in it, but like Armadillo Cloak and like all the glitters, those sorts of things. Like a lot of decks that play those cards rely on those cards to close out games.
Absolutely, yeah. Is enchantment removal flexible enough?
Yes, in most cases, but right now, I don't want to interrupt that, but a Galvanic Alchemist is being cast by Bobby.
Yeah, okay.
So this is another one that if the land produces 4, it'll be infinite. So if he pairs it with any untapper, the untapper gains the ability to pay 3 mana to untap the creature. So you untap the land, add 4, use 3 of it to untap the creature, use the creature, untap the land, and net 1 mana each time.
Gotcha. A poor man's freed from the real?
Yeah.
Or a rich man's?
A rich man's imprisoned by the won't.
That's not real. You made that up.
Nope, it does the same. It's the same card. All right, so now we're talking more. Now there's more talking going on.
Now things are getting interesting. Okay.
So it's pretty much just on like what Dave can do here, because unless like Seb has something like a snuff out, or I don't know what other removal he runs that's actually like applicable here. I'm pretty sure it's just that he has the 1 mana. Well, I guess he could also sacrifice a creature, so you can like go for the throat, snuff out or vendetta would be the 3 like dedicated removal spells.
Mm-hmm. So, remind me what's that card that Bobby cast? That's
Galvanic Alchemist.
Galvanic Alchemist. Okay.
Dave's sitting under his blanket there like Grandpa Joe and Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory.
I know. I'm half expecting him to pull out his knitting project. Let's see.
It looks like they called a judge. I'm being told by a reporter in the field.
Okay. Call
That's,
the judge. You got a judge call here.
That's why no one's doing anything.
So if you bounce, so it's a soul bond.
Yep.
So I'm looking at that Aether Spellbomb. So is there a point where?
So the tricky thing about this is Soul Bond is an ability that doesn't target. So it enters, the ability goes on the stack, the ability resolves, and then it's soul bonded to something.
And then so basically Bobby does not have to tell you where he's soul bonding.
That's right. So it can't be like soul bond target this creature and they say, oh, remove that creature.
Remove that creature.
You'd have to, in this case, Dave,
but can't you bounce the Alchemist though?
Yeah, you could do that.
But then you can just recast it, right?
Yeah, he'd have to destroy both of these creatures. I mean, bouncing gives it Summoning Sickness, which buys you a turn, but you would need to destroy both or get rid of both of these creatures in order to have some modicum of safety here.
Right. Oh,
we
got is it Charm?
I'm going to spell Pierce the Is it Charm, which Dave really has no choice but to pay for.
Mm-hmm.
Or we're not? Okay.
We're not paying for the...
Maybe we got other stuff to do.
So we're not paying the 1?
We're not... 2. Paying the 2.
Oh, okay. We're not paying the 2 for the Spell Pierce. Snuff out?
Oh, yeah, there it is. But targeting what? We may never know.
Will we? Okay, we may never know.
Look, I don't want to set expectations unreasonably high. Okay. So we're going to add some mana here.
If it's countered, we won't know, will we?
Probably not. Dispel. Okay. Counterspell.
Okay. Four something. Sorry. I saw Bobby hold up 4 fingers.
Probably 4 cards in hand.
Okay.
So we're low on cards here. Yeah, one of them is the Lay Weaver.
Right.
But 3 mystery cards. Snuff Out's going to go to the bin.
It's countered.
Looks like that's it. People are packing up. We've woven our way across the finish line.
Wow. Bobby held off. He had all the defenses. Is what now? Spellbomb. No opportunity to interact there because of how Soul Bond works. Is that the idea?
Well, you need 2 pieces of interaction specifically,
Right.
because you can't react to like soul bonding to a thing. You can react to the soul bond trigger, but once it's soul bound, it's done.
Okay.
The trigger resolves, something is soul bonded to it. You don't have to declare a target to make that happen.
If you bounce the alchemist,
Then you can recast the alchemist.
Do it all again.
Yep.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Because that does break the spell bond, but he had enough mana to just cast it again, do it again.
Oh yeah, plenty.
Okay. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I just wanted to double check that there was no opportunity to interact there.
Yeah. So congratulations to Bobby. So Bobby is undefeated, I believe.
Wow. Congrats.
Yeah, this will put him up to 20 points. I want to take a quick moment here before we jump down to another match. I do see the Stream Elements bot has posted a donation link for Extra Life. Click on that link and donate to Extra Life. It's a great organization. It helps children in the hospital, and who doesn't want a piece of that? So get on over there and donate some cash. Hard-earned dollars.
Thank you, everyone. That would be amazing.
Please do. I know we're already above the goal. I think the goal was like 250 or something like that. A paltry number. We're at about $600 right now. So
that's so cool.
Every little bit helps the children. Every little bit. Okay. Now that I have advocated for the children, we can move on. Let's check out pod number 2. Jump on down here, see if they're still going. And they're going, but somebody is already defeated. This is a game that looks like it's pretty close to being over. Oh, it is over.
Just in time.
Well, Clay's dead at least. We did it, everybody. Dax looks like Dax is the winner on Gut and Inspiring Leader.
Nice.
Killing all 3 of the combo decks with skeletons.
Whoa.
Which is what you love to see.
Yeah.
So this was a good thing. After that last game, this is a nice little, aperitif.
Quite the achievement. Well done.
Get that taste out of your mouth a little bit.
Yeah. Yuck. I will say though that Dave took that deck very seriously.
Yeah,
he was doing his best to.
Yeah, I don't think Dave did anything wrong.
No, right.
You just got to pick a target and go, and he picked the one he picked.
Right.
Let's see. We can go to pod 3. I think this is the 3-player. Let me see. Oh, nope. Somebody's already dead, that's why. Our Abdel player is dead, but we still have a slugfest here between Third Path Iconoclast, Carmella, Banishing Knack version of Carmella, and the Mystic Enforcer. Obviously, it looks like the Beachbot God had no choice but to kill the dirty Abdel deck dead as soon as possible.
Reasonable.
Yeah. So it looks like we got some decent boards here. Adam Beachbot God has a board, the largest board of creatures I've ever seen out of that deck. It's got like 6 things on there, which is pretty cool. But the important thing is he has Threshold, he has the Mystic Enforcer, and he has it with a ranker. So it's a 2-hit kill for commander damage from this guy. But it's hard to stop. Third Path Iconoclast is not great at dealing with an 8/6 flying creature, especially when it is trample and exalted triggers and other things. And Tony's just kind of got to ride the middle ground here and hope that he doesn't die before he has a chance to combo. And it doesn't look he's particularly close to anything. He has a bunch of mana rocks. He has an elemental token from a resculpt, it looks like. 3 cards in hand. And this deck, it does the Carmella thing that we talked about before with demonic gifts and recurring Carmella and floating mana and doing ETB triggers and LTBs and sacrifices and all these things. It also does Banishing Knack stuff, which is a combo line that I really like. It's really redundant. It requires several more pieces than a lot of other combos, but there's a lot of redundancy, which is pretty cool. So this is a pretty unique take on Carmella that I haven't really seen much of. Usually it's the pretty standard stuff like we saw last round, but this one has a little extra stuff going on.
Yeah, they kind of want to lay low
Mm-hmm.
until they can assemble more pieces.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, you kind of have to progress your game plan in a meaningful way while also not like being super threatening.
Right.
Like banking on maybe that like BeachBot doesn't know what combo lines you're using, so they aren't able to evaluate properly like where you're at in your game.
Mm-hmm.
Like you have to kind of take these things into account to modulate what you're doing. Because like on the one hand, like we know what third path iconoclast is doing. This deck's been around for a while.
Mm-hmm.
And it depends on what BeachBot thinks his 1v1 is better. That's kind of who you want to kill next, as far as I'm concerned.
Mm-hmm.
All right, looks like I got a Reckless Fireweaver, so that's something that screams combo piece. That's for sure. Mine's down. Everyone takes the damage.
Is that Mystic Enforcer primarily like a Voltron?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's
Okay.
kind of like this grindy. It's kind of like it has a lot of controlling elements. It has access to a lot of auras that it can rebuy out of the graveyard, and a lot of like onboard support for the Missing Enforcer. Like it has Heal's Pilgrim to get auras to buff it up. It has like this Llanowar Augur here that can sacrifice to give it +3/+3 and trample until end of turn. It's got all the creatures that kind of like buff the thing, so it can play a slower game, like an interactive game, and then kind of like pivot into this Voltron finish. That's usually what it does.
Okay. Kind of, I mean, similar to what we kind of talked about with Dave's deck, Xiao Jun, but it sounds like more all in on the.
This is just a Voltron finish.
Yeah, right.
This can't go back and forth between like killing someone with commander damage and then doing something else. This is pretty much all in on the commander.
Right, makes sense. But still able to control, interact until you can kind of get that.
Yeah, it has a lot of tools.
Critical mass of a giant enforcer.
Yeah, it's pretty simple. You just want the Missing Enforcer with Threshold and then 2 additional power to make it an 8 power creature, so you can 2-shot somebody.
There you go.
That's kind of like the benchmarks you want to hit, the metrics you want to hit.
And then just put some brass knuckles.
I don't think the deck plays brass knuckles. I don't think there's any equipment in the deck.
Missed opportunity.
Just the auras. Give it trample, give it other evasions.
Yep.
There's a fair amount of protection spells. Graveyard Hate. Yeah, it's got a pretty. It's pretty, wide ranging in what it can interact with.
Yeah, I don't think I'm not familiar with that one. So it looks like a really cool, powerful commander.
Definitely big and definitely hard to kill.
Yeah. Protection from black. Yeah.
All right. What are we?
Lots of access to protection in those colors. Okay.
Is that a snap? Possibly.
Yeah, looks like it.
It casts Mystical Teachings, which gets you an instant or a card of flash, puts it in your hand. So notably, like bounce spells are the one thing that Mystic Enforcer is pretty weak to.
Mm-hmm.
It's not something that's easy to burn out. It's not something that's easy to kill, obviously, with like any black removal spell because it has protection from black. But it is soft to bounce.
Right,
you are probably bouncing it. So yeah, it looks like we're going to target the Missing Enforcer, which will be cast a Benevolent Blessing, so protection from blue.
There you go.
Unless Ryan has something to say about this. Picks up his 6 cards. Thoughtfully, if I might say so myself.
I mean, he does have that spell bomb.
Yep.
But it's not a problem. I mean, if it's not attacking you, let it happen, right?
Yeah, fair enough.
Not my problem.
That's the thing is that, your other argument would be you're just prolonging the amount of time it takes for it to become your problem.
Yeah.
acting when you have more breathing room can oftentimes be a better way to go than just kind of like holding it until the last possible second.
Yeah. I think I heard you guys talk about that earlier about with the Weavers, right?
Yeah.
Instead of waiting,
Just like kill the Weaver.
kill them on sight.
Yeah.
People love it when you do that to their commanders.
Yeah. All right, so looks like we're passing. Maybe. Nobody's doing much of anything. We're all thinking very hard.
Lot of contemplation, a lot of thinking.
Looks like Ryan's at least got a Scred in his hand. He also has an Impact Tremor, so he's got something going. And he has the Impact Tremors and the Firebrand Archer. So every non-creature spell is going to be a point from the Archer, a point from the Impact Tremors. But yeah, this is a tough nut to crack if you're like the one player that's not firmly on the beatdown or the one that's like explicitly trying to combo.
Right.
It's hard to navigate.
What's your kind of path to victory here?
Yeah, exactly. Because in the 1v1, like you can't stop the Mystic Enforcer.
Right. Does Aether Spellbomb? He's protection from the Spellbomb, or can he bounce it with the?
He can. Spellbomb is going to be the only thing, unless let me see, what does he play? He plays like a Apostle's Blessing, which will give it protection from artifacts. But I don't think there's any other way to protect against it. I guess Vines of the Vastwood would be the other one.
Because it is colorless?
Yeah, he has a couple of hexproof things. Sheltering Word is another that gives hexproof. Basically, it would need exactly hexproof to get through.
Right.
Or protection from artifacts, of which there's only one of those.
And so he is running that?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, we've decided on a card. Improvised Club. So we're going to deal 4 damage to something. Sacrifice an artifact. So we're going to get rid of that Springleaf Drum. The time has come for Springleaf Drum.
It served its purpose.
Yep. Gonna have a couple triggers here.
Can we just appreciate Ryan's board state organization for a moment? It's very easy to understand what's going on.
Mm-hmm. All right, so he's stacking his things that we know what's going on.
Okay.
So this is the order. So we're going to make a token. We're going to have a Firebrand Archer trigger. Looks like in response, we're going to sacrifice that Nettle Guard and destroy an artifact. Probably that spell or enchantment. I guess you can get rid of that Impact Tremors.
Right.
We're going to get some Heartfire. We are on the burn plan. There's another 4 damage spell to any target.
Okay, we've got a couple more. We're adding to the stack. Do we know the target for the?
I'd imagine it's Impact Tremors. That's probably the thing
that makes sense.
I'm most afraid of if I'm Adam.
Yeah. Some more discussion here.
Yep. Yeah, so if he kills the Impact Tremors, that would happen. So we'd get 1 trigger from the token currently on the stack. So we'd at least get something out of it. But he's got 8 damage of Heartfire and Improvised Club here that's getting thrown around too.
Yeah. The Nettle Guard is after the.
It goes like this: Improvised Club, Firebrand Archer, TPI Trigger, and then Nettle Guard, then Heartfire.
Okay. Yep.
This is why I can't play decks like this. They hurt my head.
Hey, you're fine. You just explained it. You know what's going on with the stack.
I'm an expert now.
Yes, you are. Resolution. Okay, here we go.
Enters.
Impact Tremors. 4 damage to. Oh, Tony's face.
Well, we're going to take one from Impact Tremors, one from the Archer for Heartfire. So that's 2 before the 4.
That's right. The
4 goes right to Beachbot's face.
Okay. That's where he pointed that. Okay.
Yep. And then we're back to the Nettle Guard.
Nettle Guard. Okay, we're doing putting more on top of the Nettle Guard trigger.
I think so. I think we're trying to get as much out of it as we can right now.
Makes sense. Yeah.
So he has a Keep Watch and a Scred. I didn't see the other 2 cards. This is a Scred for 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Looks like, which is enough to take out the Mystic Enforcer.
Yeah, that would do it.
Put another trigger on the stack there. The Beast being a placeholder for the Soldier token.
Yeah, I was going to say, I assume that's the Soldier.
Mm. It's like we're going to tap white mana, probably give protection. Oh no, we're going to sacrifice the Kasali Pride Mage on the Ether Spellbomb.
Oh. And then we're activating the Spellbomb in response? Okay.
Then we can give Hexproof.
There we go. On top of the Spellbomb trigger.
Yeah. This is a big old stack.
This is a big old stack. Great opportunity. Interestingly, now, I think it's important.
Yeah.
I was going to say, you can... Okay.
We're going to make disappear. Okay, so this will counter the Hexproof spell, probably. If you're Carmella, you're happy to just sit back and let this happen.
Yeah.
Although you're probably going to be dead once it all resolves.
Right. There's a lot. So we've got a couple of impacts and a couple of Archer.
Yeah. Several Archer triggers.
Oh, yeah. So we're going to Resolution? Okay.
Yep. So we're starting to move down, make a token, do the Archer.
Impact trigger.
Counter the Tammy Safekeeping. Spellbomb.
Another Soldier, another Impact Tremor.
Yep.
Okay, Tony's down to 3. Yeah, he's got to be dead, right? Are we getting all the Archer triggers?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, he's resolving them as he takes the spell off the stack because he only has one Firebrand Archer, so he's using the spell itself to represent that trigger.
Why do I even question? Why did I question that?
So now we're back to the Nettle Guard. Resolves.
Okay, Nettle Guard resolves.
Okay, so we got another Soldier. Oh. Nice. All over the place.
Oh, but then he will die to the Archer and the Improvised Club. Okay.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
Was he at 20 when that?
No, Beachbot was.
Yeah.
He was at like 8 or 9.
Right. But he was at 20 when that turned. So he did 15
it was at like
damage?
18 or 19.
Well,
maybe he was at 20, but he took both the full brunts of both of the 4 damage spells too. So he took 8 damage on top of everything else.
Holy cow. That was quite a turn.
That was a lot of spells.
That was a lot of spells. My head hurts.
Yeah.
No, I think the way Ryan organized it and you walked us through that, I think, yeah,
Yeah,
that wasn't too bad.
It's hard to parse a stack like that on webcam play like this, but yeah, the way that
Yes.
Ryan organizes his cards is very helpful.
I was going to say, it's interesting. You add to the stack, and then you resolve one by one, and there are points where you can add again. Just what Ryan did, add it. Let things resolve back to the nettle guard, and then started adding to it again, which I don't know that we always do, or that people always clock. So
yeah,
it was a good lesson.
You just want to make sure you're getting as much of that impact tremors as you can before it goes
absolutely.
away.
But it was a great demonstration of, how and when you have priority, and
yeah,
I think well done. Yeah, so we'll see. I mean, I think he's in a great position now, right? Well, depends. How many cards in hand?
Did we pass through like a turn? Because these tokens shouldn't have haste, should they?
No.
Is he attacking with these?
Oh, he is, because he's keep the watch, right?
Yeah, we just made a bunch of tokens. I don't know what if there's anything that gave them all haste.
Yeah.
Maybe I missed it. Or maybe we're just getting ahead of ourselves here.
Wow. I mean, he just refilled his hand. Wow.
Yeah, keep watch with the board full of things. Will do that to you.
Yeah, that's great.
And then we have a massive raid. Which will be more than enough damage to just
got it.
end the game. Okay. Yeah, fair enough.
Well done. What a turn. Wow, that was.
Yeah, that's a lot of stuff that just happened there.
Yeah, it did.
Thank you all for following along. Got out to the other end. And I think that's the last game. So I think what we're going to do now is go on a little bit of a quick break here. We'll organize our top 4.
Yeah.
And then we'll come back shortly, I'd imagine, with a round. Just go grab a little snack, use the restroom, grab a drink, etc. All of those things that we know and love so much.
Back with an exciting finale.
Yeah, it is certain to be a pretty good one, if I do say so myself, just looking at the standings now. But let's do this. Let's go do all that stuff that I just talked about where we take a little break. I'm going to give Chris a signal. Christopher, please, you can take us out now, and we'll be back.
Everyone who is watching, can y'all hear us? Please give us a thumbs up.
Can you hear me? Thumbs up. They can hear. They can hear.
All right, everyone. So
Look at us move around. We're zipping around the screen.
We are not having a
This way,
final
this
round.
way.
The top 4 contestants all came together and they decided that they would prefer to skip the final round, but then donate all of the money to Extra Life.
Sorry, just getting some situations here real quick.
But truly incredible by their crafts. So, on that note, you guys, do you have anything, like Miles, Derek, anything you want to throw to the end as a wrap-up? Can you hear me?
I think for all y'all watching out there in Interland, I think Chris is just getting something set up real quick, and then we'll
I believe
do our thing here.
Can you hear me over here?
Oh wait, oh there's 3 of us.
Yeah, that's me.
Oh, hi.
Can you hear me, guys?
Can you
I
just
can hear you.
All right. Did you guys hear anything I just said a moment ago?
No.
All right. So I will announce it again to everyone. Derek, give a thumbs up. Miles, give a thumbs up if you can hear me.
thumbs up?
Beautiful. All right. As to reiterate, we are not going to be playing the final round. Reason being is we're going to the people have decided in the final four they want to donate all the money to charity.
Wow.
So this is massively huge, major win for the community and everyone that has joined today. Thank you so much. At that point, how much did we raise? It's like an immense amount of money. Extra Life.
That is so cool.
It's a lot of dollars.
Yeah, 590. Jesus, there's so much money. So 590 plus another 150 plus another 30. It's got to end at $770.
There you go.
And then I now know also that Verizon Wireless, where I work for, will match that.
Oh, awesome.
So for this entire event, we raised tons of money. Like
tons of money.
$1,500.
Nice.
So
Good job, everybody.
Everyone that came here, everyone that donated, everyone that joined us today. This is one of the greatest things possible. I'm so happy that we all came together, had a phenomenal day. We got to see some incredible games, and we all did it for a great cause.
Yep, and we're just all going to assume that Weavers take second.
Yeah, it's just the easiest assumption.
Yep.
Because
That's so cool. We're all winners.
Exactly. So, Miles, do you have anything you'd like to add to the end?
No, I mean, thank everybody for coming out and hanging out with us. You know, I always have a blast doing these events. This is the first Common Cause that I've done, and I would love to keep doing them. And see you all back here next time. That's where my head's at right now. And thanks, Miles, and Bernie. May he rest in peace. He's no longer with us, obviously. For joining me along the way, it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, it was great. I watched as much as I could. It was awesome. Derek, you were awesome. Thanks, Chris, for putting this on, and all the players. Like, yeah, it was just a really cool day and really great magic and great, generosity by everyone. So
Yeah,
really great day. Good job, everyone.
yeah. Thank you all very much, and once again, thanks to our benevolent patron Christopher. One more game, MTG.com.
Thank you very much.
All right, on that note, again, thank you everyone today. This was truly beautiful, and I hope you all have a lovely evening.
Yeah, take care, everybody.
See you
Salute
guys.
with both hands.